The Avatar by Poul Anderson. Copyright 1978 by Poul Anderson. Narrated by Ken Kliban.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
About the author. Poul Anderson is one of the great names of contemporary science fiction. Author of over 50 books and 200 shorter pieces, winner of 5 Hugo Awards and 2 Nebula Awards for short fiction. His classic SF novels include Brainwave, The High Crusade, Tau Zero, The Enemy Stars, and The Earth Book of Stormgate. He and his wife Karen live in Orinda, California, and are both active in the Society for Creative Anachronism, in which Poul has won a knighthood for prowess in medieval combat. To Bubbles. Goramachagut Machri. Acknowledgements. The tea machine is not entirely a figment of my imagination. Its basic principle was described by F. J. Tipler in Physical Review, Volume D9, Number 8, 15 April 1974, pages 2203 through 6. Physical Review Letters, Volume 37, Number 14, 4 October 1976, pages 879 through 82, and his thesis, Causality Violation in General Relativity, University of Maryland, 1976. He is in no way responsible for my use of his idea, especially since I have departed considerably from his mathematical model. Likewise, the concept of life on a pulsar is from an interview with Frank Drake in Astronomy magazine, December 1973, pages 5 through 8, as well as a lecture he gave at the 1974 meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He, too, is a reputable scientist. He does not advance the notion as anything but highly speculative, at best. Moreover, I may have committed grievous technical errors for which he has no responsibility. My thanks to both these gentlemen for permission to borrow their thoughts. I can but hope that these are herewith returned in not too badly battered a condition. Parts of chapters 2 and 23 appeared in slightly different form in the fall 1977 issue of Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, in a story entitled Joel, copyright 1977, by Davis Publications, Incorporated. The quotation in Chapter 4 is from the poem Sussex, by Rudyard Kipling, in Rudyard Kipling's Verse, Definitive Edition, published by Doubleday and Company, and is used by agreement. For suggestions, information, and general helpfulness, I am especially indebted to Karen Anderson, Mildred Downey Broxson, Victor Fernandez Davila, Robert L. Forward, Larry J. Friesen, David G. Hartwell, and Sandra Measle. Several good things in the book are due to them. The bad things are all my own invention. Poul Anderson. The Avatar. Chapter 1. I was a birch tree, white slenderness in the middle of a meadow, but had no name for what I was. My leaves drank of the sunlight that streamed through them, and set their green aglow. My leaves danced in the wind, which made a harp of my branches, but I did not see or hear. Waning days turned me brittle golden, frost stripped me bare, snow blew about me during my long drowse. Then Orion hunted his quarry beyond this heaven, and the sun swung north to blaze me awake. But none of this did I sense. And yet I marked it all, for I lived. Each cell within me felt in a secret way how the sky first shone aloud, and afterward grew quiet, ere gusted or whooped, or lay dreaming. Rain flung chill, and laughter, water, and worms did their work for my reaching roots. Nestlings piped, where I sheltered them and soughed. Grass and dandelions enfolded me in richness. The earth stirred, as the earth turned among stars. Each year that departed left a ring in me for remembrance. Though I was not aware, I was still in creation and of it. Though I did not understand, I knew. I was tree. Chapter 2. When Emissary passed through the gate and Phoebus again shone upon her, half of the dozen crewfolk who survived were gathered in her common room, together with the passenger from Beta. After their long time away, they wanted to witness this return on the biggest view screens they had, and share a ceremony, raising goblets of the last wine aboard to the hope of a good homecoming. Those on duty added voices over the intercom. Salud! Prost! Skol! Banzai! Saúde! Zdarovia! Prosit! Mazel tov! Sante! Viva! Aloha! Each spoke of a very special place. From her post at the linkage computer, Joel Key whispered on behalf of those who had stayed behind forever, Zivio for Alexander Vlantis, Kan Bei for Yuan Jizhao, cheers for Christine Burns. She added nothing of her own, thought what a sentimental old fool she was, and trusted that nobody had heard. Her gaze drifted to a small screen supposed to provide her with visual data should any be needed. Amidst the meters, controls, input and output equipment, which crowded the cabin, it seemed like a window on the world. World, though, meant universe. Amplification was set at 1, revealing simply what the naked eye would have seen. Yet stars shone so many and bright, unwinking diamond, sapphire, topaz, ruby, that the blackness around and beyond was but a chalice for them. Even in the solar system, Joel could have picked no constellations out of such a throng. However, the shape of the Milky Way was little changed from nights above North America. With that chill brilliance for a guide, she found an elven glow which was M31. And it had looked the same at Beta, too, for it is sister to our whole galaxy. Nonetheless, she suddenly wanted a more familiar sight. The need for the comfort it would give surprised her. She, the holothete, to whom everything visible was merely a veil that reality wore. The past 8 Earth years must have drunk deeper of her than she knew. Unwilling to wait the hours, maybe days, until she could see Sol again, she ran fingers across the keyboard before her, directing the scanner to bring in Phoebus. At least she had glimpsed it when outbound, and countless pictures of it throughout her life. The helmet was already on her head, the linkage to computer, memory bank, and ship's instruments already complete. The instant after she desired that particular celestial location, she had calculated it. To her the operation felt every day, felt like knowing where to move her hand to pick up a tool, or knowing which way a sound was coming from. There was nothing numinous about it. The scene switched to a different sector. A disk appeared, slightly larger than Sol observed from Earth or Luna. A trifle yellower, type G5. Photospheric luminance, 10% above what Earth got, had been automatically stopped down to avoid blinding her. Lesser splendors remained undimmed. Thus she made out spots on the surface, flares along the limb, nacre of corona, slim wings of zodiacal light. Yes, she thought, Phoebus has the same kind of beauty as my sun. Centrum does not, and only now do I feel how lonely was that lack. Her touch ranged onward, calling for a sight of Demeter. This problem her unaided brain could have solved. Having newly made transit, emissary floated near the gate, and it held a Lagrange 4 position with respect to the planet, in the same orbit though 60 degrees ahead. The scanner must merely course along the ecliptic to find what she wished. At a distance of 0.81 astronomical units, unmagnified, Demeter resembled the stars about it, stronger than most and bluer than any. "Are you still yonder, Dan Broderson?" Joel wondered, and then, "Oh yes, you must be. I've been gone for 8 years, but a bare few of your months have passed." "How many exactly?" "I don't know. Fidelio isn't quite sure." Captain Langendijk's general announcement interrupted a reverie. "Attention, please. We've registered 2 vessels on our radars. One is obviously the official watchcraft, and is signaling for tight beam communication. I'll put that over the intercom, but kindly do not interrupt the talk or make any unnecessary noise. Best they don't know you are listening." For a moment Joel was puzzled. Why should he take precautions, as if emissary's return might not be the occasion for mankind-wide rejoicing? What put the note of strain into his tone? The answer struck inward. She had been indifferent to partisan matters. They scarcely existed for her. But once recruited into this crew, she couldn't help hearing talk of strife and intrigue. Broderson had rather grimly explained the facts to her, and they had often been a subject of conversation at Beta. A considerable coalition within humanity had never wanted the expedition, and would not be happy at its success. 2 vessels, both presumably in orbit around the T-machine. The second must be Dan's. "Thomas Archer, commanding World Union Watch Ship Faraday speaking," said a man's voice. His Spanish was accented like hers. "Identify yourself." "Willem Langendijk, commanding exploratory ship Emissary," Spanish emisario, replied a captain. "We're passing through on our way back to the solar system. May we commence maneuvers?" "What? But—" Archer obviously struggled with amazement. "Well, you do seem like— But everybody expected you'd be gone for years." "We were." "No, I witnessed your transit. That was, 5 months ago, no more." "Ah. Give me the present date and time, please." "But you—" "If you please." Joel could well imagine how Langendijk's lean face tautened to match his sternness. Archer blurted the figures off a chronometer. She summoned from the memory bank the exact clock reading when she and her fellows had finished tracing out the guide path here and twisted through space-time to their unknown goal. Subtraction yielded an interval of 20 weeks and 3 days. She could as readily have told how many seconds, or microseconds, had passed out of Archer's lifespan, but he had only given information to the nearest minute. "Thank you," Langendijk said. "For us, approximately 8 terrestrial years have passed. It turns out that the T-machine is indeed a time machine of sorts, as well as a space transporter. The Betans, the beings whom we followed, calculated our course to bring us out near the date when we left." Silence hummed. Joel noticed she was aware of her environment with more than usual intensity. Free-falling, the ship kept her weightless in a loosened safety harness. The sensation was pleasant, recalling flying dreams of long ago when she was young. Afterward her dreams had changed with her mind and soul, as she grew into being a holothete. Air from a ventilator murmured and stroked her cheeks. It bore a slight greenwood odor of recycling chemicals, and, at its present stage of the variability necessary for health, coolness and a subliminal pungency of ions. Her heart knocked loud in her ears, and yes, twinges in her left wrist had turned into a steady ache. She was overdue for an arthritis booster. Time went. Probably the others themselves could not change that. "Well," Archer said in English, "well, I'll be goddamned. Welcome back. How are you?" Langendijk switched to the same language, in which he felt a touch more at ease, and which was in fact used aboard the Emissary about as often as Spanish. "We lost 3 people, but otherwise, Captain, believe me, the news we bear is all wonderful. Besides being anxious to get home, you will understand that, we can hardly wait to spread our story through the Union." "Did you—" Archer paused, as if half afraid to utter the rest. Quite possibly he was. Joel heard him draw breath before he plunged. "Did you find the others?" "No. What we did find was an advanced civilization, non-human but friendly, in contact with scores of inhabited worlds. They're eager to establish close relations with us, too. They offer what my crew and I think are some fantastically good deals. No, they know nothing more about the others than we do, except for the additional gates they've learned how to use. But we, the next several generations of man, will have as much as we can do to assimilate what the Betans will give. Now, I'm sorry, Captain, I realize you'd love to hear everything, but that would take days, and anyhow we have orders not to linger. The Council of the World Union commissioned us and requires we report first to it. That is reasonable, no? Accordingly, we request clearance to proceed straight on to the solar system." Again Archer was mute a while. Was something more than surprise at work in him? On impulse, Joel called on the ship's exo-instrumental circuits. An immediate inrush of data lured her. It wasn't a full perception, but still, as far as possible. How easy and how blessed to comprehend yonder cosmos as a whole and become one with it. Resisting, she concentrated solely on radar and navigational information. In a split pulse beat, she calculated how to bring Faraday onto her view screen. There was no particular reason for that. She knew what the watchcraft looked like. A tapered gray cylinder, so as to be capable of planetfall, missile launcher and ray projector recessed into the sleekness. wholly foreign to the huge equipment-bristling, fragile sphere which was emissary. When the picture changed, she didn't magnify and amplify to make the vessel visible across 1,000 kilometers. Instead, the sight of two dully glowing globes, red and green, coming into the scanner field, against the stars, snatched at her. Those were markers around the T-machine. The others had placed them. Her augmented senses told her that a third likewise happened to be visible on the receiver. It was colored ultraviolet. Vaguely she heard Archer. "Quarantine?" And Langendijk, "Well, if they insist. But we walked on Beta again and again for 8 years, and we have a Betan native with us, and nobody's caught any diseases. Pinsky and de Carvalho, our biologists, studied the subject and tell me cross-infection is impossible. Biochemistries are too unlike." Caught up in the beacons, she quite stopped listening. Oh, surely some day she, Holothete, could speak mind to mind with their makers, if ever she found them. Though what would they make of her? Perhaps in more than one meaning of the phrase. Even physical appearance might conceivably not be altogether irrelevant to them. It was an odd thing to do in these circumstances, but for the first time in almost a decade, Joelle Key briefly considered her body as flesh, not machinery. At 58 Earth years of age, her 175 centimeters remained slim, verging on gaunt, her skin clear and pale and only lightly lined. In that and the high cheekbones her genes kept a bit of the history which her name also remembered. She had been born in North America, in what was left of the old United States, before it federated with Canada. Her features were delicate, her eyes large and dark, hair once sable, bobbed immediately below the ears, was the hue of iron. Clad now in the working uniform of the ship, a coverall with abundant pockets and snap-loops, she seldom wore anything very much more stylish at home. A smile flickered. How silly can I get? If one thing is certain about the others, it is that none of them will come courting me. Could it be the thought of Dan yonder on Demeter? Additional nonsense. Why, at Beta I became 8 years his senior. Somehow that raised Eric Stranathan for her, the first and last man with whom she fell wholly in love. Across a quarter-century, plus the time she had been gone on this mission, he came back, seated opposite her in a canoe on Lake Louise among mountains, in piney air, under a night sky nearly as vast as what lay around Emissary. And staring upward, she whispered, "How do the others see that? What is it to them?" "What are they?" he answered. "Animals, evolved beyond us, machines that think, angels dwelling by the throne of God, beings or a being, of a kind we've never imagined and never can, or what? Humans have been wondering for more than 100 years now." She mustered pride. "We'll come to know." "Through holothetics?" he asked. "Maybe. Else through— who can tell? But I do believe we will. I have to believe that." "We might not want to. I've got an idea we'd never be the same again, and that price might be too high." She shivered. "You mean we'd forsake all we have here?" "And all we are, yes, it's possible." His dear lanky form stirred, rocking the boat. "And I wouldn't myself. I'm so happy where I am this moment." That was the night they became lovers. Joelle shook herself. "Stop. Be sensible. I'm obsessive about the others, I know. Seeing their handiwork again serving not aliens but humans must have uncapped a wellspring in me. But Willem's right. The Betans should be enough for many generations of my race. Do the others know that? Did they foresee it?" She was faintly shocked to note that her attention had drifted from the intercom for minutes. She wasn't given to introspection or daydreaming. Maybe it had happened because she was computer-linked. At such times, an operator became a greater mathematician and logician, by orders of magnitude, than had ever lived on Earth before the conjunction was developed. But the operator remained a mortal, full of mortal foolishness. I suppose my habit of close concentration while I'm in this state took over in me. Since I'm not used to dealing with emotions, the habit got out of hand. She knew peripherally that an argument had been going on. Hearkening, she heard Archer state, "Very well, Captain Langendijk. Nobody foresaw you'd return this early, if ever, to be frank, and therefore I don't have specific orders regarding you, but my superiors did brief me and issue a general directive." "Ah?" replied the skipper of emissary. "And what does that say?" Well, certain highly placed people worry about more than your bringing a strange bug to Earth. The idea is, they don't know what you might bring back. Look, I'm not saying a monster has taken over your ship and is pretending to be you, anything paranoid like that." "I should hope not. As a matter of fact, sir, the Betans, the name we gave them, of course, the Betans are not just friendly, they are anxious to know us well. That is why they will trade with us on terms that would else be unbelievably favorable. They stand to gain even more." Wariness responded. "What?" "It would take long to explain. There is something vital they hope to learn from us." It twisted in Joelle. "Something that I have never yet really learned myself, nor ever likely will." Archer's voice jarred the thought out of her. "Well, maybe, though I think that reinforces the point that nobody can tell what the effect might be on us. And the World Union is none too stable, you know. You plan to report straight to the Council." "Yes," Langendijk said. "We'll proceed to the neighborhood of Earth, call Lima, and request instructions. What's wrong with that?" "Too public," Archer exclaimed. After a few seconds, "Look, I'm not at liberty to say much, but the officials I mentioned want to, debrief you in strict privacy, examine your materials, that sort of thing, before they issue any news release, do you see?" I had my suspicions," Langendijk rumbled. "Go on." "Well, under the circumstances, etc., I'm going to interpret my orders as follows. We'll accompany you through the gate to the solar system. Radio interlock of our autopilots, of course, to make sure the ships come out at the other end simultaneously. You'll have no communication with anybody but us on a tight beam. We'll handle everything outside until you hear differently. Is that clear?" "Rather too clear." "Please, Captain, no offense intended, nothing like that. You must understand what a tremendous business this is. People who are responsible for billions of human lives. They're bound to be cautious. Including, for a start, me." "Yes, I agree you are doing your duty as you see it, Captain Archer. Besides, you have the power." Emissary bore a couple of guns, but almost as an afterthought. Her fire control officers doubled as pilots of her launch. Though she could build up huge velocities at a given time, her top acceleration with payload and reaction mass on hand was under 2 gravities, and her gyros or lateral jets could turn her about only ponderously. No one had imagined her as a warcraft, a lone vessel setting off into what might be a whole galaxy. Faraday was designed for battle. The occasion had never arisen, but who knew what might someday emerge from a gate? Besides, her high maneuverability fitted her for rescue work, and for conveying exploratory teams. "I'm trying to do our best for our government, sir." "I wish you would tell me who in the government." "I'm sorry, but I'm only an astronautical officer. It wouldn't be proper for me to discuss politics. You do see, don't you? You've nothing to worry about. This is an extra precaution, no more." Yes, Langendijk sighed. "Let us get on with it." Talk went into technicalities. Sign-off followed. Langendijk addressed his crew. "You heard, of course. Questions? Comments?" A burst of indignation and dismay responded. Loudest came Frieda von Moltke's "Höhlenfeuer und Teufelscheiß." First Engineer Dairoku Mitsukuri was milder. "This is perhaps high-handed, but we ought not to be detained long. The fact of our arrival will generate enormous public pressure for our release." Carlos Francisco Rueda Suarez, the mate, added in his haughtiest tone, "Furthermore, my family will have a good deal to say about the matter." A dread she had hoped was ridiculous lifted in Joelle, chilled her flesh and harshened her contralto. "You're supposing they will know?" she said. "Good Lord, you can't mean that!" Second Engineer Torsten Sveldrup protested. "The Ruedas kept in ignorance. That's impossible." "I fear it is not," Joelle answered. "We're completely at the mercy of yonder watch ship, you realize, and her captain isn't acting like a man who only wants to play safe, is he? I don't pretend to be very sensitive where people are concerned, but I have had some exposure to cliques and cabals on high political levels." Also, the last time we talked on Earth, Dan Broderson warned me we might return not simply to hostility from some factions, but to trouble. Broderson? Asked Sam Kalehele, von Moltke's fellow gunner. The owner of Chahali's enterprises on Demeter, said Marie Fourier, chemist. You must allow for him exaggerating. He is a free-swinging capitalist, therefore overly suspicious of the government, perhaps of the Union itself. We have to commence acceleration soon, Langendijk declared. All hands to flight posts. Please, Joel cried. Skipper, listen a minute. I'm not going to debate. I admit I'm hopelessly naive about many things. But Dan, Captain Broderson, did tell me he'd keep a robot near the gate, programmed to look out for us, just in case of trouble. He foresaw the possibility, the likelihood, he called it, that we'd return on a date soon after departure. Well, what else can that second craft be, orbiting far off? We have a radar pickup of it, you remember. What else can it be but his observer? Rueda's voice rang. Holy Virgin, Joel! In all these years, why did you never mention it? Oh, he felt we shouldn't be worried about something that might never happen. He told me because, well, we're friends. Knowing I'd shunt the information off in my own mind, I put it on my summary tape for the rest of you to play back if I should die. But in that case, there is no problem, Rueda said happily. We cannot be held incommunicado, if that's what you fear. Once the robot reports to him, he'll tell the world. I might have expected this of him. You may have heard he's my kinsman by his first marriage. Joelle shook her head. The cables into the bowl-shaped helmet were flexible and allowed that, though the added mass forced a noticeable effort, and in weightlessness caused her torso to counter-twist slightly. No, she answered. Notice how distant it is. No optical system man has yet built has the resolution to tell emissary apart from 7, is it? Similar ships at such a remove. She's simply a modified Reyna-class transport, after all. Then what's the use of parking an observer out there? Snapped Quartermaster Bruno Benedetti. Isn't it obvious what's happened? Retorted planetologist Olga Razumovsky. But tell us, Joel. The holothete drew breath. Here's what Broderson planned to do, she said. He dispatched the robot ostensibly to study the T-machine over a period of years in hopes of gaining a few clues as to how it works. The watch ships don't really carry on a very satisfactory program, so the project could hardly be forbidden. Besides, he wouldn't do it in his own name. He'd get the Demetrian Research Foundation to front for him. He's been generous enough with donations there. Anyway, the craft would be carrying out bona fide observations. Then, why is so valuable an instrumentality forced to stay more than 1,000,000 kilometers from the thing it's supposed to be investigating? I dare say the authorities made some excuse about safety, possible collision if a ship came through the wrong vectors. I make the probability of that happening to be on the order of 1 in 10 to the 10th. But they could enforce the regulation if they were determined to. So, the fact they have done it, doesn't that show their true motive? They don't want to lose control over news about the gate. Another Betan ship appearing, maybe, or us returning, or anything marvelous. They want to exercise censorship. Will they censor us? There is a powerful anti-stellar element on Earth, in more than one national government. They could have gotten hold of the right levers in the Union hierarchy. They could have plans that they've not consulted their colleagues about. Curses, growls, a couple of objections grated from the intercom. Lonely among them went Fidelio's fluting sound of bewilderment. What is the trouble? The Betan sang. Why are you no longer glad? Langendijk silenced the noise. As captain of a watchcraft, Archer has authority over me, he said. Prepare to obey his instructions. Willem, listen, Joel pleaded. I can pinpoint a beam to the robot so they'll not detect a whisper aboard Faraday, and give Broderson the truth. Langendijk cut her off. We will follow our orders. That's a direct command of my own, which I'll enter in the log. His tone gentled. Let's not quarrel. After we've come such a long, hard way together, calm down. Think how large the chances are that some of you are overwrought, building a haunted house on a grain of sand. Archer communicates secretly with the secret connivance of the watch-ship captain in the solar system. Communicates secretly with his secret masters, who tell him to take us to a secret place? Isn't that a little melodramatic? Earnestly, think too. The law of space is above politics. It has to be. Without it, man doesn't go to the stars. He dies. Every one of us has given a solemn oath to uphold it. After a pause, during which only the ventilator wind had utterance, "Take your flight stations. We will accelerate in 10 minutes. Joelle slumped. Hopelessness overwhelmed her. She could in fact have sent the uninterceptable message she spoke of, if her computer linkage were extended to the outer com system. But the switches for that were not in this chamber. And Willem does have a point about the law. He could well be right likewise about this whole idea of a plot against us being a sick fantasy. Who am I to judge? I've been too remote from common humanity for too many years to have much feel for how it works. Ultimate reality is easier to understand, yes, to be a part of than we are, we flickers across the noumenon. "Are you ready, Joelle?" Langendijk asked mildly, well-nigh contritely. "Oh," she started. "Oh, yes, any time." "I've signaled Faraday our intent to start blasting at 1G at 15:35 hours, and they concur. They'll pace us. They are maneuvering for that right now. Interlock of autopilots will be made at 100 kilometers from Beacon Charlie. Do you have assembled the information you need?" "Ah, you're bound to. I am a forgetful idiot to ask." Herself wishful of reconciliation, Joelle smiled a smile he couldn't see and answered, "It's easy for you to forget, Willem. I'm holding down Christine's job." Christine Burns, regular computer man who died in Joelle's arms a bare few months before Emissary started home. "Navigation is yours, then," Langendijk said formally. "Proceed upon signal." "Aye." Joelle got busy. Information flooded her. Location vectors, velocity vectors, momenta, thrusts, gravitational field strengths, the time and space derivatives of these, continuously changing, smooth and mighty. It came out of instruments, transformed into digital numbers, and meanwhile the memory bank supplied her not only what specific past facts and natural constants she required, but the entire magnificent analytical structure of celestial mechanics and stress tensors. She had, at her instant beck, the physical knowledge of centuries, and of this unique point in space-time where she was. The data passed from their sources through a unit that translated them, in nanoseconds, into the proper signals. Thence they went to her brain. The connection was not through wires stuck in her skull or any such crudity. Electromagnetic induction sufficed. She in turn called on the powerful computer to which she was also linked, as problems arose moment by moment. The rapport was total. She had added to her nervous system the immense input, storage capacity, and retrieval speed of the electronic assembly, together with the immense mathematico-logical capacity for volume and speed of operations which belonged to its other half. For her part, she contributed a human ability to perceive the unexpected, to think creatively, to change her mind. She was the software for the whole system, a program which continuously rewrote itself, conductor of a huge mute orchestra, which might have to start playing jazz with no warning or compose an entire new symphony. The numbers and manipulations did not stream before her as individual things, nor did she plan out the countless kinesthetic decisions her body made whenever it walked. She felt them, but as a deep obligato, a sense of ongoing rightness, function. Her awareness went over and beyond mechanical symbol shuffling. It shaped the ongoing general pattern, as a sculptor shapes clay, with hands that know of themselves what to do. Artist, scientist, athlete, at the brief pinnacle of achievement. Thus had linkage felt to Christine Burns. It did not to Joelle. Christine had been an ordinary linker. Joelle was a holothete who had transcended that experience. Perhaps the difference resembled that between a devout Catholic layman at prayer and St. John of the Cross. Besides, this present work was routine. Joelle had merely to direct, by her thoughts, equipment which sent the ship along a standard set of curves through a known set of configurations. The unaided computer could have done as well, had it been worth the trouble of readjusting several circuits. Broderson's robot performed the same kind of task. Christine the linker had been signed on because Emissary was heading into the totally unknown, where survival might turn on a flash decision that could never have been foreseen and programmed for. She herself, had she lived, would have found this maneuvering easy. Joelle found it soothing. She leaned back in her chair, conscious of regained weight, and enjoyed her oneness with the vessel. She could not hear and feel, but she could sense how the drive whispered. Migma cells were generating gigawatts of fusion power to split water, ionize its atoms, hurl the plasma out through the jet focuser at a speed close to that of light itself. But the efficiency was superb, a triumph as great as the cathedral at Chartres. Nothing appeared but the dimmest glow streaming aft for a few kilometers, and the onward motion of the hull. Motion. It would last for several hours at ever-changing orientations and configurations, as Emissary wove her way through the stargate between Phoebus and Sol. However, at present, there was only a straightforward boost toward the first of the beacons. Joelle stirred and scowled. With less than half her attention engaged, she could not for long dismiss her fear of imprisonment ahead. But then the view-screen happened to catch the T-machine itself, and she was lifted off into a miracle which never dulled. At its distance, the cylinder was a tiny streak among hosts and clouds of stars. She magnified and the shape grew clear, though the dimensions remained an abstraction. Length about 1,000 kilometers, diameter slightly more than 2. It spun around its long axis so fast that a point on the rim traveled at 3/4 the speed of light. Nothing on its silvery, brilliant surface told that to the unaided eye, yet somehow an endless, barely perceptible shimmer of changeable colors conveyed a maelstrom sense of the energy locked within. Humans believed that the gleam came from force fields which held together matter compressed to ultimate densities. There were moons which had less mass than yonder engine for opening stargates. In the background glowed 2 more of the beacons which surrounded it, a purple and a gold, and through the instruments Joelle spied a third whose color was radio. This thing the others had forged, and set circling around Phoebus as they had set one at Sol, and one at Centrum, and one at— who dared guess how many stars, across how many light-years and years? What number of sentient races had found them in space, gotten the same impersonal leave to use them, and hungered ever afterward to know who the builders truly were? Out of those, what portion have crippled themselves the way we're doing? Joelle questioned in an upsurge of bitterness. Oh, Dan, it's gone for nothing. You're trying to get the word that could set us free. And then, like a sunburst, she saw what must have come to him early on. He was bound to have thought of it. She remembered him drawling, "Every fox has 2 holes for his burrow." Hope kindled within her. She didn't stop to see how feeble it was, how easily blown out again, for now the spark was enough. Chapter 3. Daniel Broderson was born in what was still called the state of Washington, and had indeed not broken from the USA during the Civil Wars, as several regions attempted, and the Holy Western Republic succeeded in doing. However, for 3 generations before him, the family chief had borne the title Captain General of the Olympic Domain, and exercised a leadership over that peninsula, including the city of Tacoma, which was real, while the claims of the federal government were words. Those barons did not consider themselves nobility. Mike was a fisherman with a queenie old Indian wife, who had invested his money in several boats. When the troubles reached America, he and his men became the nucleus of a group which restored order in the neighborhood, mainly to protect their households. As things worsened, he got appeals to help an ever-growing circle of farms and small towns, until rather to his surprise he was lord of many mountains, forests, vales, and strands, with all the folk therein. Any of them could always bend his ear. He put on no airs. He fell in battle against bandits. His eldest son Bob avenged him in terrifying fashion, annexed the lawless territory to prevent a repetition, and set himself to giving defense and rough justice to his land, so that people could get on with their work. Bob felt loyal to the United States, and twice raised volunteer regiments to fight for its integrity. He lost 2 boys of his own that way, and died while defending Seattle against a fleet which the Holies had sent north. During his lifetime, similar developments went on in British Columbia. American and Canadian nationalism meant much less than the need for local cooperation. Bob married John, his remaining son, to Barbara, daughter of the Captain General of the Fraser Valley. That alliance ripened into close friendship between the families. After Bob's death, a special election overwhelmingly gave his office to John. "We've done okay with the Brodersons, haven't we?" went the word from wharfs and docks, huts and houses, orchards, fields, timber camps, workshops, taverns, from Cape Flattery to Puget Sound, and from Tatoosh to Hoquiam. John's early years in charge were turbulent, but this was due to events outside the Olympic Peninsula, and gradually those too lost their violence. With peace came prosperity, and a reheightening of civilization. The barons had always been fairly well educated, but men of raw action. John endowed schools, imported scholars, listened to them, and read books in what spare time he could find. Thus he came to understand, better even than native shrewdness allowed, that the feudal period was waning. First, the federal military command brought the entire USA under control, as General Macdonough had done in Canada. Then, piece by piece, it established a new civil administration, reached agreement of sorts with the Holy Western Republic and the Mexican Empire, and opened negotiations for amalgamation with its northern neighbor. Meanwhile, the world union created by the Covenant of Lima was spreading. The North American Federation joined within 3 years of being proclaimed, according to a promise made beforehand. This example brought in the last holdout nations, and limited government over the entire human race was a reality, for a time at least. At the start of these events, John decided that his call was to preserve for his people enough home rule that they could continue to live more or less according to their traditions and desires. Over the years he gave way to centralization, step by step, bargaining for every point, and did achieve his wish. In the end he was nominally a squire, holding considerable property, entitled to various honors and perquisites, but a common citizen. In practice he was among the magnates, drawing strength from the respect and affection of the entire Pacific Northwest. Daniel was his third son, who would inherit little wealth and no rank. This suited Daniel quite well. He enjoyed his boyhood: woods, uplands, wild rivers, the sea, horses, cars, watercraft, aircraft, firearms, friends, ceremonies of the guard, rude splendor of the manor until it became a mansion, visits to his mother's relatives, and to cities nearer by, where both pleasure and culture grew steadily more complicated. But restlessness was in him, the legacy of a fighting house, and in his teens he often got into brawls, when he wasn't carousing with low-life buddies or tumbling servant girls. Finally, he enlisted in the emergency corps of the World Union Peace Command. That was very soon after its formation. The Union itself was still an infant that many wanted to strangle. A corpsman hopped from place to place around the globe, later off it as well, and most of them were full of weapons, seeking brisk use. For Broderson, here began a series of careers which eventually landed him on Demeter. His latter-day acquaintances assumed that youth was far behind him in space, and perhaps, at 50 Earth years of age, farther yet in time. He himself seldom thought about it. He kept too busy. Settling his bulk into a chair, he drew forth pipe and tobacco pouch. "Damn the torpedoes," he rumbled. "Full speed ahead." The Governor-General of Demeter blinked at him across her desk. "What?" "A saying of my dad's," Broderson told her. "Means you asked me to come to your office in person, because you didn't want us gabbing about whatever 'tis over the phone. And now you're tiptoeing around the subject as if 'twere a cow barn that hadn't been cleaned lately." He grinned to show he meant no harm. Actually, he suspected he did. "Let's not keep me here mixing up my figures of speech longer than we must. Liz expects me home for dinner, and she's unforgiving if I cause the roast to be overdone." Aurelia Hancock frowned. She was a sizable woman, rather overweight, with blunt features and short gray hair. A cigarette smoldered between yellow-stained fingers. Smoking had hoarsened her voice, and rumor was that she took an uncommon lot of cancer booster shots. As usual, she wore clothes which were earth-modish but conservative: a green tunic with a silver-trimmed open collar, above bell-bottom slacks, and gilt sandals. "I was trying to be pleasant," she said. Broderson's thumb tamped the bowl of his briar. "Thanks," he replied, "but I'm afraid that nohow can this be a nice subject." She bridled. "How do you know what I want to talk about?" "Oh, come down off that ungainly platform, Ori. What else would it be but emissary?" Hancock dragged on her cigarette, lowered it, and said, "All right, Dan. You have got to stop spreading those tales about the ship returning. They simply are not true. My staff and I have our hands full as is, without adding unfounded suspicions that the Council itself is lying to the people." Broderson raised his shaggy brows. "Who says I've been telling stories out of school? I haven't made an appearance on any broadcast or mounted a box and orated in Goddard Park, have I? 4 or 5 weeks ago I asked if you'd heard about emissary, and I've asked you a couple of times since, and you've answered no, that's all." "It isn't. You've been talking." To friends, sure. Since when have your cops been monitoring conversations? Cops? I suppose you mean police detectives. No, Dan, certainly not. What do you take me for? Why would I want to, even, with only 500,000 people in Neapolis and the way they gossip? Word gets to me automatically. Broderson regarded her with fresh respect. She was a political appointee, prominent in the Action Party of the North American Federation, helper and protégé of Ira Quick. But by and large, she hadn't been doing a bad job on Demeter, mediating between the Union Council and a diverse lot of increasingly disaffected colonists. A tinge of pity. Her husband had been a high-powered lawyer on Earth, but there was little demand for his services here, and in spite of his putting on a good show, everybody knew he was far gone into alcoholism without wanting to be cured of it. If anything, though, that made Aurelia Hancock the more formidable. He'd better play close to his vest. I did speak to you first, he said. Yes, and I told you I'd surely have heard if— You never convinced me my evidence was faulty. I tried to, you wouldn't listen, but think. At its distance, how could your robot possibly tell whether that was emissary passing through? Hancock frowned again. Your deception of the Astronautical Control Board about the true purpose of that vessel could affect the continuance of your licenses, you know. Broderson had awaited that line of attack. Ori, he sighed elaborately, let me just rehearse for you exactly what happened. He struck fire to his pipe and got it under way. His glance roved. The room and furniture were to his taste, little of synth about them, mostly handmade of what materials were handy some 70 years ago, when the settlement on Demeter was about a generation old. That'd be half an Earth century, flitted across his mind. I really have soaked this planet up into me, haven't I? Creamy, whorl-grain Daphne wainscoting set off a vase of sunbloom on the desk, and on a shelf behind, a stunning hologram of Mount Lorne, with both moons full above its snows. On his right, 2 windows stood open on a garden. There, terrestrial rose-beds and grass reached to a wrought-iron fence, but a huge old thunder oak remained from the vanished forest, its bluish-green leaves breathing forth a slight gingery odor. And sling plant grew jubilantly over the metal. Ordinary traffic moved along the street, pedestrians, cyclists, bubble of a car and snake of a freighter, whirring on their air cushions. Across the way, a modern house lifted its pastel trapezoid. Yet overhead, the sky arched deeper blue than anywhere on Earth, and Phoebus in afternoon had a mellowness akin to Sol at evening. For a half-second he recalled that barometric pressure was lower, and so was gravity, 80%, but his body was too habituated to feel either any longer. He drew on the pipe, savored a bite across tongue and nostrils, and continued, I never kept my opinion secret. Theory says a T-machine can scoot you to anywhere in space-time within its range, which means space and time. Emissary was on the track of an alien ship that had been observed using a gate in this system, obviously to pass between a couple of points we knew nothing about. I figured the crew and owners would be friendly. Why shouldn't they be? At a minimum, they'd help Emissary return after her mission was completed, and in that case, why not send them home close to the same date as they left? I've heard your argument, Hancock said, but only after you began agitating. If you felt it was that plausible, that important, why didn't you file a report beforehand with the appropriate bureau? Broderson shrugged. Why should I? The idea wasn't absolutely unique to me. Besides, I'm a private citizen. She gave him a narrow look. The wealthiest man on Demeter is not altogether a private citizen. I'm small potatoes next to the rich on Earth, he replied blandly. Like the Rueda clan in Peru, with whom you have a business as well as family relationship? No, you are not entirely a private citizen. Still she stared at him. He sat back, cradling the warmth of his pipe bowl, and let her. Not that he had illusions about his handsomeness. He was a big man, 180 centimeters tall, and thick-boned, muscular, broad in the shoulders, deep in the chest, but of late years he had added girth till he appeared stocky. His head was likewise massive, mesocephalic, square-faced, with a heavy jaw and mouth, jutting Roman nose, eyes gray, wide-set, downward-slanted, crow's-footed, skin-weathered and furrowed. Like most men on Demeter, he went clean-shaven and cropped his hair above the ears. It was straight, coarse, black, with some white streaks, a last inheritance from his great-grandmother. For this meeting, as for most occasions, he wore casual colonial male garb, bolero of orosor leather above a loose blouse, baggy pants tucked into soft half-boots, wide belt holding assorted small tools and instruments in its loops, plus a sheath knife. "Regardless," he said, keeping his amicable tone, "I don't know of any laws I've broken, nor bent unrepairably far out of shape." "Don't be too cocksure about that," she warned. Maybe we'd better run through the story from the beginning and see if you can point out where I went illegal. Otherwise, relax and enjoy." Broderson took a breath before he continued. "I thought and mentioned to miscellaneous people that Emissary might come back early. Few paid me much heed. Yes, as you've guessed, I did sponsor that robot observer the Foundation sent to study the T-machine, but it was mainly doing legitimate scientific work. And I've yet to get a satisfactory explanation of why it was required to take up such a distant orbit." "Hold, if you will. Let me rant for a minute longer." Though his eyelids crinkled, belying the imperious note, his voice tramped on. "Space regs don't demand that research plans be explained in detail. And what harm in keeping a lens cocked for Emissary anyway? You accuse me of deception? Blazes, Ori, 'twas the other way around." Just the same, after a few months the observer did return and beamed a message to the station it was supposed to, under certain circumstances. I called you and asked, sort of tactfully, I think, if you knew anything about the matter. You said no. I checked with Earth, and everybody I contacted there said no, too. Now, I'd hate to call them all liars. Especially you, Ori. Nevertheless, today you invited me down for a confidential discussion, which seems to be about gagging me." She straightened in her chair, gripped her desktop, and defied him. "You were jumping to conclusions from the start. Absurd conclusions. Must I run barefoot through the cow barn for you?" His note of patience was not spontaneous. He had planned his tactics en route to this house. "Directly or indirectly, you've got to have heard my reasoning before. But okay, here it is again." She pulled smoke into her lungs and waited. He thought fleetingly how much human discourse was like this, barren repetition if not mere tom-tom beat, and wondered if the others were free of the necessity, if they could speak straight to a meaningful point. "The robot spotted a Reyna-class transport popping out of a gate," he said. "Sure, it was too far off to identify the ship, but we humans have built nothing bigger, and the shape was right. Either that was a Reyna, or it was a non-human vessel of the same general kind. The robot then tracked Faraday closing in on the newcomer, and then tracked them both as they followed the Phoebus to Sol guide path. That was enough for its program to decide it should come home and report. Still, Ori, I didn't swan dive whooping off the deep end. I began by having my agents on Earth learn exactly where every other Reyna was at that time. It turned out none of them could have been what my observer saw. All were accounted for, in the solar system or this one. Meanwhile, Faraday returned to Phoebus and resumed her duties. I had a Foundation director beam Captain Archer a polite inquiry as to what had happened. He answered that there had been nothing unusual. A freighter had developed some trouble in transit from Sol, and he escorted her back as a precaution. And no, she was not a Reyna, but a princessa, and if our robot claimed otherwise, we'd better have its instruments overhauled. Now look, Ori, I know that observer is in perfect shape. So what the devil do you want me to think? Either that was a non-human ship, or she was Emissary, which I imagine you'll agree is more likely by a whisker or three. Whichever, 'tis the biggest story since— Take your choice, and nobody in authority has a bloody damn thing to say about it." Broderson leaned forward. His pipe stem jabbed the air. "I give you probably most of those I've queried, or my agents have, are honest," he said. "They really had no information. In a couple of cases they took the trouble to send off inquiries of their own, and got back a negative. It's understandable that they didn't then dig further. They consider their time valuable, and I've got the reputation of being a troublemaker. Why should they assume my data were valid? Doubtless, several of them decided I was lying for some obscure purpose. Well, you've been on Demeter long enough to know me better than that, no? And for my part, when I first contacted you about this and you said you'd heard nothing, I believed. When I asked again later and you said you were investigating, I believed also. Since then, however, frankly, I've grown more and more skeptical." So, why have you summoned me today?" Hancock tossed the stub of her cigarette down an ash-taker, took another from a box, and struck it alight in a savage motion. "You mentioned my wanting to gag you," she said. "Call it what you please. It's what I mean to do." Not quite a surprise. Broderson willed his belly muscles to untighten, his response to be soft. "For what reason and by what right?" She met his gaze square on. "I've received an answer to my communications about this affair from an extremely high quarter. The public interest demands that for an indefinite time there be no release of news. That includes the allegations you've been making." "Public interest, eh?" "Yes. I wish—" The hand that brought the cigarette to Hancock's lips was less than steady. "Dan," she said almost sadly, "we've been at loggerheads before. I realize how much you oppose certain policies of the Union, and how you're becoming a spokesman for that attitude among Demetrians. Nevertheless, I've esteemed you, and dared hope you believed I also wanted the best for this planet. We've worked together even, haven't we? Like when I talked the Council into making the extra appropriation for the university you wanted? Or you lobbied your stiff-necked colonial parliament into approving the ecological authority that I'd persuaded you had become a necessity? May I ask today for a bit more of your trust?" "Sure," he said, "if you'll tell me the reasons." She shook her head. "I can't. You see, I haven't been given the details myself. It's that crucial. But those who've requested my help, I trust them." "Notably Ira Quick?" Broderson couldn't neutralize the acid in his reply. She stiffened. "As you like. He is the Minister of Research and Development." "And a drive wheel in the Action Party, which leads all those factions on Earth that'd rather not see us go out into the galaxy." Broderson curbed his temper. "Let's not argue politics. What are you free to tell me? I presume you can give me some argument, some reason to dog my hatch." Hancock streamed smoke while she stared at the glowing butt she held on the desktop. "They suggested a hypothetical case to me. Imagine you're right, that Emissary has in fact returned, but she was bearing something terrible." "A plague? A swarm of vampires? For Pete's sake, Ori! And Pauls, Matts, Marks, Lukes, and Jacks." "It could simply be bad news. We've taken a lot of things for granted. For instance, that every civilization technologically advanced beyond us must be peaceful, else they couldn't have lasted. Which is a logical non sequitur, actually. Suppose Emissary discovered a conquering race of interstellar Huns." "If nothing else, I doubt the others would sit still for that." "However, supposing it, why, I'd want to alert my species so we could ready our defenses." Hancock gave Broderson a pale smile. "That was my own offhand example. I admit it's not very plausible." "Then feed me one that is." She winced. "All right. Since you mentioned the others, suppose there are none." "Huh?" "Somebody built the T-machines and lets us use them." "Robots. When the first explorers reached the machine in the solar system, the thing that spoke to them did not hide that it was only a robot. We built up our whole concept of the others from nothing more than what it said, which is awfully little, Dan, if you stop to think. Suppose emissaries brought back proof that we're wrong, that the others are extinct or never existed, or are basically evil, or whatever you can imagine. You're a born heretic. You don't find any of this unthinkable, do you?" "No. I do find it extremely unlikely. But supposing it for the sake of argument, what then?" "You could keep your sanity, but you're an exceptional sort. Could humankind as a whole?" "What are you getting at?" Once more Hancock raised her tormented head to confront him. "You like to read history," she said, "and as an entrepreneur, you're a kind of practical politician. Must I spell out for you what it would mean? The shattering of our image of the others?" Broderson's pipe had died. He resurrected it. "Maybe you must." "Well, look, man." He was oddly moved by the Americanism. They shared that background, though she came from the Midwest. "And Joelle was born in Pennsylvania," he remembered. "Where are you now, Joelle?" When they found out what that strange object was, an actual T-machine, and heard what the robot had to tell them, it may have been the greatest shock the human race has ever undergone, the whole human race. You had to take Jesus or Buddha on faith, and the faith spread slowly. But here, overnight, was direct proof that beings exist superior to us. Not merely in science and technology, no. What the voice said indicated they were beyond us in their own selves. Angels, gods, whatever name you care to give, and seemingly benign but indifferent. We were told how to get from Sol to Phoebus and back. We were free to settle Demeter if we chose. The rest was left to us, including how to go onward from here. Yeah, sure, he encouraged her. Probably that was a large part of the shock, the indifference. Suddenly, humans realized for a fact that they aren't anything special in the universe, but at the same time there is something to aspire to. No wonder a million cults, theories, self-assertions, outright lunacy sprang up. No wonder that after a while Earth exploded. I wouldn't blame the Troubles entirely on the revelation, Broderson said. The balance that had been reached earlier was almighty precarious. If anything, I think the idea of the others helped keep everybody from running amok, helped keep the real planet-killer weapons from seeing overmuch use. So Earth is still habitable. As you like, Hancock replied. The point is, that idea has made a tremendous difference, maybe more than any traditional religion ever did. She braced herself to go on. Okay, suppose the emissary expedition learned it's a false idea. As I suggested, maybe the others are dead, or moved elsewhere, or less than we think, or worse than we think. Let that news out with no forewarning. Let hysterical commentators knock the foundations loose from under hundreds of millions of people, and what happens? The Union isn't firmly enough grounded that it can survive worldwide mania. And next time around, the planet killers might well get unleashed. Dan, she begged, do you see why we have to keep silence for a while? He puffed his pipe. I'm afraid I'll need the details, he answered. But you admitted this was hypothetical, didn't you? Well, I don't buy the hypothesis. If the others were monsters, we wouldn't be sitting here. We'd be wiped out. Or we'd be domestic animals of theirs, or whatever. If they're extinct... Tell me how a species capable of building T-machines is going to let itself become extinct. Nor do I imagine they're not better than us. With that kind of technology, wouldn't you improve your own race? Supposing evolution had not already done it for you. And as for them collectively going off to live in some kind of parallel universe, why should they? When this one we've got is loaded with more fun than anybody can use up before the last star burns out. I didn't claim any of those was the case, Hancock said. I was only giving you some examples. Uh-huh. Ever heard of Occam's razor? I've shaved with it from time to time. Choose the simplest explanation for the facts. Right. And in this case, what is the simplest? I propose that Emissary did return, that the story she brought was of how we might go beyond these two planetary systems we have, that certain politicians on Earth don't like that possibility and want to suppress it, and that you, Ori, have now gotten your marching orders. I imagine you agree in principle anyway. You belong to the Action Party. Broderson barked it forth. He might as well, his back to the wall of a decision already made, and perhaps he could provoke a little truth out of her who would become his enemy. Yet he was jarred when she said in her coldest manner, I consider that an insult, Captain Broderson. But never mind. If you won't cooperate freely, we'll have to apply duress. You are not going to continue talking as you have been. Chill ran through him. He had come expecting that she would lay heavy pressure on him, but not a grab claw. Ever read the Covenant? He asked low. I mean, the free speech clause? Have you read the provision for emergencies and the laws enacted under it? She retorted, though he could see her hurting. Yeah, so? I declare an emergency. Come back in 5 years and take the matter to court. Hancock reached for a fresh cigarette. Dan, she stated unhappily, I've got the cops, as you call them. Until we can agree about this business, you're under arrest. She meant he would be confined to his home, his mail and phone monitored. Maybe she was sincere in her promise that her surveillance men would only activate their electronic eavesdroppers when he had visitors. He could conduct his business as usual from the house. These days, it mostly ran itself anyway, and could give whatever reason he chose, such as a prolonged attack of the galloping collywobbles, for not leaving the place. If he said it was on her orders, though, she told the news media that he was being held while his company was investigated on suspicion of fraud. She thought she could probably let him go in a month or two. That would depend on what she heard from Earth. He didn't waste energy roaring. "You're being a government, Ori," he remarked. When she gave him an inquiring glance, he explained, "The single definition of government I've ever seen that makes sense is that it's the organization which claims the right to kill people who won't do what it wants." He could have gone on to admit that he was oversimplifying, since she was obviously acting on behalf of a group whose own behavior might well be unlawful. But he didn't think it was worth his while. Chapter 4. 2 courteous plainclothes policemen escorted Broderson from the governor's house and rode home with him in his car. By then Demeter was completing another day, 10% shorter than Earth's. The sun was hidden behind Anvil Hill, which loomed blue-gray at the end of Pioneer Avenue, with the dome of the Capitol shining gold on its brow. Right and left the city reached, an uncluttered view of intermingled dwellings, small factories, stores, service enterprises, most buildings surrounded by lawns and flowers. At his back, the Europa River gleamed broad on its way to Apollo Bay, and thence the Hephaestian Sea. The opposite shore was farmland, fields of wheat and corn vividly green at this season, against a few remaining bluish stands of mariflora and rain-catch. A moon stood high at half-phase, wan and mottled amidst cloudless azure. Wings cruised up there, frailes and bucearos seeking their nests, starlarks rising to hunt through the dusk. The air blew cool and bore wild scents from the hinterland eastward. "How beautiful this is," passed through him as he came outdoors, together with a few lines from his favorite poet, penned more than 2 centuries ago. "God gave all men all earth to love, but since our hearts are small, ordained for each one spot should prove beloved over all." And at the same time, "No, damnation, it isn't enough. We have a whole universe to live in, if we can break past the powermongers." Sharply to him came the memories. Earth seen from space, tiny, gorgeously beswirled, infinitely precious. Lunar craters beneath a blaze of stars, a Martian dawn red, red, red over sands and boulders and colors, the mighty sight of many-banded Jupiter, his first glimpse of Phoebus athwart new constellations. What else had Joel witnessed? What else could he? "Nice weather," said one of the officers. "Looks like we won't get the summer storms till Hectos or Hebdomus this year." "Yeah," Broderson responded like a machine. A part of him noted that the young men beside him had been born here. They used the Demetrian calendar automatically. Few were the atoms in them that had come from Earth. What did they individually think about the prospect of humankind getting the freedom of the cosmos? Doubtless they'd say that was a great idea, until some neo-collectivist gave them an estimate of the social cost. What then? He forbore to ask. Instead, he steered for the Église de Saint-Michel suburb. Traffic was not so thick in Neapolis that autopilots were mandatory. Hidden Mountain Road lay gold at evening. Houses and gardens widely separated, native meadows and woodlands in between. His own dwelling was designed for the climate, a Hawaiian-style bungalow in half a hectare of Lodix lawn and terrestrial flowers. "How do you fellows plan to get back?" he asked as he pulled into the carport. "We'll be around here till we're relieved, sir," was the answer. Want to stop in for a cup of coffee?" "We'd better not, sir. Thanks anyway." Broderson grinned at his passenger's embarrassment, which very slightly eased the anger in him, and got out. They moved off the property and vanished behind a tall Devizia hedge, doubtless to take stations watchful of both his front and rear entrances. After patting his German shepherd hello, he went on into the house. The living room was long and high, paneled like the office where he had been, a stone fireplace that he had built himself, standing archaic opposite a broad window showing the patio. It was full of fragrances from the blooms his wife had brought in. She had music going, some of her cherished Sibelius, but softly, while she sat in a lounger, the cat on her lap, and studied an engineering report. After he hired her, he soon found she rated rapid promotion. After they were married, he made her his full partner. These days, Elisabeth Leno occupied much of her time with matters outside of Chehalis enterprises. civic, theatrical, horticultural, not to mention 2 lively youngsters. But the company still could not have managed well without her. "Hi," she said, laid the papers down and rose, expecting to kiss him. She was a rangy woman, ivory-skinned, brown-haired, husky-voiced, today clad in a dress whose shortness did justice to her legs. Sharp, almost classical features lost their look of gladness. "You've got a face full of riptides. It went badly, didn't it?" "I want beer," he growled, and hauled a bottle from a cooler cabinet behind a small bar. His manners came back to him. You too?" She walked across to embrace him lightly. "I'll wait for cocktail hour. What happened, darling?" "Plenty, and all ungood." He poured into a silver mug from a set he'd brought back from his last trip to Earth, baggage charges be damned, for their 9th wedding anniversary this Demetrian year. The feel of it in his fist, and the chill pungency in his mouth were comforting. She studied him. "You've made up your mind what to do?" she said. "I'm working on it. You're involved, of course, starting as chief consultant." "Then tell me." She took his hand and led him toward the couch. He let her sit down while he paced and talked, gulping between harsh passages. At the end he summarized. "Seems obvious to me. A bunch of anti-stellar types have formed a cabal. They must have members in several national governments, plus doubtless the Union Council, the bureaucracy, and the Space Corps. Quite likely they took more seriously than they let on the notion that emissary might return earlier than expected, and kept sort of on the ready. So she's being held incommunicado while they decide how to handle her. Meanwhile, I've been getting too noisy, so Hancock got word to muzzle me. I doubt she was ever in on any conspiracy, but she is loyal to the Action Party in general, and her political sponsors in particular. If they tell her it's her duty to enforce silence, she'll accept that without asking inconvenient questions." He shrugged. "I suppose I should give thanks she isn't the type to take stronger measures than she has." Liz let silence fall for a moment, together with twilight, before she murmured, "I don't suppose there is any possibility that they may be right." "What do you think?" "Oh, we've been over this territory often enough, and you know I agree with you. I simply wondered. One does hate to imagine corruption in high levels of the Union." "The Union? Doesn't one? What do you plan to do?" He stopped, stared down at her, and said, "What can I? Except be a good boy, and you be a good girl. Hancock understood I'd tell you how things are, but warned me you'd be in Dutch too if you talked. We'll let out that I'm, indisposed. For weeks isn't believable. I've turned hermit in order to work on a new idea for the business, which has to stay secret till it's ready. You take over in the office for me." "What?" She was astounded. "You, Dan? That tamely?" He shook his head and laid a finger across his lips. "What choice have we got? I could be worse off than taking an enforced vacation. Might read some of those books you're always urging me to. Now look, sweetheart, I'm tired and grumped, and won't appreciate your dinner unless I can relax first, okay?" Her gaze upon him grew knowing. "Okay," she said. Accordingly, for the next while, they went through their family routine. After a second beer, he took the children to the rec room for the half-hour plus with Daddy, which was theirs by right. Mike, going on 2 Earth calendar, was content to stump around laughing, get jounced on an ankle, and join wordlessly in some songs. He came closer to carrying the tunes than his father did, though that wasn't saying much. Barbara at 7 demanded as well that he draw a picture and tell her the latest installment of his saga of Slewfoot the Orasaur. In his childhood, Captain General John had told him about Slewfoot the Bear, but that was on Earth. He ended the current adventure rather abruptly, with a safe return to Queet's Castle. She sensed his haste. "Are you going away again?" she asked. "I'm not sure, darling," he said. It twisted within him. "I may have to." How warm she sat between his hands. "For long?" "I certainly hope not. You know how I've got to make trips sometimes to find money. If I must go, well, I'll come home as soon as may be with a load of presents and a lot of new stories." Hugging her, "You'll help Mother same as before, right? That's my lassie." She cast her arms about his neck. He supposed that eavesdroppers who might be using pickups in spite of Hancock's promise wouldn't attach any importance to such an exchange. Nevertheless, After the kids were back in the nursery and he had settled down for a drink with Liz, he took the precaution of remarking, "About my confinement to quarters, I do wonder if I can't get leave to visit Chinook. There are several things that need my personal attention. Even Barbara could feel I'm anxious to take care of them. They can send a couple of their damn guards along to make sure I don't blurt." "Well, you can try," she answered. "In a few days I might, when tempers have cooled." As aware of his mood as their daughter, she changed the subject. They always had plenty to talk about. The business itself was endlessly varied. Chehalis held most spacecraft in the Phoebean system and conducted most undertakings off Demeter, on its own or under contract, transport, prospecting, mining, manufacturing, exploration, pure research. This inevitably involved it in widespread aspects of the colony's economy and politics, and increasingly with Earth. Beyond that, without having ambitions for public office, they both took a close interest in public affairs. They went sailing or on wilderness trips together, skied, figure-skated, played tennis and slapdash chess and Machiavellian poker, worked on their house and grounds. They often strolled out to watch the stars and wonder what dwelt yonder. This evening, they got onto some recent discoveries about an odd relationship between the dominant hypersauroids and the primitive theroids along the Ionian Gulf littoral, and almost forgot their troubles. Afterward, the children made dinner enjoyable. But when man and wife alone were awake, Broderson said, "I feel restless. Think I'll tinker with that monofilm recorder. Why don't you come along and help?" Such projects were not among Liz's hobbies, but she caught his meaning and replied, "Sure." They sought his workshop. In half an hour he had cobbled together the apparatus he wanted from an ample supply of spare parts and activated it. A whine filled the equipment-crowded chamber. He clicked his tongue. "Dear me, inefficient." "Is that to cover our voices?" she inquired. She had realized what worried him. People spoke Finnish on her parents' farm in the Trollberg region, and he had acquired a few extra languages in the years when he knocked about Earth. But all he and she had in common were English, their everyday tongue, and Spanish, both of which would be known to any detective. "No," he explained. "Sonics wouldn't work, at least not without a lot of fancy heterodyning gear. This is no more than a high-powered wideband radio noise generator, which ought to jam electronic communications within a couple 100 meters. And seem accidental. I'm assuming the opposition has planted bugs along our walls to pick up speech inside and buck it onto a receiver. Easy to do. Those things are small. You could lob them into the shrubbery with a slingshot." Dread touched her. "Do you really believe Ori Hancock would order that? Or the police would obey? Demeter's supposed to be a free society." "Supposed to be? It's actually a set of societies, you know, and a lot of mother countries aren't exactly libertarian. If I were governor, I'd keep a few men on the force whose background doesn't include scruples about privacy. Might need 'em someday to deal with criminals who are finding this planet a happy hunting ground." Broderson hitched himself onto the workbench and sat swinging his legs. "Anyway, Liz, I don't believe we're bugged. I'm assuming it. This matter's too big for optimism. Tomorrow you have Mamoru Saigo come around with a detector and check for spy gadgets. If he finds any, I'd suggest you destroy them, but first speak a sharp message that if this happens again, you'll go to court and the news media both." She was mute among the tools while her gaze searched him. The window behind her was closed and blinded, but from it breathed a slight chill, like a sense of the darkness beyond. "You won't be here, then?" she foreknew. He fumbled after pipe and tobacco. "Afraid not, honey. We can't let the bastards ream us out, can we? Judas Priest! The whole future of human spacefaring! Besides, have you forgotten? The mate aboard Emissary is Carlos Rueda Suarez, my friend, Tony's cousin. I don't write family off." "Also, Joelle Key, if she's alive," Liz said quietly. He winced from the pain he saw in her. "Yeah, well, an old friend, too." "More than a friend." Liz raised a palm. "No, don't bother pretending. I've never objected to your little flings, have I? I'd like to meet Joelle myself. She must be rather special to mean this much to you. You've never mentioned her to me as casually as you imagined you did." "You win," he said, fiery-faced. Not that we got romantic, understand. She's too strange for that. But anyway, the main point is, I don't see how the cabal can ever let Emissary go. The publicity would wreck their whole aim, and their personal careers to boot. At the same time, it's dangerous maintaining prisoners. They may decide on a massacre. If they are that villainous, if there is a cabal. He nodded. The chance I take that I'm mistaken. As well as chances with your life, Dan? Not too bad, honest. I value my hide. It's the only one I've got. What do you want to do, essentially? Go to Earth. Investigate. Act. Mainly, I suppose, alert the Rueda clan. At most, they've all heard vague rumors. I haven't written to them directly, as you know, because I wasn't that sure of my facts. And then when I was, I trustingly asked Ori to push her queries harder, and then today she dumped this crockful over me. Our mail is bound to be intercepted, stopped if it says anything inconvenient. Nobody that I know on Demeter whom I might somehow pass the word to, nobody knows his way around Earth, or has the connections I do there. No, I must get to Lima in person and talk to the senor. How? He paused in stuffing his pipe to give her a lopsided grin. Liz, that plain and practical a question alone, right in this hour, would make me love you. He had not seen her blush and drop her glance in a long time. She squeezed his thigh. We're partners, remember? She whispered. I'm not about to forget. He set his smoking apparatus down to lay a hand over hers. Okay, we haven't a truckload of time. We'd better conspire onward. I don't yet have an exact plan. Mainly, I figure it's needful I bust free, out of reach, and immediately. If nothing is seen or heard of me for the next 2-3 days, I think Ori'll take for granted I'm sulking in my tent. After that, however, it'd seem funny if I didn't at least make an occasional phone call, so I'll skite off tonight. She didn't require details. None but the two of them knew about their tunnel. A few years past, he'd rented a borer to add a wine cellar to their storm shelter. While he was at it, he excavated a crawlway to the middle of the woods, north of their land, reinforcing with spraycrete. That was during the bitter dispute, on and around Earth, regarding jurisdiction and property rights among the asteroids, when for a while it looked as if the Iliadic League would secede. If that federation of orbital and lunar colonies left the Union, and the Union probably resorted to arms to bring it back, God knew what would happen, also on Demeter. The crisis faded away in grumbling compromise, but Broderson still jawed himself for not having provided a secret exit from the house before then. He'd seen enough disasters, most of them due to governments, that he should have taken out that insurance at the start. From the woods he could hike 5 kilometers to a lonely Airbus stop, fly to a distant town and rent a car. He had established a couple of fake identities, complete with excellent credit ratings, to protect privacy when he and his traveled. In the pond that was Demeter, population less than 3 million, he'd become a bigger frog than he liked. What next? Liz asked. Let's think, he said, kindling tobacco and drinking smoke. Obviously, I'll need transportation to Seoul, transportation that'll do me some good after I get there. Chinook. What else? The crew she can carry, the supplies aboard, the auxiliary boat. Besides, Willowaw is practically designed for jobs like snatching me unbeknownst from wherever I am on this planet. How do you hope you'll get Chinook through the gate, past the watch-ship? He chuckled. The prospect of operating, instead of being operated on, cheered him immensely. Not that he welcomed the present mess. Yet in recent years, his days had gotten too predictable for his taste. We'll figure that out. If you can't handle the negotiations, dear, we'd better both report to the Gero Clinic. Offhand, well, Aventureros, the parent company of Chehalis, certainly could use another big freighter within the solar system. And with no prospect now of Chinook going starward, why, we might as well put her on charter there. He snapped his fingers. Hey, yes, that'd give her the perfect official reason to contact the Ruedas. Leaning forward, going earnest, yes, let's count on that. Tomorrow you buzz the crew folk, speak about a possible trip to Seoul on short notice, and invite them here for a conference about it. La Hancock did tell me quite frankly we'd be bugged whenever we had visitors, and jamming at that time would look too suspicious. But you can prepare written summaries to hand out, and all the real talk can be in writing. while harmless things are spoken that you can also have written out beforehand. They're bright people I picked, quick studies. They'll put on a convincing show." Liz frowned. "Will they necessarily go along with such a risky venture?" "Well, some may be too law-abiding or something. However, I feel sure that if any refuse, they'll still be loyal enough that they won't run off and blab. I didn't choose them to be my crew on a possible voyage to new planets without getting to know each one of them pretty well." "Even so, Aurelia is no fool. If she learns that Chinook is about to leave, she may slap on a hold on whatever pretext she can think of, just to play safe." "Need she know? The Governor-General's office doesn't usually keep track of spaceship comings and goings. I have little doubt you can hit on an arrangement." Broderson hesitated before adding, "In due course she will grow certain I've vamoosed, and quite likely speculate that I was smuggled aboard. You'll be in for considerable static, I'm afraid." "I can give as good as I get," she assured him. He smiled. "Yeah, how well I know. I don't see how she can make really serious trouble for you without tipping her hand, which she mustn't. What can she legally prove? Except maybe that you helped your husband break out of a dubiously legal custody. And if that came to trial, wow." "She might trump up something worse," Liz said. "Not that I think she'd want to. She's not basically a commissar, but she might be ordered to." "Our lawyers can drag out any court case for months," he reminded her. "By that time, I should have gotten the whole stinking business busted to flinders." He frowned. "Of course, if I fail—" "Don't worry about me," she interrupted. "You know I'll manage." Again she grew quiet, standing beside him. "I'll be afraid on your account," she said at last. "Don't be." He shifted his pipe and laid an arm around her shoulders. "Well, since you are bound to go, let's plan things carefully. For openers, how do we keep in touch?" "Through Abner Croft," he proposed. That was among his fictitious personalities. Abner Croft owned a cabin on Lake Artemis, 100 kilometers hence. His phone possessed more than a scrambler. It had a military gadget Broderson had learned about on Earth and recreated for himself, as an extra precaution during the Iliadic crisis. A tap on the line would register a banal, pre-recorded conversation. He and Liz had had fun creating several such, using disguises and voder-altered voices. He could get in circuit from any third instrument by requesting a conference call. The switching machinery didn't care. She said. "Where do you expect you'll actually be?" "In the uplands. Logical area, no?" She paused. "With Kathleen?" Taken aback because she spoke so gravely, he floundered. "Well, that's where she is this time of year. Everybody local will know how to find her, and think it quite natural that an outside visitor would want to hear a few songs of hers. And who else could better keep me concealed, or tell what's a safe rendezvous in those parts, or whatever?" He puffed hard. Liz touched him anew, and now she did not let go. "Forgive me that I asked," she said low. "I'm not protesting. You're right, she's a fine bet to help us, but you see— No, I'm not jealous, but I might never see you again after tonight, and she means a great deal more to you than Joelle, doesn't she?" "Oh, sweetheart." He laid his pipe aside to slide from the bench and stand holding her. Head on his breast, fingers tight against his back, she let the words tumble forth, though she kept them soft. "Dan, dearest, understand. I know you love me, and after that wretched marriage of mine broke up, when I met you, everything you've been says you love me. But you, your first wife, you are never happier than when you had Antonia, were you?" "No," he confessed around a thickness. "Except you've given me—" "Hush! I've made it clear to you I don't mind. Enough to matter. If you wander a bit once in a while, you meet a lot of assorted people, and I don't usually go along on your business trips to Earth, and you're a mighty attractive bull. Did I ever tell you? No, shut up, darling, let me finish. I don't worry about Joelle. From what little you've said, there's a kind of witchcraft about her, a holothete, but you didn't ever invent excuses to go back to her. Kathleen, though—" "Her either," he tried. "You haven't told me she was anything but a friend and occasional playmate." Well, you haven't told me that openly about anyone. You're a private person in your way, Dan, but I've come to know you regardless. I've watched you two when she came visiting. Kathleen is quite a bit like Tony, isn't she?" He could only grip her to him for reply. "You said I didn't have to be a monogamist myself," Liz blurted, "and maybe I won't always." She gulped a giggle. "What a pair of anachronisms we are, knowing what monogamy means. But since we got married, Dan, nobody's been worth the trouble. And nobody will be while you're away this trip, and I don't know if you'll get back." "I will," he vowed. "I will, to you. You'll do your damnedest, sure, which is one blazing hell of a damnedest." She raised her face to his. He saw tears, and felt and tasted them. "I'm sorry," she got forth. "I shouldn't have mentioned Kathleen, except give her my love, please." I said earlier your practical question reminded me what kind of people you are," he stammered. "Then, you're flat-out unbelievably good." Liz disengaged, stepped back, flowed her hands from his ribs to his hips, and said far down in her throat, "Thanks, chum. Now look, this'll be a short night. You'll want to catch a bus when the passengers are sleepy, and we've got a lot of plotting to do yet. First, however—" Warmth rose in him. He returned. Chapter 5. 300 kilometers east of the Hephaestian Sea, 2,000 north of Iopolis, the uplands rose. There a number of immigrants from northern Europe had settled during the past century's inflow. Like most colonists, once it became possible to survive beyond the original town and its technological support, they tended to clump together with their own kind. Farmers, herders, lumberjacks, hunters. They lived in primitive fashion for lack of machinery. Freight costs from Earth were enormous. Later, when Demetrian industry began to grow, they acquired some modern equipment, but not much, because in the meantime they developed ways well suited to coping with their particular country. Moreover, most of them didn't care to become dependent on outsiders. They or their ancestors had moved here to be free of governments, corporations, unions, and other monopolies. That spirit endured. The folk who bore it had evolved a whole ethos. In their homes, many of them continued to speak the original languages. But given that variety, English was the common tongue, in a new dialect. Traditions blended together, mutated or sprang spontaneously into being. For instance, at winter solstice, cold, murk snow in this part of the continent, which humans called Ionia, they celebrated Yule, not Christmas, which still went by the terrestrial calendar, with feasting, mirth, decorations, gifts, and reunions. Halfway around the Demetrian year they found a different occasion for gatherings, more frankly bacchanalian. Then bonfire signaled to bonfire across rugged distances, while around them went dancing, drinking, eating, singing, japing, gaming, sporting, love-making, from sundown to sunrise. For the past 3 years, Kathleen Margaret Mulryan had given music at that season to those who met on Trollberg, when she wasn't busy with associated pleasures. She was again on her way, afoot along the dirt road, since the journey was part of the fun. As she went, she practiced the latest song she had made for the festival, skipping to its waltz time while her clear soprano lifted. "In silver blue the dew lies bright, the midsummer night is abrim with light. Come, take each other by the hand, for music has wakened all over the land." Fingers bounced across the control board of the sonador she held in the crook of her left arm. Programmed to imitate a flute, though louder, the mahogany-colored box piped beneath her chorus. "Go gladly up and gladly down, the dancing flies outward like laughter. From blossom field to mountain crown, rejoice in the joy that comes after." Dust puffed from under her shoes. Around her the heights dreamed beneath the amber glow of a Phoebus, declining westward, close to its northernmost point in a sky where a few clouds drifted white. The road followed the Astrid River, which rippled and gurgled green with glacial flower, on her right, downward bound to Agua Branca, where it would enter the mighty Europa. Beyond the stream lay untouched native ground, steeply falling into a dale already full of dusk, clothed in bluish-green growth wherever boulders did not thrust forth, lodix like a kind of trilobate grass or clover, gemmed with petals of arrowhead and sunbloom, between coppices of tall redlands and supple daphne. Insectoids swarmed, gorgeously hued flamewings, leaping hop shrubs, multitudinous humbugs. A bright-plumed fraley cruised among them. A minstrel warbled from a bough, a couple of bucearos swooped overhead, and a drac hovered lean far above. Not birds, these, but hypersauroids, like every well-developed vertebrate which Demeter had brought forth. Pungencies that roused memories of resin and cinnamon drifted on a south breeze, which was rapidly cooling off the afternoon. On Kathleen's left ran a rail fence. Somewhat level, till it met a scarp 3 or 4 kilometers off, the soil thus demarked had been converted to pasture for terrestrial livestock, and further on, barley fields for humans. To the invaders from space, Demetrian meat and vegetation were often edible, occasionally delicious. She had been plucking moonberries, pearl apples, and dulcifruct ever since she got off the bus at Frydorp, but they lacked the whole complement of vitamins and amino acids, while containing several that were useless. The imported plants were intensely verdant, the cattle that grazed them fantastically red. Behind her, the road twisted out of sight around a hill. Ahead, it climbed like a snake. Beyond the next ridge, she could see Trollberg, wooded and meadowed to its top. Ghost faint at its back floated the Phaeacian snow peaks, Mount Lorn their lord. The music sparkles, fleet and sweet. She sways there before him on eager feet, so lithe and blithe and garlanded, with roses and starshine around her dear head. Go gladly up and gladly down. The dancing flies outward like laughter. Kathleen halted. From a wilderness thicket had appeared a garm. Grey-furred, round-snouted, bob-tailed, tiger-sized, it flowed along in a gracefulness that brought a gasp of admiration from her. Neither need fear. Demetrian carnivores didn't like the scent of terrestrial animals and never attacked them. For their part, human hunters tried to preserve the balance of a nature which provided them skins for the market, and the upland folk-meat had declared garms a protected species. The beast stopped too, and stared back at her. It saw a young woman. Her exact age was 34, though being earthborn she thought of it as 25. Of medium height, full-bosomed, withy slender, long in the legs, she bore aloft a curly bronze-brown mane which fell to her shoulders. Her face was wide in the brow, high in the cheekbones, tapering to the chin. But her mouth was broad and full. Beneath arching dark brows were emerald eyes and a short tilted nose. Weather had turned a fair-skinned tawny and added a dusting of freckles. Her tunic and trousers had seen rough use. A krios belt, gaudy rainbow sash encircled them. A backpack carried changes of clothing, sleeping bag, a little dried food, the poems of Yeats, and other travel gear. "Glory be to creation," she breathed. "You're beautiful, mi bucko." The garm vanished back onto its domain. Kathleen sighed and continued along her route. He spurns the turf that once he paced, his arm throws a glowing around her waist. And whirled across the world she sees him light as the wind, and more tall than the trees. Go gladly up. She broke off. A man had stepped into sight, rounding a huge rock behind the fence ahead of her. Equally surprised, after an instant he raised a hand and cried a greeting. Kathleen jogged toward him. He was young too, she saw, stocky, blond. Clad in coveralls, he bore a horn made from a tordiner's tusk, wherewith to call his cows home. "Good day, my girl," he said in his lilting accent when she reached him. Hereabouts that was courteous. "How goes it for you?" "Very well, I thank you, sir, and wish the top of the day to you," she replied in the soft English of her homeland, which long since had taken unto itself the speech of its conquerors and made that its own. "Can I ask where you fare?" "To Trollberg for midsummer." His eyes widened. "Ah, that I guessed. You are Kathleen, true? I'd call you Miss like a gentleman ought, but ken not your last name. Nobody seems to use it." She tolerated his pronunciation. Few Sassenachs or squareheads knew any better. "Aye, for I'm only here at the turning of the sun, when all the province is one great shebeen. It's a fine country I have and dear people, but there's too much else of the planet to be travelling in. Who might you be now?" "Elias de Contus, of Vilnius Farm." He jerked a thumb backward. Above a windbreak of poplars rose what must be chimney smoke. Shyly, "I've heard much about you, and wish Trollberg was in my neighborhood. Or leastwise, that I'd hap to see you come by afore. Walk you always?" She nodded. "What for would I be driving, and never knowing through what I passed?" "But where stay you the nights over? I've heard nil talk of your visiting our scant inns, though more than 2 landlords tell how they'd pay you well for an evening's entertainment." She smiled to show she took no offence as she replied, "Bards sing not for gain, freeholder de Cantus, and a bard I reckon myself to be. If scarcely any Brian Merriman, we may receive gifts, but we sing for love or hospitality. I stay where they give me welcome, else spread my sack on the Lodix." In his awkwardness he exclaimed, "But what leave you on?" and then burned in the cheeks at his gaucherie. "Are you embarrassed now?" she said cheerfully, with a pat for his hand where it clenched the rail. "Why, they all ask me that." She shifted on purpose into flat Eopolitan. "I'm medically trained, though no physician. Winters I work in the city and its hinterland, out of St. Enoch Hospital. The doctor shortage pretty well lets me set whatever terms I want. Of course, were I a decent person, I'd work full-time. But when my lifespan won't reach to exploring Demeter—" She tautened, "and when I have to see people hurting—" She broke off, shivered the tension out, and laughed. "Mercy alive, but I've talked about myself right enough. Shall we be speaking of you?" "There's naught to tell, my lady. This is my father's stead, and I his 3rd son." She cocked her head. "You're a bachelor, then?" He nodded. "Ja. You know our custom in the uplands. When I am married, we can stay in the big house as partners, or we can get help to clear land and raise a dwelling for ourselves. I think I'll pick that. Then you start." "And you've no girl to tell you her wishes in the matter?" "No. Some day. But this is a scoopful about me. Kathleen," he said in a rush, "will you spend the night with us? I promise the whole gang will be delighted." She glanced west. Though shadows were getting long and the mountains turning purple, Phoebus had an hour or better before the horizon captured it. "I thank you, and I thank your kin," she answered, "but I should be at Trollberg inside 3 days, and my plan was for keeping on past sunset, since Persephone will be rising full, big and bright as Luno over earth." Arion, half that apparent size, was already up, its curve ivory upon indigo. "I'll drive you tomorrow as far as you like," he offered. Her expression betokened reluctance. He grew clever. "Yes, you want to be near the land. Well, here's a family in it you've nae met. Our home, our manners, they should interest you. They're unusual. I swear we're no Swedes or British or— Please, you'd make us hurrah. We'd never forget." "Well—" She eased, smiled, moved closer, fluttered her lashes the least bit. "It's too kind you are, Elias Docantus. And sure I'd be of a good evening, stayed I there." "So, if you are certain that himself will not object—" A whir loudened. Turning, they saw a small car approach. Its air cushion threw dust right and left like the foam at the bow of a speeding boat. It reached them and braked in a roar. Tripod slammed down. The bubble top dilated. A big man tumbled out. "Kathleen!" he bawled. She dropped her sonador. "Dan! Oh, Dan!" She sped to him. They grabbed each other. After a while his mouth left hers and sought her ear. "Listen, Makushla," he whispered. "I'm on the run. Hunted. My name is Dan Smith, okay?" "Okay," she breathed back. He felt the elastic slimness of her, smelled sunlit odors of hair and warmer odors of flesh. "What is your wish, my heart?" "Get the devil out of here, to some safe hiding place. Then we'll talk." Broderson had all he could do to stay wary, rather than cast her down and him above. The same effort shuddered in her, stronger than his. She pulled free, wrenched herself around, and said waveringly to the gaping farmer, "Elias, dear, it's a grand surprise I've had. Here is my own fiancé, Daniel Smith. We'd looked not to meet before the festival. He's been upon the road, but since the gods are so kind, can you pardon me at all? I'll be back, the powers willing, and then I'll sing for you." He shook hands and uttered clumsy politeness. Kathleen snatched up her instrument and tugged on Broderson's sleeve. He and she scrambled into the car. It leaped onward. Dakanta stood for a long while staring the way it had gone, before he raised his horn and summoned the cattle. A moon and a half shining, Phoebus not far out of sight, the sky was violet more than black and showed few stars. Of the constellations, only Medea and Ariadne appeared complete. Aphrodite and Zeus, sister planets, stood candle-bright. 3 small clouds glowed. Silver washed across treetops and splashed on the ground beneath, which lay in a translucent dusk. Through a break in the forest shimmered Mount Lorne. Torch-flies flitted about like tiny lanterns. Choristers trilled in their tens of thousands, calling from among stalks and leaves for their mates. A starlark chanted. Near the cave a spring flowed forth in crystalline clinking. Kathleen had guided Broderson here, down a game trail after he parked the car. He had brought outdoor kit of his own, including a fuel cell heater which gave the shelter a welcome warmth. Sleeping bags on malite pads made the floor comfortable. But they, too, did not sleep. After a while, amidst tender jesting, they cooked and ate dinner. When that was done, they did not sleep either. Toward dawn she raised herself on an elbow, the better to regard him. The cave faced west, and Persephone's beams were now streaming straight in, so eerily bright that against the whiteness of her he thought he could see how rosy were her nipples. He reached up to cup a heavy softness. It pressed itself around his hand as she leaned down to kiss him, a kiss which lingered. "My love, my darling, my life," she nearly sang. "Had I words to tell the wonder of you, humans would remember me when Sappho and Catullus lie forgotten. But not Bridget herself commands that magic." "Oh, Christ, how I love you," he said, hoarse from the power of it. "How long for us? 3 years? A snippet more. I count months as well, from when first I knew what you were doing to my soul, till the chance came for me to be seizing you. And I thought it was only another romp. How fast you proved me wrong. You, not just a delicious body and hell on wheels in bed, but everything that's you. Were it not trouble that brought you on my trail, I would be in isotopically pure bliss, Dan, my Dan. And as is, I praise your enemies for that much, while scheming how to cut the guts out of them. I'd no idea I'd see you before fall. If you stayed in Neapolis." The lustrous locks moved, shadowing her features, as she shook her head. "No." She became altogether serious. "Haven't we worn this question bare yet? It would not be fair to Lys, or you. You love her too, as well you should. I do myself, and would never cause her more sorrow than I must, and hope the friendship she gives me is not from duty alone. For sure it is she knows what's between us, though she's never spoken aloud of it to me." Kathleen sat straight, hugging her knees, looking over him to the argent wilderness. "Also, because I lack her gift for figures and organization, I couldn't share in the adventure of your enterprises," she said. "I'll not be a parasite. And a steady, safe job in a single place would soon have me daft. A bird of passage have I been since the hour I was born." Mirth crowed from her. "Och, I'm moonstruck. How would a bird get born?" He hoisted himself to sit cross-legged beside her. "The same way an idea gets hatched?" he suggested. "Aye," she responded quickly. "See, Einstein brooded long over his. They had to bring him his food and tobacco where he sat, until one fine day the egg went crack, and a little principle of special relativity peeped forth, all wet and naked. And then the poor man must scurry to and fro, fetching long wiggly equations to stuff down its beak. But at last it was grown to be a grand big cock of a general relativity theory, and the quantum mechanics came to build a proper perch for it." "Yes." He laid an arm around her. "As for launching a project, I see it lying on the greased ways, and you come and break a bottle of champagne across the director. He's the figurehead, of course." Their foolishness went on. Her merriment was an indivisible part of what he held dear about her. "Hey," he remarked eventually, "you haven't told me how you found this cave. Not that I wasted time asking, but since we're taking a rest, how did you?" She grinned. "How do you think?" The handsomest hunter last year. Do you know, my treasure, I could almost wish Almost. You'd set out a single day later. I was developing designs on that lad when you came by. Ah, well, no doubt he can bide for a bit." He tried not to stiffen. She felt it, embraced him, and said, "I'm sorry. Have I hurt you? I mourn." "Well, naturally. I can't expect you to stay celibate months on end," he made himself reply. "You've got too much life in you." "You are him I love, Daniel. True, there have been past loves, and they flame too, but none like this. Your strength, your knowledge, the skill in your darling hands. Oh, you're wholly a man, and yet you are kind and generous and caring. You I will love till they close my eyes. The rest, some few turn out bad, most are good. None have been dull, but frolic is all they really ever are, or at most a making of closer comradeship." "Yeah, sure," he said. "I'm not exactly a monogamist either." She tried to get past the barrier in him. "I've told you, my heart, I'm no she-cat. An impulse now and again, but mainly I must think well of him first. And after that, reckon I would not be the harm of anybody else before I will give him more than a kiss. It's no vast number of lovers I've had. A score, maybe, since I turned 16 on earth. And me, I've not always been choosy," Broderson admitted. He caught her to him and held her there a minute. "Forgive me," he said. Thereafter, shakenly, "I didn't mean to react like that to a little teasing, but—" "But?" she urged, seconds later. "I think what did it was your kidding me that I might have left home today instead of yesterday. Suddenly I remembered that I did leave home. And why? And you stepped back into jealousy because the real thought pained you too much. Oh, beloved." She knelt before him, stroked his face, regarded him through tears. "Could be," he said. "I'm not in any habit of probing my psyche." He pulled his lips upward. "As long as the damn thing runs, not rattling a lot, I'll simply give it an occasional change of oil. Okay, let's drop this subject with a dull, sickening thud." She remained grave. "No, Dan, you are in danger, and everything you care about is Liz and the children foremost. How could I deserve being your mistress if you must shelter me from your griefs? Tell me." "I did while we drove here. You laid out a skeleton for me. Breathe on it now, that it may rise alive." I don't know what to say, Peggine." That was a name for her, which they had private between them. "Let me lead you, then." She settled beside him afresh. They touched, arm to arm and flank to flank, while they gazed outward at torch-flies, trees, and fugitive stars. Save for the spring water, the night was growing still as it grew old. "Why are you in rebellion?" she asked. "Sure, and I hunger to explore yonder suns myself. But you have Chinook, that you got remodeled and crewed for the same purpose." "Yeah, after the alien ship passed through the Phoebean gate. Have you forgotten, though? Only a watch ship was around to see what precise guide path she followed, which actually only a couple of specialist officers did. Damn them! They didn't release the information except to their high command, and the Union government promptly declared it super top secret. Don Pedro himself, the Signor, the head of the Rueda clan and Combine, he's never managed to pry the data loose. If the rest of the crew hadn't babbled, maybe you and I would still not know that an outworld vessel ever did come by." "Oh, yes," Broderson went on, out of the acridness in his gullet. "I could see the reasoning. Why, I could agree, sort of, would you believe? We'd no idea what kind of beings were at the far end of that gate. We couldn't let any random team charge through to raise any possible kind of havoc. That had to include me and my company. When I commissioned Chinook, I did it on sheer hope that the official expedition would come back bearing good news, so the government could freely let responsible private parties go. Or else, if the expedition did not come back, the Union Council would some year let me make a second attempt. At that, I kept her fully stocked, so I could take off too fast for a politician or bureaucrat to get my clearance cancelled. And goddamn it, emissary did return. And they're suppressing the fact. They want to kill our chance for going, ever." He slumped. "Hell and damnation," he said. "You've heard me drone on over and over about what's common knowledge. Last time we met, you heard me talk about my earliest suspicions. Today you heard me rant about what's happened since. Why do you put up with my repeating like this?" She laid her head against his shoulder. "Because you have the need, my dear," she answered. After a moment, "But tell me next, what was the need in you to charge forward like O'Shaughnessy's bull? You steer yourself well. Why could you not be patient and cunning, till at last you held the truth gathered between your fingers for a noose to do hangman's justice?" More than the words, her tone calmed him. "Well," he said, "I'd already compromised myself to a degree. Then I trusted Aurelia Hancock too much, and look what happened." "You could have outwaited that. How many years or millions of years blew by while the others were growing into the galaxy, and we abiding blind on a single globe? Would a few more matter?" "They will to the emissary crew," he grated. "You know that the mate, if he's alive, is family to me, and another is a good friend of mine, not to mention the rest. They have their rights, too." "Aye, yet against this you surely set the welfare of Liz and Barbara and Mike, to say naught of hundreds who get their livelihood from Chehalis." Kathleen gripped his nearest hand. "Dan, dearest, something beyond is driving you. What might that be?" "Yes, many a time you've told me how marvelous it will be for humans to have the freedom of the stars, more than fire, or writing, or the end of disease. And have I differed with you? But why this terrible haste, at whatever cost? We'll die, darling, old and wicked, if I have my desire, before we've known all there is to know here on Demeter by herself." He knotted his fists while his mind groped for clarity. "Pegeen, on Earth I saw too much of what big, passionate convictions do to people, especially when governments have them. Then I started reading history, and found what horrors they've brought in the past. That made me swear I'd stay objective. If nothing else, I figured I could keep from orating at everybody in sight. Except, I guess, when we get right down to bedrock. I can no more set my strongest beliefs on a shelf to wait for a convenient moment than anyone else can." Briefly, a part of him wondered if she noticed the mixed metaphor. Probably, but she kissed him and requested, "Tell me them. How I wish you had earlier." He heard how strained his voice was, but couldn't amend that. "This is what I'm afraid of. If the human race doesn't take off soon for the stars, it dies. The Union is in bad trouble. I thought when I quit the Peace Command as a young fellow that we'd pretty well worked ourselves out of a job. Earth looked orderly and sane. Well, I was wrong. Too many two-legged animals are jammed onto the planet. More and more lunacies keep boiling up, religions like trans-deism, heresies like New Islam, political faiths like Asianism, nations where mobs or cabinet ministers scream for secession if they can't get what they want when they want, no matter if it's feasible. And the worst is, a lot of those grudges against the Union are legitimate. More and more the world government is trying to run everything from the center. As if an Oceanian mariculturist, a Himalayan knight, a businessman in Nairobi, and a spaceman working out of an Iliadic base don't know best what their special problems are and what to do about them. Judas Priest, are you aware that dead serious talk is going on in the Council about resurrecting Keynesian fiscal policies? I suppose you've been spared the knowledge of what those were. The point is, whenever I visit Earth, I see it more sick. A lot of sociologists claim that the revelation about the others, a completely superior race of beings, had considerable to do with bringing on the nuttiness that led to the troubles. I don't know. Maybe. But if that's correct, then the Covenant didn't buy us anything except a breathing spell. We haven't yet come to terms with the fact of the others. We never will either, unless we can get out there. No, I'm sure that the way things are going, Earth will explode pretty soon. The best result of that would be a kind of Caesar. And the Caesars weren't really very durable. The worst that can happen. The worst doesn't bear thinking about, Kathleen. And don't suppose we can safely sit out the disaster here. My personal experience, these past several weeks, says different. Demeter may be 220 light years from Earth, the latest estimate I've seen from the astronomers, but that's just a skip through the gate for a ship armed with fusion missiles. Oh, yes, he ended, maybe I am being too apocalyptic. I said I try to steer clear of fanaticism. Maybe they'll muddle through somehow. But I know for certain, if I know nothing else, that Earth won't get any new ideas except from the stars. And meanwhile, the old ideas are killing people, same as they killed my first wife." He stopped, exhausted. "Dan, you bleed," she half-wept, and cradled him as best she was able. At last, "You've never really told me what happened with Antonia. You loved her and married her, and she died a bad death. Would you tell me the whole story this night?" He stared before him. "Why saddle you with it?" "So I can understand, my most dear. Understand you and what is in you. For sure it has become to me that this is your great wound, and the reason why you could not stay quiet about emissary." "Perhaps," he mumbled. "You see, it was a political assassination, and the politics wouldn't have existed if we weren't stuck in these two miserable planetary systems." "Speak, Dan, about your Antonia. I'd make a song in honor of her memory, if you would like that." I would. Then first I must know." He was merely average articulate, and full of grief. He groped and croaked. "Okay. To start, how we met. After my discharge from the Peace Command, I wanted to go into spatial engineering and had the luck to be accepted for the academy that the Andean Confederacy runs. When I'd graduated, I went to work for Aventureros Planetarios, the big corporation, you know, that the Rueda clan dominates. I did pretty well, got invited to some parties they threw, and there was Tony. She herself said she'd be damned if we sucked the timocracy's tit. She was into astrography and good at it, too. We wangled locations for us both at Nueva Cibola. That's an Iliadic satellite, you may recall, but an office of Aventureros is there, and so is ARP Observatory. 6 Earth years. I'd traveled a lot, necessarily, as far afield as Jupiter. But you know, Pegeen, though women were usually along on our jobs, through that whole time I really was a monogamist. Not that Tony'd have disowned me, but she was, and that settled the matter." He fell mute while Kathleen held him. "At last we decided to start a family," he resumed. "She loved children, and animals, and everything alive. She wanted to have the baby at home, in the Rueda mansion, for the sake of her grandparents. They were too frail to leave Earth, but it'd mean a cosmos to them to see the next generation arrive. Why not? I had an assignment ahead of me on Luna, which would keep me away for several weeks. She might as well return to the clan at once and enjoy them. They're grand folk. I expected I'd finish before birth time, take leave of absence, and join her. Well, quite soon after she landed, the Residencia got bombed by terrorists. They issued an anonymous announcement that they were protesting the Ruedas hogging the benefits of space development from the masses. It was an incident in a wave of revolutionary violence going through South America. That's faded out temporarily. It's rising again. The Ruedas are still targets. Yes, of course, they're rich, because their ancestors had the wit to invite private space enterprise to Peru. But hogging the wealth. Why, suppose that money was divided equally among the oprimidos. What sum would each person get? And where'd the capital come from for the next investment? Pegeen, when will these world savior types learn some elementary economics? Anyway, this bomb didn't do much. Destroyed a wing of the house, and 3 servants who'd been around for most of their lives, and Tony and her baby. She didn't die immediately. They rushed her to a hospital. She asked if she could see the moon in the sky. The last thing she asked, but the phase wasn't right. And I was off on far side in a lunatrack, and a solar flare lousing up communications. Well, that's the story. I went on the bum for a year, but the Ruedas bore with me, and helped me straighten out, and staked me when I decided to go to Demeter and start a business like theirs. You see why I worry about Carlos aboard Emissary. Broderson and Kathleen sat silent together. The night waned. Finally he said, "Tony was a lot like you." Being a bard, she knew when not to speak. She only gave him whatever was hers to give. At first he was passive, then he tried to respond, and she let him understand that that was not needful. Then slowly he realized with his whole being that the past was gone, but she was here. Later they did sleep a while. She woke before he did, Rousing, he saw her seated in the cave mouth, limned against the mysterious blueness that on Earth-like planets comes just before sunrise. She had programmed her sonador for unaccompanied guitar, making the instrument sing. Most quietly, she gave forth the last of the many stanzas in her festival song. The peaks grow gold, the east grows white, a breeze pipes the end of the summer night, and wide across a widespread land the dancers turn homeward with hand laid in hand. Go gladly up and gladly down, the dancing flies outward like laughter, from blossom fields to mountain crown. Rejoice in the joy that comes after. Chapter 6. I was a caterpillar that crawled, a pupa that slumbered, a moth that flew in search of the moon. The changes were so deep that my body could not remember what it had formerly been. I was as if reborn to wings. Nor had I the means to wonder at this. I simply was. Yet how bright was my being! Even my infant self, a hairy length of hunger, lived among riches, juice and crisp sweetness in a leaf, sunlight warm or dew cool or breezes astir over his pelt, endless odors with each its subtle message. Then, at last dwindling days spoke to his inwardness. He found a sheltered branch and spun silk out of his guts to make himself a place alone, and curled within its darkness, he died the little death. For a season his flesh labored at its own transformation, until that which opened the cocoon and crept forth belonged to an altogether new world. Soon my outer skin sloughed off me, my freed wings grew dry and strong, and I launched myself upon heaven. Mine was the night. In my eyes it glowed and sparkled, full of vague shapes that I knew best by their fragrances. My food was the nectar of flowers, taken as I hovered on fluttery wing-beats, though sometimes the fermented sap of a tree set me and 1,000 like me dizzily spiraling about. Wilder was it to strive as high as might be after the full moon, more lost in its radiance than in a rainstorm, and when the smell of a female ready to mate floated around me, I became flying desire. Another blind urge set our flock on a journey across distance. Night by night we passed over hills, valleys, waters, woods, fields, the lights of men like bewildering stars beneath us. Day by day we rested on some tree, decking it with our numbers. While I was thus breasting strange winds, one gathered me up, taking me back into oneness, and presently we knew what my whole life had been since I lay in the egg. Its marvels were many. I was insect. Chapter 7. Cold and empty, Emissary orbited Sol 100 kilometers behind the San Geronimo wheel. Dwarfed by remoteness, the sun gave her only a wan light, and she seemed lost among the stars. The wheel was more impressive, 2 kilometers across, majestically rotating to provide terrestrial weight for the workshops and living quarters around its rim. The hub, at the middle of the spokes, which were passageways, could readily have accommodated the ship in its dock. Its radiation shielding aluminum-plated, the whole structure shone as if burnished. Yet it was a failure. Men had constructed it a century ago to serve as a base for operations among the asteroids. Thinly scattered though those remnants of a stillborn world are, they could profitably be worked by robots, as could the Jovian moons at times, around inferior conjunction. Soon improved spacecraft made that whole idea obsolete. It grew cheaper, as well as more productive, for men to go in person, boosting continuously at a G or better, directly between these regions and the industrial satellites of Earth. The wheel became a derelict. There was talk of scrapping it for the metal, but incentive was insufficient. Already then the price of every metal was tumbling. Eventually title went to the Union government, which had it refurbished and declared it a historical monument. It got few visitors. When Ira Quick, Council Minister of Research and Development, authorized its occupancy, nobody paid much attention. He declared that it was well suited for studies of interplanetary gas. This would be the merest detail work, with nothing fundamental to be learned, but presumably worthwhile. Besides, a private institution was underwriting the project. The measurements being delicate, the wheel and its vicinity must be barred to outsiders for some weeks or months. This would scarcely inconvenience anyone, least of all the custodial staff, who would enjoy a salaried leave of absence. The item rated a line or two in various astronautical journals, and about 30 seconds on perhaps a dozen newscasts. A port in Joelle Key's apartment showed her the heavens, the view rendered vertical by a set of prisms. They did not stream by too fast to watch, for a turn took almost 3 hours, and the sight was glorious. But she soon wearied of it, and would have spent most of her time in the holothetic state had the equipment been on hand. Thus far her prison keepers had declined to remove it from the ship or take her there. They were apologetic, explaining that they dared not act without orders. The 20 men who guarded emissaries, crew, and passenger were decent enough in their fashion. North American Secret Service agents on special detail. They sincerely believed that what they did was right and necessary. But then they were hand-picked, raised in the cult of discipline and obedience which had prevailed in the former military regime. Their chief, who presided over interrogation and exhortation of the captives, was less simpatico. He was no brute, though, and when he told Joelle that Quick himself was coming to see them, he promised to request permission to fetch the apparatus over for her. "Of course, Dr. Key," he added, "if you'd cooperate better, if you'd appreciate what your duty is, why, you should go free altogether." She felt too weary to respond. She had withdrawn into books, recorded visual art and music. The director had not refused to have the vessel's enormous bank of references, recreational material, and data transferred, especially since the major part of his task was to find out what the explorers had done and learned in their 8 years agone. Except for meals, Joelle virtually abandoned social life. Her former companions remained more outgoing. While Captain Langendijk was icily correct toward the agents, Rueda Suarez calculatedly condescending, and Benedetti sometimes abusive, the rest fraternized in varying degrees. Frida von Moltke even found a long-desired sexual newness among them. The other women disdained that, keeping their favors for their friends, but were not above a game of cards or handball. Lonelier still, not in quite the same way that a human among non-humans would have been, Fidelio first sought Joelle's kind of solace, then increasingly sought her. He asked for elucidations of things that bewildered him. He had studied Spanish before embarking, but not the 1,000 cultures of a foreign species. She could best help, because she had been most engaged in learning his 2 languages, originally using holothetics to assist Alexander Vlandis, then taking over leadership of the research after a tidal bore drowned the linguist. She was screening Swinburne on a particular day watch when the Betan called. Much fiction and poetry left her unmoved, or else puzzled. She had too limited an experience of ordinary emotional relationships, too wide an experience of that which underlay the universe. However, the romantic sensualists appealed to her viscera, as the precisionists did to her cerebrum. She believed she understood. "Time and the gods are at strife. Ye dwell in the midst thereof, draining a little life from the barren breasts of love. I say to you, cease, take rest. Yea, I say to you all, be at peace, till the bitter milk of her breast and the barren bosom shall cease." Her thoughts drifted from the text, as they had been doing since she began to read. The impulse behind both was the same. She had shown these words to Dan Broderson the last time they were together. In this, her present isolation, his image often arose, ever more vividly until she could smell his pipe, and almost count the crow's feet around his eyes. She wondered if that was because he was alive, oh, he must be alive, while Christine was dead, or because his maleness was somehow safer than the memory of her, or, forgive me, Chris, passed through her, as she surrendered to what had been. "Well," he said, "it's pretty. No more than that." He was tackling something real. He paused. "Excuse me, though isn't it kind of long-winded? Kipling would have gotten the same across in 1 page at the most." "Perhaps that is why I have never managed to appreciate Kipling," she answered. He cocked a brow at her. "Not even the poems about machinery? And yet you, the holothete, whose soul is supposed to be a computer program, you enjoy Swinburne?" With a shrug. "Well, people are paradox generators." Suddenly, irrationally hurt, she blurted, "I don't quite understand you for sure, but I assumed you normal types sometimes resonate with each other. Do you mean you can't either?" For an instant she imagined she did comprehend an ancient myth. It felt indeed as if the daimon of this place possessed her. They were spending the few days they could arrange to be together on an island in the Tuamotu archipelago, which he knew of old. Yes, with another woman, he admitted unabashed. From the veranda where they stood, her gaze went past a red and green riot of hibiscus, down a path to the beach, which curved around a lagoon. Ranked palms nodded and whispered in answer to a blowing mildness. The water was lapis lazuli strewn with stars, save out on the reef where it creamed and thundered. The only cloud stood opposite the sun, a wall with a rainbow for portal. She had no names for the sweetnesses and pungencies the air cast at her. This morning she and Broderson had wandered hand in hand along the shore, stripped, save for sneakers against the beautiful sharp coral, to go swimming, afterward lounged about, the light soaked through her skin to the marrow, until he warned against burns and they dressed. On the way back they encountered a brown man who smiled, chatted in broken Spanish, invited them to his nearby home for a bite to eat, and later fetched out a guitar and swapped a few songs with Broderson. The rain which came along about then was like sky and earth making love. Now he who had come to her from Demeter implied that he too dwelt forever within walls. The daimon knew horror. The pain mounted. "Oh, well, I don't know. Never worried about it to speak of." He broke off. "Oi, what's the matter? All at once you look sandbagged." She shook her head, eyes squeezed shut. "It's nothing." Her tongue formed. He trod forward, took her by both arms in hands that trembled just a little, and growled, "The hell it's nothing. Anything that can shake you. Joelle." I don't know, she answered before she could stop herself. Control returned. "I have my irrational moments, too." Observing his shock, "Didn't you realize that?" He gulped, which astonished her. Surely he'd experienced enough women and their vagaries. After a while he said slowly, "Well, yes, you must enjoy my company, aside from bed, I mean, which doesn't make a lot of sense." She saw that beneath the easy manner he'd acquired with her over the years, he was still wonder-smitten by her intellect. "But if you also have a real weakness—" He lost his words as she cast herself against him. "Hold me close, Dan," she begged and commanded, for she did not want to be reminded of the contemptible psyche beneath her aware mind. "Let's go inside. Let's appease the animal part." But this time she couldn't make it work. He was as kind and strong as always, and there was some relief in it, and afterward more in reassuring him that she was merely out of sorts, and everything would soon be fine again, which was doubtless true. Still, none of us escaped the fact that it's often difficult, too often impossible for us, thought Joelle in the wheel. Worse for the Betans, of course. What can it be like, having to pin your hopes for love on an alien and barely half-civilized race? Is that a part of the reason, quite aside from our shared holothesis, why I feel so close to Fidelio? The door chimed. "Come in," she said, and was more than pleased when it proved to be him. Not only had she been thinking of him, against the bleakly functional room, which pastel paint did nothing to make cheerful, he stood like a solid avowal that there was more to reality. "Buenos dias," he greeted, in the harsh guttural voice of his breed upon land. Whistling overtones made the words hard to follow. "Bienvenido," she replied, and suggested he employ his native speech, the one intended for air. She would stay with Spanish. Without computerized voder equipment, she could not render Betan vocables, and she didn't feel like taking him down to the lab and talking under the eyes of the guard posted in the hall, who would come along. If the conversation required phrases of his, she would write them. To be sure, lacking her holothetic assembly, she had but limited knowledge. The languages held more nuances strange to her than an unaided brain could master. The underwater tongue was worse, from the standpoint of pronunciation and comprehension both. However, if things didn't get complicated today, she could manage. "Are you engaged, female of intellect?" he asked politely. "I would not interrupt a dream logic." That was her rendition of a certain concept, not very satisfactory, but doubtless better than meditation or philosophical thought or purposeful daydreaming. "No, I'm idle, and wish I weren't," she assured him. "How are you? I haven't seen you since— I don't know. Time is meaningless in this damned place." "I was in the pool," he said. Early on, emissaries biologists had warned that Fidelio would sicken and die if he couldn't spend several hours per week in water like that of his native sea. The composition was not identical with that of Earth's oceans, but not exotic either. Any chemical laboratory could supply the ingredients. They had been fetched from the ship to the wheel, and the bath constructed. The trade in salt between coastal and inland communities had conditioned a great deal of Betan history. "Good for you," Joel said, and thought how inadequate that was. What a tragedy it would be to lose him, for both species, and perhaps many more. Besides, he was brilliant and gentle, worth 1,000,000 Ira Quicks. "We will lose him, if his food runs out," she remembered. "He couldn't get nourishment from earth-born tissues. Most were poisonous to him. The returning expedition had carried a year's rations for Fidelio, chiefly in freeze-dried form. They took for granted that well before then the Union would have opened regular traffic with Beta. She was not given to rage, but abruptly she tasted it. Seeking calm, she regarded him as he sat on feet and tail before her lounger. She always found something, a matter of shape or motion or less easily identifiable subtlety, which she had not noticed before. "Well, we two are the products of 4 billion years of separate evolution, from the primordial stuffs that went into our 2 very unlike planets. Names are necessary, but they mislead. They give us the impression that we have an insight when we actually don't." Their arbitrariness made them twice deceiving. The explorers dubbed the sun to which the Stargate transported them Centrum, for lack of a more imaginative proposal, and its attendants Alpha, Beta, Gamma in outward order. Fidelio was bestowed by Torsten Sverdrup, who adored Beethoven, and stuck. At home the being was called, approximately, K-thr-u, on land, Gaung-ro-m, in the water, but no terrestrial alphabet rendered either appellation right. He was as typical of his species as she was of hers, which ranged from Chinese to Papuan, Celt to Pygmy, Negro to Eskimo, and onward. Specifically, he came from the eastern seaboard of the principal continent in the northern hemisphere, at a middle latitude, and belonged to that society which had taken the lead in an industrial revolution a millennium ago. Civilizations didn't seem to rise and fall on Beta as they had on Earth. Nevertheless, today his whole world, and its colonies around other stars, faced a peculiar crisis. Fidelio was a 6-limbed biped. His body was the size of a large man's, exclusive of a powerful tail, ending in horizontal flukes, which added half again the length. Because of his forward-leaning posture, he stood about 150 centimeters tall, and blubber hid the formidable muscles. His legs, which reminded her of Tyrannosaurus rex, ended in broad, webbed feet, the upper arms in long claws with webs between, the smaller lower arms in hands with 3 fingers and a thumb, not especially human-looking. The skeletal anatomy made limbs in digits, plus the torso, tail, and slender neck so flexible as to seem almost boneless. His head was narrow, bulging backward to hold the brain. A short, sharp muzzle surrounded by stiff whiskers bore a single, closable nostril, and a mouth whose omnivore's variety of teeth included a pair of alarming fangs. The 2 ears were small. The 2 eyes were large and of a uniform blue. Nictitating membranes could change their optical properties for underwater seeing. Sleek, dark brown fur covered his entire skin, lighter on the belly. A tangy, iodine-like odor came from him. For clothing, he wore a kind of bandolier with pockets. His reproductive organs were retractable, and not much like a man's anyway. He wasn't obviously male, except at home, where just for a starter he had 2/3 the bulk of the average female. His distance vision in air was not equal to the human, though he saw far better when submerged or in the dark, and at least as well at close range. His hearing was superior, and he possessed chemosensitivities which Joel had decided not to label taste or smell. For his part, he was constantly amazed at the discriminations she could make with her fingertips. "Here he is," she thought, "the good-faith, goodwill ambassador of his people, slammed into jail. And I don't even know how he feels about it. He's tried to tell me, but he can't make himself clear unless I go holothetic, and maybe then he can't quite. "What can I do for you, Fidelio?" she asked softly. "I seek to bring into my dream currents, to know with his entire being, how your kind first came to the transport engines, and to information about the others." "Why, you've heard," she said, surprised. "We simply found the machine in the solar system, the same as your interplanetary explorers earlier found the one that orbits Centrum." "Earlier?" she wondered. "What does that mean?" "Simultaneity is not a concept that applies across interstellar distances. Moreover, it turns out that the T in T-machine stands not only for Tipler and transport, but also for time. The Betans themselves are unsure whether in a passage through a different system they visit their future or their past. For that matter, we don't know what our temporal relationship is to our colony on Demeter. All that astronomers can determine is that the three gates open on the same general era of this galaxy. And, for whatever it's worth, which may be nothing, we have the fact that the Betans have behind them centuries more of being scientific civilized than we do on Earth, if we are civilized yet." "That is a truth cast onto a reef and bleached dry," Fidelio said. "I am in search of the living coral." Of course, Beta had no coral, but it did have a genus which behaved similarly. "You have told me, Joel," indescribable pronunciation, "you did not predict this detention. I begin to doubt that what has happened is the result of deviation." Villainy? Misguidedness? Disagreement? The word contained the possibility that Quick and his minions were right. "The impact of that original disclosure was tremendous upon Beta. It must have been comparable on Earth. Still, the wave it raised bore a shape peculiar to your kind, in whatever condition contemporary humanity was, and the ripples cannot have died out. I have been reading histories, Joel, but they are gorged with references to events and personalities that mean nothing to me." "I see," she answered slowly. "Comprendo" equals "I grasp." English and Spanish idioms are not equivalent. As for his, at sea he would have said, "My teeth close on it." Ashore he would have said, "I sense it in my vibrissae." "Well," she went on, "I hardly think I can give you a complete answer, when I myself am rather lost, but let's make an attempt." She stroked her chin, pondering. "Yes, I remember a documentary on the whole subject intended for schools, which contains much original material. I'll try to retrieve it." Like every apartment in the Wheel, hers had a computer terminal with display and printout. The piece she had in mind was such a classic, and went back such a number of years, back to when folk expected a permanent population here, including children, that she supposed it was in the databank. She activated the keyboard and tapped out her request. It was. Chapter 8. View of the machine seen from afar, 1,000-kilometer length, like a needle afloat in space, dwarfed by the Milky Way. Narrator. Unmanned probes reported indications of something curious, orbiting the Sun on the same track as Earth, but 180 degrees off, so that it was always on the opposite side. A flyby confirmed that it was strange indeed. No asteroid could have a perfectly cylindrical shape. Most certainly none could be so massive nor spin so fast. An astrophysicist, famous at the time, speaks from his desk, occasionally screening an animated diagram for illustration. Ionescu. "Should not be possible. That thing is as dense as a collapsar, barely short of the black hole condition. Its atoms must have been compressed down to where they are no longer true atoms, but nearly continuous nuclear matter, the stuff we call neutronium. Only the gravitational field of a larger star than Sol, falling in on itself after its fires are extinct, can bring them to that condition. The cylinder cannot. Gigantic though it is, its mass is far too small. In fact, not enough to perturb the planets identifiably. Besides, a natural body would form a spheroid. Yet there the thing is. Forces of a kind we know nothing about shaped it, gave it its unbelievable rotational energy, and hold it together. I have no doubt whatsoever that here is the product of a technology farther advanced from ours than ours is from the Stone Age. Scenes of excitement, speeches, crowds, demonstrations, sermons, prayer meetings everywhere on Earth, and in the satellites. Excerpt from a press conference held by Manuel Fernandez Davila, Donald Napier, and Saburo Tonari. The three men who are to go, the most nearly international team that chaos throughout much of the world has left it possible to assemble. Lift-off of the shuttle. Blast vivid against an austere Cordillera. Rendezvous with Discoverer, the ship, and transfer to her. Scenes during the flight, which at that time took weeks, mostly in free fall. Shots through the ports. The cylinder waxing in view until its enormousness begins to be apparent, and the glowing attendants are visible. Space-suited men go outside at the ends of tethers to take pictures and instrumental readings. They speak at Earth via a relay, which has been orbited especially for them. The words are usually dry, but shaken by awe. Fernandez Davila. They are not satellites. They don't go around the cylinder. They stay in place relative to the sun and each other. God knows how that is done. But we guess they're held by some of the power that keeps the main body in one piece. We've counted 10. They appear featureless except for the different wavelengths they emit. They're spaced around the spin axis of the cylinder, which is exactly normal to the ecliptic, at various distances and orientations. The farthest about 1,000,000 kilometers out, the closest about 1,000. When we watch the whole system through our main telescope, it's a pretty sight. Well, anything astronomical is. At a later date, when the goal is looming. Tonari. Glowing attendants are definitely spheres. Diameter estimated at 10 kilometers. They don't seem to be material, more like balls of energy, nexuses in a force field. We have confirmed that they are not absolutely stationary. The configuration changes extremely slowly, but continuously, according to a plan we cannot decipher. Outside view taken by Tonari in EVA, a glimpse of the ship, a straight look at the cylinder, whose length now fills the screen, and a pair of its moons which are not moons, and behind and around everything, the stars. Napier, meanwhile aboard. Satisfactory approach curve will swing around it at a distance of 9,500 kilometers, recede to 100,000, establish ourselves in a circular orbit, and— Name of God! What's that? Voice. Melodious, androgynous, speaking Spanish like an educated denizen of Lima. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. This is a message to you from the builders of the device you are seeking. You are welcome here, but you must change your course. Your present path is dangerous to you. Prepare for acceleration and stand by for instructions. Please record. You will need the information you are about to receive. Please record. In 5 minutes, these words will repeat for that purpose, followed by the necessary data. They are words of welcome, of joy, that you have finally reached this far. Thank you. Interior scene. Fernandez Davila has started the movie cameras for the sake of the history books. Napier. How in Christ's name? Fernandez Davila. Probably sonic vibration set up in the hull. No trick at all for them. Saburo, get your ass back in the airlock. No repeat of the greeting. This documentary has used the replay that was promised, since the original was captured only at the end of a radio beam 210 million kilometers long, after which it was passed in equal distance to Earth, losing quality along the whole way. Voice. Understand that the truth will not be easy to make clear. Now, while you calm yourselves, you should retreat to approximately 500,000 kilometers and take orbit. Otherwise, you will not likely see your homes again. Here are the timing and the vectors for you. Miscellaneous shots, exterior and interior, taken during the days that follow. The Titanic artifact, stars, Milky Way, Magellanic clouds, the sister galaxy in Andromeda, the men who somehow continue their routines, actually joking or playing games. in between grave discussions of what they have learned each time a message comes. Voice, excerpts. You hear a kind of computer effector system, a robot, if you will. No living being could or should abide out here, awaiting your arrival. The universe is a cornucopia of life. The builders have existed through age after age. They wish the cosmos well, but for that very reason do not seek to be overlords, let alone gods. Best that each race make its own destiny, tragic though that may prove. Only thus can it grow in strength, mind, and spirit. Too, the builders have lives of their own to live, dreams of their own to pursue. Thus you will hear little more than this about them, ever. To you, to countless beings more among the suns, they must remain the unknown others. Yet they are interested in you. They love you. Plain to see, they have observed you at length and in depth. Having made your way here, you are free to use their engine for interstellar travel. You will be guided to a system wherein is a planet akin to your mother world, save that it has borne no sentience to claim it. Yours for the taking, if you choose. Narrator. When Discoverer's transmissions reached Earth, few indeed were the persons who kept a measure of calm. The Office of the Astrophysicist, Ionescu. Speculations that began to be heard when the flyby observations came in seem now to be confirmed. As far as we can tell, that thing is a Tipler machine. I call it that in honor of the theoretician who, extending the work of Kerr and others, published in 1974 a paper on this exact subject, which afterward he pursued farther with imagination as well as mathematical rigor. True, he was forced to make certain simplifying assumptions. However, he did use strict, well-established principles of physics to show that transport across space-time was conceptually sound, though apparently requiring conditions impossible to achieve in the real universe. Smiling, I'm afraid the proof is rather esoteric. What it amounts to in everyday terms is this. A cylinder of ultra-dense matter, spinning at a speed in excess of 1/2 lights, will generate a field. Not a force field in the proper sense. Call it instead a region in which some quantities vary according to your position. A body passing through that field can be transported directly from event to event. In more popular language, depending on what path it takes, it can go from any point in space-time to any other in range of the machine. As I said, this effect seemed to demand impossible conditions. For instance, it called for matter densities many orders of magnitude greater than that of nucleons themselves, such as might conceivably exist within a black hole, but nowhere else. I therefore suspect that the density we have measured for yonder cylinder, high though it be, is only a mean, that it increases within to the point where black hole-type phenomena occur, that at the very center is an actual singularity. How the others have achieved this, we can only guess. We can speculate that the weak energy condition may, after all, in the right circumstances, be violated, and most likely our guesses are dead wrong. With a little more confidence, we think that the finite length of this real-world object limits the range of its effect, though obviously that range is interstellar, and perhaps it is interepochal. We are also beginning to get an inkling of how the cylinder stays in position with respect to Earth. That position is not stable. Planetary perturbations should cause a body there to drift away from it in a fairly short time, yet presumably the device has been where it is for centuries at least. What gives it its station-keeping capability? Analyzing available data, we think probably there is a continuous interaction with the interplanetary and the galactic magnetic fields, though this too must take place throughout awesome distances. I hope to live long enough to see us gain a little more knowledge about the creation the others have added to creation. We may even at last find a way to make our findings comprehensible to the layman, or to ourselves. The professorial countenance glows. But no matter now. What matters above everything else today is that we have been given the chance for a fresh beginning. Narrator. Before Discoverer returned home, the voice offered to conduct her through the Stargate and back. As Fernandez Davila said afterward, how could we not have accepted? Views of a vessel, which later traced the route, photographed from a companion ship. They are interspersed with simulations and animations, as well as pictures taken during the maiden venture. This and the narration make clear what happens. The spacecraft moves from sphere to sphere in a precise order. Voice. The globes are simply markers, navigational aids. With their help, you can follow the exact path through the transport field, which will bring you to the place prepared for you. Have care. Any different path will take you to quite a different destination. It may well be that no machine exists there. You would perish somewhere out in those light years. When the builders wish to establish a new foothold, they must send all needful materials and equipment through an existing engine, and make a new one at the new site, before they can return. Even if you emerged at a machine, you would never find your way back. Consider, 10 globes, taken in their various orders, define 3,628,800 paths. In truth, the combinations are many more, since not every path requires passing by every beacon. If you ignore the markers altogether, the number becomes virtually infinite. You would blunder blind until you died, or more probably, until you emerged some place where no machine was. You must have noted that the configuration of the spheres is not constant, but gradually changes. Doubtless you have guessed that that is to compensate for the changing position of the stars. Do not worry about it. Simply follow the same order of close passage by each, as you have been instructed. Likewise, the correct order at the far end of this trip of yours will always bring you back from there to here. You will note that it is entirely unlike the course which took you from here to there. Beware. Repeat. Beware of deviating from either of these patterns. Send unmanned probes on random paths if you like, but never a live crew, for it could never return. The study of a famous philosopher. Samuelson. I don't believe any human is equipped to understand the others. They must have what is infinitely more important than a science and technology superior to ours by perhaps millions of years. I feel convinced that they have superior minds. And yes, I suppose superior, nobler souls. I cannot believe they'd exist for such reaches of time with such powers as theirs and not evolve. Nevertheless, in the case of the T-machines, I'll risk a guess about their motives. Why hasn't their voice described any paths to us except the ones between Sol and this single distant star? Why hasn't it even hinted at what the mathematical relation is between a given path and 2 given points in space-time, so we can work out how to get from A, where we're at, to a B, which we'd like to visit? Why, indeed, has the voice been silent since that first advent of humans? I think this is part and parcel of their doctrine of non-interference. Think. They put the solar system machine opposite Earth, and we didn't dream it existed till we had developed a substantial capability in space. But the machine, in the other system, orbits much more handily. In a stable path, 60 degrees ahead of the planet we'll probably be colonizing, clearly visible to any astronomers there. However, apparently no astronomers, no truly thinking creatures, are native to it. Nobody that might be lured by the sight into feverish, unbalanced efforts or a deadly struggle for control. The voice said the others love us. They must. They have given us a whole new world. But they must love all sentient races. I suspect a breed like ours, with its history of war, oppression, rapine, and exploitation, would bring disaster if it burst overnight into the galaxy. I suspect also that we are not unusually bad or short-sighted, that many a species would become an equal menace if it got the chance. At the same time, the others seemingly refuse to take us or anybody under tutelage. I am sure that from their viewpoint they have far better things to do. and from the viewpoint of our well-being, they may feel it would be wrong to domesticate us. So they leave us our free will, they permit us to use their stargates, but they make no further gifts. We must endure the frustration of seeing Alpha Centauri and Sirius shining still unattainable in our skies until we have groped our own way out into the cosmos. I hope that they hope the long cooperative effort that this requires will mature us a little. View of a spacecraft completing her path. Suddenly she vanishes. View of the T-machine in the Phoebean system. Suddenly the spacecraft appears, about 500,000 kilometers from the cylinder. Shots taken on the original fairing. Fernandez Davila, Tonari, and Napier stare from their cramped cabin. They babble. 2 of them offer prayers. Presently they master themselves and look outward with trained eyes. A groundling cannot see constellations in space. The visible stars are too many. An astronaut can. Here none are familiar. After a while the men think they can puzzle out a few, changed though the shapes are. And extragalactic objects do not appear different. They reckon roughly that they have gone more than 100 and less than 500 light-years northwest of Sol. Voice. The planet that will interest you most is in the sky hard by the Crab Nebula. The view settles on a point of sapphire, infinitely lovely. Narrator. The world we have since named Demeter. Stop-down view of Phoebus, view of Discoverer's cabin, and 3 men stunned with glory. Voice. Your ship has not the reserves to go there. You had best return to the solar system at once. Surely more vessels, outfitted to explore, will come after. You yourselves may be aboard. Scenes of the path back through the gate being traced out, not the least like the earlier pattern. Scenes of emergence at the other end, of jubilation, of solemnity, of the long haul home. Scenes of tumult, parades, ceremonies, parties, extravagant predictions, and in between an occasional word of foreboding. Narrator. We are at last ready to send our first colonists. Beforehand, we had to spend years of research, learning the most elementary things about Demeter. The others promised it would be worth our trouble, but not that it would be Eden. The home of a famous spaceman. Fernandez Davila. The price is high per person we send, and we cannot tell what they might send back that would repay it. On this account, we hear protests, we hear demands that the whole program be dropped. Well, I maintain that the stimulus to space technology it has given, the order of magnitude improvement in ships and instruments, has already recouped the entire cost, plus a high profit. Then there's the scientific revolution, especially in biology, that we've gotten out of Demeter. An entire independent set of life forms. We need decades, maybe centuries, to examine them further, with their implications for medicine, genetics, agriculture, mariculture, and who can foresee what else? That requires a permanent settlement. Beyond this, in the crassest economic terms, I claim that within a generation, humans on Demeter will be returning Earth's investment to Earth 1,000 times over. Remember what America meant to Europe. Remember what Luna and the satellites mean to us today. Far beyond this, think of the imponderables and unpredictables. Challenge, opportunity, enlightenment, freedom. The beginning of our growth toward the others. Joelle found that a sequel had been added. She thought it was equally honest, but the honesty was that of a later generation. It went into Demetrian history. No more than a few thousand individuals per year could be boosted to the gate and landed on the planet. Conveyance capacity did expand as the colonies started to yield dividends, but slowly, because of conflicting claims on that wealth. Emigrants went under national auspices, according to an elaborate quota setup. However, through bribery or lawful agreement, many traveled under flags different from their own. The reasons for going were as various as the people who went. Ambition, adventure, utopian visions were among them. But certain governments subsidized the departure of dissident citizens and pressured them to accept. Certain ones aimed to found outposts of power for themselves. Certain more had crazier motives, as did assorted unofficial organizations and individuals. Initially, everybody must live in or near Eopolis, and close cooperation was a requirement of survival. A notion that the others might be somewhere around, watching, reinforced solidarity. This faded with time, and meanwhile population and the economy grew. Likewise did knowledge. People learned how to live independently of the city. The countryside became a patchwork of ethnic clusters and social contracts. At last, a Demetrian legislature was a perceived necessity. It remained subordinate to the Union, represented by the Governor-General, and its authority was further limited by the fact that most communities ran most of their affairs without reference to it. Elsewhere, time had also been riding. What precarious order had prevailed on earth had broken down, and the troubles began. No few rhetoricians claimed that the fact of the others brought this on. It was too disturbing, too provocative of heresy. There were things man was never meant to know. In Joel's opinion, derived in large part from conversations with Dan Broderson, who was thoroughly opinionated, that was nonsense. If anything, the miracle was that the equilibrium had lasted, seesawing until then, and the fact of the others gave enough pause for reflection that lunacy did not lay waste the entire globe. Be this as it may, indisputable was that, though millions died and whole nations went under, the world survived. Civilization survived, in more areas than not. Space endeavors survived. No important hiatus occurred beyond Earth, whether in industry, exploration, or the settlement of Demeter. One ongoing effort was reckoned more important than even the dispatching of unmanned probes toward neighbor stars. It was the sending of such craft through the gates, along arbitrary paths, programmed to return from wherever they went by taking equally arbitrary paths. None did. Slowly, mankind appeared to settle down. In Lima they signed the Covenant. The office of a famous astrophysicist still alive. Rosset. The theory we've been developing says that a T-machine has a finite range. We estimate it as 500 light-years in space, perhaps more, perhaps less. The point is that if you want to go across a greater span than that, you must go through an intermediate machine which acts as a relay. Now, we've had no luck thus far with our probes, but let us keep it up long enough, and sheer statistics guarantees that eventually one will find its way back to us, with a record of the routes that it took. Let this happen a number of times, and we'll at least have the information we need to reach that many stars. We may also begin to get a glimmering of the basic principles of how to plot a course for ourselves. This will be especially true if we encounter another race that is likewise probing. We can compare notes. The presentation ended at that point, 20-odd years in the past. Joel wondered how the tape had gotten here. Maybe a fussy curator decreed that, if the San Geronimo wheel was to be a monument, historical references in its databank should be kept current. For a minute she imagined another update, starting 4 years back in the time of Sol or Phoebus, 12 years back in her own life. View from the watch-ship at the Theban machine of an unknown craft suddenly arriving. Long, blunt-nosed, serrated, surrounded by a blue haze, she is obviously not human-built. She makes no response to signals, but at high acceleration traces out a path among the markers which officers aboard the watch-ship closely note, until she disappears. Scenes of public furor and of secret debate after the news is broken. Officialdom has come to despair of the cost-effectiveness of robot probes, and sent none for quite some time. The decision is reached not to send any now, but instead a manned vessel along that path. Volunteers for the crew will not be lacking. Emissary goes through the unknown gate and vanishes. Astoundingly soon, emissary returns. Interview with a famous holothete who explains what she has learned from the Betans. They have been using this transport engine, which they discovered by sheer cut and try for the past 3 centuries, but infrequently, as a relay to or from a part of the galaxy which they seldom have occasion to visit. No planet in the system attracts them as a colony site, and, as for scientific research, they already have more going than they can handle. Hastily homebound, accustomed to employing neutrinos rather than radio or lasers for communication in space, the crew of this particular craft did not notice that newcomers were present. This sequence differs from previous ones in that the famous holothete is not addressing the whole human world, but those few men who hold her captive. "Well?" Joel asked. "Do you understand better?" "No," Fidelio confessed. "Nor I," Joel said. Chapter 9. The words Liz spoke made Broderson glance around him. The sole public phone in Novi Mir was on a wall of its tavern. However, nobody appeared interested. Sunlight entered through the windows and an open door, along with odors of soil and growth, to set an icon aglow and brighten the whole dim little room. A pair of oldsters sipped tea and played chess. A younger man sat near the samovar, though he drank vodka, and talked idly with the landlord. Their eyes did keep drifting elsewhere, but toward Kathleen, who occupied a table by herself and scowled at a glass of what these Russians imagined to be beer. Anyhow, few people hereabouts know English, Broderson recalled. Maybe none. "Okay." He turned back to the screen. "How's that again, sweetheart?" For an instant, seeing the image of her face and the signs of sleeplessness on it, he felt how sundered they were. The physical distance was trivial, but he dared not come to her nor she to him, that they might touch. They could not even call other directly. From here, his voice went on to the cabin on Lake Artemis, where it was scrambled and passed on to their house, where Lys's instrument strained out the pre-recorded conversation between Abner Croft and her husband, which ought to help convince Hancock's line-tappers that he was home, and reconstructed his message. Her answer must retrace the same long route. "I said only 5 of the crew agreed to go." Lys named them. "The rest promised to keep silence. And I believe they will, but, well, the way Ram Das Gupta put it was, he has a family to think about, and this venture isn't just desperate, it could become lawless." "Damn and double damn," Broderson snarled. "They were all ready enough to go through the gate, to wherever emissary did, if we could get clearance and the guide path data. But God knows what at the far side, and he not telling." "That's not the same. I can't help sympathizing. The Union does mean so much. Defying it is a kind of blasphemy." "The cabal are who are defying it, subverting it." "You may be wrong, darling, you may be. And whether or not you are, if you try this thing and fail—" She strove to hold the pain out of her speech and features. "I'll always be proud, you know that, but maybe I won't be able to convince Barbara and Mike that their dad did not die a criminal." Broderson's fist slammed the wall. Those in the room gave him a startled glance. He took a deep breath and felt his throat loosen a bit. "We went through this before the other night," he said. "I tell you again, I do not aim to get reckless." He constructed a grin. "Would I have lasted to date if I were a bold type?" I'm sorry. She blinked hard. "I can't help being afraid for you. If I could come along, for that I'd give whatever years of my life I may have to live without you." Overwhelmed, he could mumble nothing but, "Oh, shucks, honey." Showing merely her head, the screen nonetheless told him how she straightened. "If I back you up from here, that is my way of going along," she said. "Do your job, Elisabeth Leno, and do it right." "Say, look, I never meant—" "Let's stick to business." She spoke briskly. "Can you get by with those 5 crewmen?" He wrestled himself down into her kind of calm. "As far as conning Chinook or Willowaw, sure, no problem. Besides, remember, the first thing I figure to do is contact the Signor. He may well be able to take over completely from there. Everything may turn out downright disappointingly safe and easy. In which case, after you come back, we'll raise some private hell." "Sure." The smile flew between them and away. "All right, we've got a skeleton crew standing by. What about leave to go?" "I'm working on that." Broderson frowned. How long do you reckon it'll take? Hancock's pretty soon bound to suspect I've furloughed myself." "I'm doing nothing to remind her of us. Instead, I've gotten hold of Barry Two Eagles." As the Astronautical Control Board's commissioner for the Phoebean system, he held authority over space traffic. "Confidential-like, you understand? We had dinner yesterday evening, tete-a-tete at the Apollo House. He's got hot pants for me, you know." "You didn't?" Liz laughed. You're nowhere near as depraved as you claim to be, Dan dearest." Yeah, he's a good fellow," Broderson said with reluctance that surprised him. "True, I like him, and do not like using him because he'll get no satisfaction, though he doesn't know that yet. Anyhow, he'll do nothing illegal, of course, but he'll be within his rights to clear Chinook for Seoul without telling the governor, especially since he doesn't know you're supposed to be under arrest. I explained you're busy, but you've heard how Aventureros badly wants to charter your ship, and asked me to handle the matter. To him, it looks like a typical Broderson-Leno snap decision. I explained furthermore that Ori Hancock would veto it if she knew beforehand, because she and her husband have stock in a rival corporation. Oh, you'd have enjoyed the yarn I spun. He was shocked, denied she'd be that venal, but I prattled him into agreeing to keep silence, and then offered him a bribe. He's thinking it over." "Huh? Barry don't bribe." "Not exactly. But when I remarked that if this deal went through, we'd be in a position to make a substantial donation to research on brain tissue cloning—" She saw the man wince, and did herself. Two Eagles had ordered a doctor to switch off the machine that maintained what was left of his son after a skull-shattering accident. "Dan, we will, regardless." "For certain. I wish you hadn't had to, though." "Me too, but I did have to." After a moment, Broderson said, "Well, expect he'll agree?" "I've little doubt. He ought to call me this afternoon." "What about picking me up?" "That's in the package. I told him several of Chinook's crew had last-minute business groundside, and because of the need for discretion, couldn't engage a shuttle to the ship. They'll meet us at a spot where Willowaw can fetch them, if he issues a permit." Liz paused. "Where should it be?" Broderson had already considered that. "East shore of Spearhorn Lake. Well off in the backwoods, you recall, though there's a road of sorts. Easy landing site, okay?" "Okay." She glanced at her watch. "Hold on." He realized she was punching a keyboard. "There. Our tape was running out. I patched in the extra section." "Good girl." He stood helpless to kiss her. "Oh, good girl." "I'm not sure we have much else to talk about," she said forlornly. "If the boat doesn't come tonight, I suppose you'd better find a phone and check with me tomorrow morning." "Naturalmente, querida." "The kids are fine, except for missing you. Barbara's having a nap. I could wake her." "Don't." "She said to tell you hello from her and Slewfoot both." "Tell her hello back and—" They stumbled along for a minute or two, till Broderson exploded. "Hell! This isn't getting us anywhere, is it?" "No, and you'd better move. That lake's a ways from Novi Mir." "Yeah, right. I love you, Liz." "Goodbye, darling." She operated controls to segue in a canned farewell. "I mean, so long. Hasta la vista. But don't worry if it takes you a while. I'll always be here." The screen blanked, not quite steadily. Broderson sought Kathleen's table. The chair creaked when his weight thumped down. She reached to clasp his hand. "Is all well, my heart?" she asked, low. "Seems like it," he muttered, staring down at the scarred surface. "And underneath all is ill. That poor brave lady. It's fine judgment you showed in choosing her, Dan, so it is." He met her green gaze and essayed a smile. "I'm a good judge of women. Drink up and let's clear out of here." "Gladly will I go with you anywhere, my own, but—" She made a wry mouth. "Must I drink up?" "No, never mind. Leave it for the poor." "What? And be starting a revolution?" Somewhat cheered, he bade the landlord adios and accompanied her forth. Phoebus was approaching noon. Most settlers were out in the communal cropland. Houses dreamed side by side along a single dusty street. Their timber smelled tarry in the warmth, though bright images adorned the gables. A car strolled by. A babushka sat on her stoop, knitting, while she kept watch on a couple of small children at play, whose shouts were almost the only sound. Beyond the valley reached green to the mountains, whose sheerness enclosed it. The scene might have come out of a book of nursery tales, Broderson thought. But fusion-powered spacecraft had brought its creators here. agrochemists guided the conversion of the soil until terrestrial plants, duly modified by geneticists, could flourish. Ecological technology, working mostly on the microbial level, held at bay the native life which else would return and reconquer. At night, the constellations bore names like Aeneas and Gryphus, and only a powerful telescope could find the star which was Sol. "Where are we bound?" Kathleen inquired as he opened the car bubble. "To meet with the boat that'll take me off," Broderson said. "Will you return this runabout to the rental agency for me, please?" "What? Has it not an autopilot you can be setting for that?" "Yes, but you'll be to hell and gone from anywhere." "What do you mean I will?" "Hey, wait! You don't think—" "Get in," she said. "Drive while we fight, so we can be done with that when we arrive and ready for more interesting pastimes." "Pegeen," he sighed, casting off guilt, for Lys would not begrudge him what comfort he could seize. "You've got a one-track mind." "True," she agreed. "Isn't it a nice track?" Chinook swung about Demeter like a near moon. Later she would be a comet. Modeled on emissaries, since hers was to have been the same purpose if the gods were kind to Broderson, she was a sphere, 200 meters in diameter, mirror-burnished. Her power plant could easily keep her warm. Getting rid of heat was the occasional problem. Aft, the focuser for her jet traced out, with its framework, a graceful tulip shape. Amidships were the auxiliaries, swivel-mounted chemical rocket motors. Around the forward hemisphere, locks, turrets, housing, and electronic dishes broke her smoothness. At the pole opposite the main drive, 2 cranes flanked a great circular door. Her crew were aboard. That had gone more easily than Leno intimated to 2 Eagles. They had taken the regular ferry to Persephone, unnoticed among the other passengers. At the port they engaged a private boat, whose owner-pilot cleared for Arion, and then took them to their ship instead. Inter-satellite traffic was only loosely monitored, and most spacemen were willing to break a regulation or two if it would help a lodge-mate. Fetching the captain unbeknownst presented more of a problem. Word came. The door swung aside. A conveyor thrust Willowaw halfway out. The cranes laid hold on the boat, hauled her forth, swung her around so her blast wouldn't touch the mother vessel. In shape, her 75-meter length suggested a torpedo. Fins at the rear, wings recessed near the waist, lanceolate boom projecting from the nose. Vapor gushed from her, too hot to be visible. The cranes let go, and she accelerated. A portion of the water condensed kilometers behind, making a cloud that roiled spectral white before dissipating. It was an inefficient system compared to a plasma drive, but it could endure rough passage through an atmosphere. For all her size, and the unimaginable energies that her engine released and channeled, Chinook was too fragile for that, or for ever landing anywhere. Obedient to an officially approved flight plan, Willowaw spent a couple of hours curving toward the planet before she reached the fringes of its stratosphere. Much velocity remained to be shed, slowly, lest she burn. Stubby wings extended. The rockets fell silent. Valves closed them off. For a time the pilot and his computer nursed the boat through a long glide. Eventually she was at a level where the jet motors on the wings had a sufficient intake. He kicked in power to them. A rising whine filled the cockpit. Still furiously decelerating, Willowaw was now an aircraft. Solid-state optical transmitters revealed to the pilot a sea of sunlit clouds, far and far below. He had half the globe to round before he landed. The moons of Demeter orbit faster than does the moon of Earth. On this night, Arion was down and Persephone would not rise till after dawn. Thus a larger number of stars showed than before, soft in a violet-blue dusk. The hour was past for torchflies and choristers. Quietness dwelt here. Walled by shadow masses of forest, the lake sheened sable. Across the middle of it, Zeus cast a perfect glade. Because the veil which cupped it lay much less high than the cave, warmth lingered, to raise a ghost of smoky fragrance from the sunbloom growing amidst lodix on the open ground where Broderson and Kathleen sat. He stirred upon springy turf. It was becoming damp. "Damnation, Pegeen," he said. "You cannot go, and that's that." At the back of his mind he felt how his vehemence profaned the peace around them. She curled calf beneath knee, leaned against him, rumpled his hair, nibbled his ear. "I love you when you're firm," she murmured. "You may take that in any sense you please." "This is ridiculous. How often must I repeat, you've no training?" "Yourself have promised you'd give me the same, and the learning is easy, and there's nothing to equal free-fall screwing. Be serious, will you? I meant a short pleasure trip, no further than to Aphrodite or Ares. She dropped her hand to rest her weight on it. Forearm, hip, and thigh continued pressing gently on him. He felt her breath on his cheek as her tone dropped mirth. Well, then it's serious I will be, dear Wurra-Wurra-Wot. You've confessed you'll have no quartermaster, and what's worse, no medical officer. Can I not be both? Should I let you fare off into danger without me, when I might help? Think also of your crew, Captain Broderson. Would you be denying them what might save a life, to be free of fear on my account? But the trip won't be dangerous. In that case, why refuse me the experience? You know what flying barracks the emigrant ships are. I've more sense of a universe around me here, or I, watching a newscast from space, than ever I got aboard Isabella. Well, no telling what'll happen. We're steering mighty close to the wind, and your mistress must not be at your side. Daniel, it's angry I'd be at you, were I not so disappointed. Oh, hell, Pegeen! He reached around to draw her closer yet. Of course, she said slyly, if you fear scandal, I could keep decorous with you. Sure some boy aboard would console me. Stop that, you witch! He had known this was the last skirmish in a fight she'd won, by her special weapons, soon after they reached this place. I give up, you're on. The surrender gladdened him. She sealed her victory by waiting for him to kiss her. 30 seconds? Though immediately after, nobody knew quite who was in charge. They halted there, since the boat might appear at any minute, and sat for a while letting serenity well up within them. Presently Kathleen rose. I will make my farewells, she said. He saw her clear through the twilight, but changed by it to a sight not altogether real, the hue of the Milky Way moving around the meadow. She dipped a hand into the lake and drank. She plucked a sunbloom petal and crushed it lovingly between lips and teeth. She cast arms around a man-tall kust, and hugged the bush to her, burying her face in its leaves. At last she came back to him. You really try to be part of all this, don't you? He half whispered. No, I am. Her hand swept an arc from stars to water and across the woods. And you are, Dan. Everything is. Why cannot people feel it? We can't be you, I suppose. You said something once about maybe having fairy blood. I thought it was just your figure of speech. Tonight, I wonder. She stared before her. I wonder my own self. You mean that? I could pretty near believe it, old agnostic me. Oh, no, I'd not give you any mystical blarney. Not even from Yeats will I buy his metaphysics. She looked upward. Yet sure, and this is a strange cosmos, more strange than we can guess. Is that not so, my joy? He nodded. The size of it alone. I've tried and tried to imagine a light year, a single light year, but of course I can't. Then I've tried to imagine the smallness of an atom and can't. Wave mechanics, background radiation left over from the beginning. Expansion forever. Into what? Black holes, quasars, T-machines, the others? Yes. After a silence, touching her, I think, though, you were getting at a particular mystery. Well, it was a queer story my mother told me, and she a good Catholic. Want to tell me? That I do, but I don't know how. For it is not really a story, anything that truly happened or else was a lie. No, it is in the way and the time of telling, and herself who told it. Would you indeed like to hear? He tightened his arm about her. Why do you ask me that? Kathleen responded, Thank you, dear bear that you are. You must first understand, Mother was from Les Hinch in County Clare. That's among the parts of Eire which grew poor during the Troubles, until none were left but smallholders, and many of them unlettered. There again they believe in the Shia, if ever they stop believing, though I suppose Lady Gregory would not recognize their tales. And knowing about the others, why under the winter stars should they not believe? Out in the lake, the great black bulk of a Wassergeist surfaced, uttered its eldritch whistle, and sank. Well, as I've told you before, Mother came to Dublin on a scholarship to study music. After a professor on a fishing trip had heard her sing, Kathleen went on, but she was only a little in the opera, for she married Podrick Mulryan, and soon bore him 2 children. Then she fell homesick. He, a physician, could not take free, but he sent her back on a holiday to the cottage of her parents, and glad she was to roam about that countryside she loved. Kathleen sat straight, twining her fingers hard together, searching her thoughts. Broderson waited. Her profile against the light night was dear to him. This she related long afterward, and I the first to hear except a priest. My father, that good dry man, 15 years older than she, would have called it a mere dream, as likely it was. But Mother was seeking to reach me. When she saw me breaking from faith and family both, she wanted me to know that she too had felt what I did, so that she could warn me to beware. And yet she could say no more than this. She had been on a week's tramp, where she would sleep at whatever house the sunset found her near, and they always happy to meet a new person. But this moonlit night beneath Slieve Benna was so fair that she spread her bedroll on the moss, and late she lay while her vision lost itself upwards. Then there came a music out of the moonlight like flame, and one whose beauty was such that she wept to see. And he asked her, would she go into the mountain with him? No woman born could have refused, or would have been a saint if she could, my mother told me. She left the sod like a bird, and he nested her in his arms and bore her away. But as for what followed, she could only speak of rainbows and suns, purple and gold, wind and wild seas, and everything a glory. If that was how he made love to her, then that was how he made love to her. She awoke where she had lain down, and a sunbeam tickled her nose till she sneezed. I've given you in English, Dan, a song I made about it in Gaelic, for Mother lacked the words. I do myself, but I saw her eyes, and heard her voice. Nor had he aught he could say. 9 months later I was born, and grew to be the image of her, Kathleen continued, after a spell during which a meteor streaked overhead. Aye, well do I know what you're thinking. My father, the dear, never did. To him she had carried me a little time long or a little time short, no matter which it was. And how he spoiled me, for I was a single daughter and the last child they had. Dan, he was right. You'll grant me, won't you? I read people well. She has known no other man than him, ever. Oh, I didn't mean that, Broderson protested clumsily. Not that I'd give a damn, but... No, I just guess it may be a fantasy she was nursing. You'll agree she might, huh? Maybe without quite realizing she did, and she got a little high. She was never one for the poteen or the pot. When he tried to apologize, Kathleen laid a palm across his lips. Aye, you mean she got drunk on moonlight? It happens, he replied when she let go. Why, I remember an old juniper behind the house that talked to me. I forget what it said, but I remember it talking as well as I remember learning to ride a horse at the same age, 4 or 5, or whenever that was. Dreams hang on in the oddest ways, and if you're like her, Pegeen, then she's like you, and you're a dreamer. Except sometimes when you're so practical you scare me. She didn't ease and laugh as he'd hoped, though she did smile. I'm simply a woman, Dan. You men are the romantic sex. All right. What do you suppose happened if you think she really went into Elhoy, what we call it where I come from? If you think that, I won't scoff. In the same world as the others, no trouble to accept under earth. Or devils? He felt her shiver. That's what Mother feared it was, hell tempting her and she falling. The priest said not to believe that. Likeliest she'd had but a gust in the brain. Yet in her soul she bears the fear to this day. My father has told me how she was light-hearted in her youth, but from about that time grew very devout. The pressure toward that would certainly be there, Broderson reflected. Where the fact of the others hasn't destroyed religions, it's inspired new ones or repowered the old. Was any of that their intention? What is your guess? Mine? I have none. I know what scientific evidence consists of, and here is naught. But you must have speculated. It obviously matters a lot to you. Naturally. Nora is my mother. Far though I've drifted, I love her and my father and brothers, and hope to see them again on our journey. Kathleen took his hand in a close grip. You recall what started this talk was when you asked about the sense of belonging in the whole universe, she said. I think she had it that night, stronger than ever myself have. Were she a Buddhist, she would have been speaking of nirvana or enlightenment or some such wonderful thing. Being an Irish peasant girl, for all she was wedded to a Dublin doctor and had sung in the opera, she recoiled in horror, and dreadful is the pity of that. But as for what brought on her experience and gave it such form, I will not guess. "May I?" he responded. "She was as adventurous by nature as you are, as hungry for life, except she never fought her way to freedom the way you did. So—" "Broom!" said the sky. They sprang to their feet. Metal high aloft caught light from the hidden sun and glimmered, then dived into eclipse. Nonetheless they could track it as it neared them. The rumble became a roar, leaves trembled, air buffeted. The spaceboat rotated wings, descended vertically, lowered wheels, touched ground, cut motors, and rested. Silence thundered back. Broderson and Kathleen grabbed up their gear and ran toward her. Chapter 10. The auditorium in the San Geronimo Wheel included an offstage room where speakers or entertainers could wait, preparing themselves if they needed to. Ira Quick didn't, but he spent a few seconds before a mirror checking out his appearance. It showed him a trim, fine-boned Caucasoid man of 44, with a high forehead above thin, regular features, brown eyes, black Van Dyke beard, and wavy black hair, barely frosted, which had gotten sparse on top, but fell abundant behind the ears and halfway down the neck. That was the mode, as were the quiet iridescence of his tunic and the flare of his dark slacks, noticeably less than last year's. The mode, not the ultra-fashion. Be not the first by whom the new are tried. My, quite the actor, readying for an entrance that will capture the hostile audience, aren't we? He thought, appreciating his ability to jest at himself. Underneath, he felt how he was aware of the deadly seriousness behind his errand here. Yes, the tragedy. Tragedy did not consist of a clash between pure good and pure evil. That was mere melodrama. Tragedy occurred when the conflict was ineluctable between persons of equal morality, almost equal intelligence and sensitivity. Henry Troxell, director of the guard, stirred. "Are you, about set, sir?" he inquired. "Yes," Quick said. "No fancy introduction, please." "I couldn't handle that anyway, sir. Okay." Troxell went forth. His bold tones reverberated back through the open door. "Damas y caballeros, I have the pleasure. I've explained plenty of times to you that my men and I have just been doing our duty, as assigned us by our government and yours. You've demanded a meeting with somebody who is in charge. Now he's arrived. I have the honor to present Ira Quick, member for the Midwest in the Assembly of the North American Federation, Minister of Research and Development on the Council of the World Union. Senor Quick." He backed off stage as the newcomer entered, leading the applause until he noticed that he alone was clapping. Quick went to the lectern, which he felt was a psychologically valuable prop, and smiled outward. Intended for hundreds, the chamber reached huge and hollow. 12 prisoners sat in the front row and glowered, the alien not among them, he saw, unsure whether to be annoyed or relieved. Guards, seated or standing, added a similar number. The rest were on station, minuscule though the chance of an emergency was. Everybody wore spaceman's coveralls. The Secret Service agents bore holstered handguns, mostly sonic stunners, a few pistols. Through the silence he heard ventilation whir. The air smelled properly fresh. Surely a slight mustiness was all in his imagination. Given its near emptiness, the auditorium had bad acoustics, a hint of echoes. Well, he thought, I've spoken and worse. Briefly through him flashed memories. A small-town schoolhouse crammed with well-manured field hands, a rainy evening in a Masonic hall partly bombed out in the last Civil War, and not yet repaired. A cruel winter dawn outside the gate of a factory, whose workers knew they'd be laid off when the automation was restored. The kind of thing to which a bright young attorney who had become a bright young politician must grow accustomed. Desirable in its fashion, helped me understand the common man. "Do you mind if I speak English?" he began. "It's my native language, and you used it as much as Spanish aboard your ship, didn't you?" The sullenness before him was unchanged. "Thank you." Having sounded a note of informality, he leaned his fingertips on the lectern and gave full play to his famous baritone. "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. and a good day I hope this will prove for you and for mankind. More than any language can say, I regret, I grieve at what has happened to you. There you were, back from your expedition, an expedition whose significance dwarfed that of Columbus's. You had toiled, you had suffered, you had lost 3 comrades who were dear to you, and meanwhile you had endured. But at last you were bringing back the prize which you sincerely believed would open a new and brighter era. You had every right to expect a triumph, honor for the rest of your lives, immortality in history. Instead— "Ah, drop that shit," called a large blonde woman. "Don't throw it at us. We have had plenty already." She must be Frida von Moltke, gunner and boat pilot, like the brown man, Sam Kalahele, who sat beside her. Captain Willem Langendijk turned around in the ultra-correct way that Quick remembered to shush her. Mate Carlos Francisco Rueda Suarez gave his brows the least aristocratic lift, in order to cast a look of scorn, stageward. Expressions on the rest varied from grins to embarrassment, save for the lean gray-haired woman, Joelle Key, who stayed impassive. Quick lifted a hand. "No offense," he said. "Believe me, I sympathize. I've come the whole way from Earth in order that we can have a meaningful dialogue and reach a modus vivendi that will satisfy you, too. I thought I'd give a short talk, and then we would hold a free discussion. Is that agreeable?" "Hear him out," Langendijk ordered. Quartermaster Bruno Benedetti folded his arms, leaned back, and gave an artificial yawn. "We may as well," he said. "We have nothing else to do." "Please," Esther Pinsky, medical officer and assistant biologist, spoke timidly, though she had gone through the gate, to an unknown destination like the rest, there to study life forms, for which all she knew would prove lethal. "Let us be polite." "Yes," added Engineer Dairoku Mitsukuri. "How else shall we win release?" The crew settled down. Quick reassumed his speaker's posture. "Thank you," he said. "You are most generous." "You are mortally dangerous," he thought, and at once, "No, it isn't their fault. They don't know any better. I must try to educate them. Education is the key to the future." He felt tolerance stand tall within him. "Colonel Troxell, and no doubt his men have done their best to make clear to you why you have been held this weary while," he began. "However, with due respect, perhaps they aren't the most articulate people alive. Talking isn't their business. It is mine, or it better be, if I hope to stay in office." Nobody gave him back his chuckle. Planetologist Olga Razumovsky briefly pinched her nostrils. "I intended to speak with the, Betan, too," he proceeded. "May I ask why he isn't present?" Glances sought Joelle Key. She crossed her legs and stated flatly, "I advised him otherwise. We'll play back this scene later and try to interpret it for him, point by point." Quick stepped from the lectern and reduced his smile. Nothing lost an audience faster than a fixed stance or an unresponsive countenance. Besides, holothetes gave him the crawlies. They weren't human. He must never admit to his prejudice. He was big enough to recognize that it was a prejudice. Marie Foyer, chemist, softened Key's reply when she said, "Fidelio is so puzzled already, and I think so hurt." "Well, his shipmates know him best," Quick conceded. "Fidelio, please accept my very good wishes and my government's welcome to the solar system." Focusing on the crew, "A hell of a welcome, I agree. I've come to apologize, and at the same time lay out for you why the government has had no choice. The custodians can only have outlined the reasons. I intend to fill in those outlines. Ask me the toughest questions you're able, and I'll give you the straightest answers I'm able. First, though, I think we'll be wise if I describe the situation to you from the start, the way my colleagues and I see it. Please don't tell yourself, I've heard this before. Please listen. Maybe you have not heard every bit of it before. You realized when you signed on that probably you'd be quarantined for an unspecified period on your return, no matter what your researches seemed to prove. Even in the case of Demeter, which the voice of the others had assured was free of any disease our race could catch, even in that case, 10 years went by before any scientist who went there set foot again on any body of the solar system. You would not have to wait that long in orbit, of course, but the time might well have been longer than you have spent thus far here in the wheel. Floriano de Carvalho, chief biologist, flushed. "A different kind of time, quick!" he shouted in anger. The speaker retreated slightly upon the stage, as a matador of old might retreat. "Yes, certainly, certainly." "You would be in audio-visual contact with your loved ones and the whole world. You would receive gifts. You would, well, enjoy better food and drink that I'm afraid you've been getting. Oh, yes. Above all, am I right? You would be conveying your message, the message that mankind now had the freedom of the galaxy." "Well, not quite that yet," said a lanky fellow. "In 1,000 years the Betans have puzzled out the paths that take them to about 100 stars and home again. It's a beginning, though." For an instant, Quick didn't recognize him. A mental block. He'd personally met each crewman and backup, and studied each dossier, after he failed to prevent any expedition. But he'd expected years would follow. If luck was really decent, emissary never would return. Then came the catastrophic word, and he almost wished he had a god to thank that Tom Archer was commanding the watchship at that moment. There'd been no chance to persuade many such officers to cooperate. The contingency had seemed remote anyhow, that a T-machine could as easily flick you through time as through space. Theoretical, yes, as E equals mc squared was once theoretical. The message from Archer. Faraday had escorted emissary through the gate to the solar system, after cleverly misleading his opposite number there, and was mounting guard on her. What should he do? Quick later took pride in the speed with which he had crystallized arrangements about the wheel, and incidentally about Faraday. Send her back to her post in the Phoebean system. Before that tour expired, assign her to a hastily authorized mapping survey of distant Hades, with the usual fat bonuses for her crew. That bought a number of weeks in which to devise something more permanent. Still, it had been a nightmare scramble to accomplish the task while keeping the secret. No single man could have done it. A bond of more than brotherhood would always exist between those people, in high places and low, from a dozen different countries, who had laid their careers on the line as they strove behind the scenes to forestall disaster. And subsequently, radio messages between Wheel and Earth could not well go in code, when nobody was supposed to be out here but a few harmless scientists. Courier boats took days, and in any event could not make frequent runs. That would excite comment also. Besides, the available discretionary funds wouldn't stretch. Oh, damn those pinch-penny reactionaries, who forever were hobbling persons of vision. Thus, Quick arrived here with the sketchiest notion of what Troxell's team had learned. Fortunately, I'm a quick study. His standard joke broke the spell. It had lasted no more than a second, while he stood overcome by the magnitude of what he was doing for humanity. He knew the name of the latest troublemaker, emissary's second engineer, as well as he knew his wife's. "I was being metaphorical, Mr. Sverdrup," he said. "As I understand your account, though, the Betans can guide us to planets we might colonize after we fill Demeter. More important, am I right? They can introduce us to about 20 sentient races, from each of which we should be able to learn incalculably much. Science, art, philosophy, who can predict what?" "Starting with the Betans themselves," Rueda snapped. "Technologically, they're the farthest advanced. Compared to their engineers, ours play with jackstraws in a sandbox. For a bare start, they can show us how to make spacecraft with capabilities that are science fiction to us as cheaply and easily as we do automobiles. And they are willing to. They offer us trade terms so generous that I am still dazed. We told them that on Earth the person of an ambassador is sacred. Sir, where is theirs at this hour? What are your intentions toward him?" The matador swayed aside from the charge. "Please, Senor Rueda, that's what we'll discuss today. Surely you don't consider me anti-scientific. I am the Minister of Research and Development." Rueda replied with his eyebrows. Curse him. He's passed his adult life as a spaceman, Quick thought. But he remains a member of his blasted timocratic clan, and they must have talked politics in his presence. He knows I didn't aim for R&D in the cabinet because I wanted to give those blind forces free rein. No, I have a mission to tame them. They are good servants, but bad masters. Ira, quoting your usual speech to yourself, are you? "Let me hark back to the 20th century," he said, "and the moratorium on research into recombinant DNA techniques that responsible scientists imposed until they had worked out rigorous safety regulations. The result was that no new plague swept the world, but instead man reaped the countless benefits of new basic knowledge in the field of genetics. Ladies and gentlemen, you today are in the position of those pioneers. I salute your heroism, I sympathize with your plight, and I appreciate the vast potential for good to come out of your accomplishments. Yet, I feel sure you would never wish to release a horrible disease upon humanity. What I call for is not an end to exploration, but a moratorium. My prayer is that you will agree." "What disease, you ask? My friends, the same question was asked in those genetic laboratories. What disease? Nobody knew. If they had known, there would have been no problem. However, they did have the wisdom to admit the limitations of their knowledge. Your government takes its stewardship seriously." When that Betan ship was observed passing through the gate at Phoebus, an expedition to follow it was authorized only after long debate, both public and official. After one hell of a political battle, which my side lost, though we did extract a few concessions, and afterwards some of us got together to plan how we might win the next battle. To a large extent, the decision to go ahead turned on the assumption that you'd be away for years. If nothing else, it seemed clear that you would need much time to establish communication with a totally foreign species. Meanwhile, we at home could imagine contingencies and prepare for them, and jostle for who would have the final say. But instead, having spent those years, you returned within months. Quick switched from excitement to solemnity. "Fidelio, dear friend from the stars, forgive me what I must say. I am morally certain that you and yours are benign. Yet moral certainty is not enough when a government must watch over billions of lives. And in fact, what do you know about us? Do you have proof positive of our honesty and peacefulness? I think our duty to both our posterities is that we both exercise the greatest caution." A couple of his listeners were snickering. The von Moltke bitch laughed aloud and called, "He only knows Spanish, Mr. Eloquent Statesman. Do you want I should translate?" Quick suppressed a surge of fury, considered repeating himself in the second language, decided that would only underline the contretemps, and replied with his sharpest smile, "If you like, at your leisure, madam." The riposte seemed wasted on her, though. He aimed at the crew again. "Quite aside from possible aggressive intent, which I agree isn't likely, quite aside from that, think of the impact on society. The others gave us Demeter. They also gave us the Troubles. The Union remains frighteningly vulnerable. The Peace Command is daily more overstrained. You are idealists. You suppose that a flash flood of revolutionary information, technology, ideas, philosophies, faiths, you suppose this can only be desirable, can only stimulate a renaissance. My friends, I remind you that the original European Renaissance was indeed brilliant in art and science, but it was likewise an era when civilization exploded. The era not just of Leonardo and Michelangelo, but of the Borgias and the Cenci. And the strongest thing they had to kill with was gunpowder. We have fusion warheads. I apologize for repeating arguments which were heard over and over before you departed, but you have, after all, spent 8 years of your lifetimes away in an exotic setting. The enthusiasm of discovery and achievement has dimmed these cautions in your memories, and evidently Colonel Troxell and his staff haven't succeeded in impressing their gravity upon you. Let me repeat, we who look after the commonweal counted on years in which to prepare for your return. Foreseeing the danger, we intended both to strengthen institutions of law and order and to educate the public. Frankly, by coming back this early, you yourselves have precipitated the emergency." Rueda flipped an arm upward. "Don't you know why we did?" he called. Taken aback, the minister heard his own voice. "What? Well, no, I guess not. It's doubtless in the reports. Colonel Troxell tells me you've been pretty frank, but that's a huge amount of material, and I didn't want to keep you waiting longer." He rallied. "Very well, Senor Rueda. I took for granted that was how the gate works." "Wrong, Mr. Quick," the mate said. "The Betans have had 1,000 years to study the T-machines." They developed cheap probes that they could send out by the billions. Well, we've sent out a few thousand. So they got some back. Given that much information, they could begin to see traces of a pattern, begin to get inklings of a theory. They are far from a complete understanding, true, but they have found how slight variations in a guide path, not enough to take you to a different destination in space, will take you to different moments in time. The range isn't great, a matter of a decade or two either way. Beyond that, their information is still too incomplete. But they told us they could calculate a guide path around the machine at Centrum, which would bring us out before or after the hour we left Phoebus. By anywhere, anywhen, within several years. We elected to return to a few days after our departure. That it was months instead is because we can't con emissary as precisely as they control their ships. It was our decision, ours. Langendijk frowned. Rueda shook his head at the captain. Appalled, he felt his lips go numb. Quick breathed, "Why?" though already he guessed the response. "We did not forget the debates beforehand," Rueda said. "No, we spent 8 years thinking. We saw the risk that your faction, sir, would prevail because it knows exactly what it wants, while our kind of people promise nothing except hope. We decided we had better arrive home early." Above his dismay, because, Jesus Christ, time travel on top of everything else, Quick was pleased to note how ready was his counterattack. "Thank you, Senor Rueda," he purred. "I wish you'd tell me what my faction, as you call it, does want. I'd be interested to know. I thought the Action Party and like-minded organizations simply aim at the well-being of mankind." Rueda shrugged. "What is the well-being of mankind? Who determines? Let me cite a little history, too. Several centuries back, the shoguns of Japan excluded foreigners. Anything new, anything fresh. Mr. Mitsukuri has told me how they then tried to regulate the whole of life, down to the price you might pay for a doll to give your child." "Festung Menschenheim," von Moltke added nastily. "But this hermit kingdom could last, keep missiles at either T-machine and blow to bits whatever strange may show itself. Oh, yes." "Not altogether a bad idea." Quick raised his hands. "What sort of monster do you take me for?" he cried. "How do you expect me to reply to that kind of charge? Have I stopped beating my wife? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to believe those years at Beta made paranoids of you. I beg you, stop talking that way." Captain Langendijk intervened. "If you please, everyone, if you please, let us stay civilized." He got up and addressed the stage. "Sir, we did not advance our return date because of a persecution complex. It merely seemed sensible. Besides, you can imagine personal reasons. In 8 years, a number of those we care for would have died, the rest aged. We hoped to escape that." Quick attempted a reply. Langendijk's polder-level voice went on. "As Carlos said, we remembered the big arguments before we left. Over and over we discussed them, including the dangers of reviving the troubles. We found the danger is negligible. You speak of a flood of newness. Well, this cannot happen. In 100 years we have barely begun to know Demeter, and it has no intelligent native race. As for Beta, the Betans, who are experienced at meeting different species, they estimate 50 years before they and we can move beyond the exchange of cultural and scientific missions. We will need that long to get acquainted. Earth will have ample time to adapt. Please, let me finish. Technology will enter faster than that, yes. But what of it? Or what not of it? The technology most immediately significant will be astronautical. Routes through the gates, cheap, plentiful, truly serviceable spacecraft. Uninhabited Earth-like planets, the safety valve, can you not see? Freedom to get away and start fresh. Not a few thousand per year crammed in a transport, but unlimited. Freedom. This is what we bring back with us." He sat down, red-faced, unused to orating, and waited. The whole room waited. Quick let silence grow to emphasize the words he was assembling before he took to the lectern again, reassumed his pastoral posture, and told them, "We're all idealists here. You wouldn't have gone to Beta if you weren't. I wouldn't serve in Toronto and in Lima if I weren't. For that matter, The men who have been taking care of you here wouldn't have accepted their hard, thankless job if they weren't." I shade the truth a trifle, he thought. Emotionally speaking, it must be Ira Wallace Quick, who forces destiny into shape. There is no ecstasy like that. On the crudest level, hearing a crowd cheer me, seeing them adore me, beats taking a woman to bed. How very honest I am with myself. I am being wry, I often am. I like that trait in moderation. Therefore, I dare be frank, and add that somebody has to assume the stewardship, and I, over the years, have come to know the common man and what he needs. "Captain Langendijk," he said, "I admit you're sincere, but have you really considered the consequences of recklessly introducing that kind of astronautics? You spoke of a safety valve. Let me instead speak about the wretched of Earth, whole nations that have not yet climbed back from starveling barbarism, millions of poor and downtrodden within the so-called advanced countries. Have they no call upon us? Surely you don't imagine they could pack up and go? Where would they get the price of the cheapest ticket, of the tools necessary at the far end? Where would they get the education required for survival? Demeter has claimed her hundreds of lives already, from carefully selected emigrants to a carefully researched world. Where even would the poor get the incentive to go, the bare energy? No. What you propose would divert vitally needed resources, and still more vitally needed skilled labor. For the benefit of a privileged few, the many would be cast into suffering deeper and more prolonged. Have you no sense of obligation toward your fellow humans?" "Mamma mia!" Benedetto yelled. "Have you no sense of elementary economics? You cannot believe that sciocchezza." Quick stiffened. "I believe in compassionate government," he declared. Key stirred in her chair. "Compassionate government," she said, "is a code phrase meaning there will be absolutely no compassion for the taxpayer." That can't be her jape, thought Quick in anger. She's too divorced from reality. I'll bet she heard it from Daniel Broderson, that bastard on Demeter. The detectives told me she and he had a close relationship. He mastered himself, relaxed muscle after muscle, leaned across the lectern, and urged with all the mellowness at his command. "Ladies and gentlemen, I realized you'd feel bitter. I did not foresee our meeting would stray this far or get this hostile. Look, I shunted my other responsibilities aside and spent days traveling from Earth in order to work out a plan with you that'll satisfy you in your private lives while fulfilling the duty we share to mankind and civilization. Let's hold a genuine dialogue, shall we?" Hours later, he sat in the apartment given him, a scotch and soda in his grip, and fumbled after a decision. Soon he must join Troxel for dinner. No doubt he could fob off undesirable questions and suggestions, pleading weariness. It wouldn't be feigned, either. Under no circumstances could he be candid, and he mustn't stay here long, caged in outer space while events ran wild at home. For him, the wheel was bad karma. So, if he could structure the conversation this even-watch, he might elicit clues as to how best to proceed. But this involved having at least a tentative scheme of action, which in turn demanded that he stare down some rather horrible facts. A hot shower had washed the sweat off him, a change of clothes rid him of the stench. The lounger cuddled his body. His tumbler was cool in his hand, moist, each sip reminding him of smoke. Bonfire at a political rally, campfire in the Rockies, hearthfire après-ski in a Swiss chalet, cigar after a 4-star dinner, and, across the table, a worshipful young female from the governmental programmer pool. Haydn lilted. Stars marched magnificently across a port in the wall. He barely noticed any of it. What to do? What to do? Tragedy. Real tragedy. A light year past, what he went through as a junior attorney in the Judge Advocate's Bureau under the old martial government, helping prosecute malefactors who were actually the products of a society in chaos. They who boarded emissary for Beta were in their fashion the finest Earth had to offer. Gifted, educated, high-minded. He could not even call them rabid technophiles, any more than they could properly call him a rabid xenophobe. He and they held separate parts of the truth, like the blind men feeling the elephant. He had to confront the hard questions, though, or stop thinking of himself as a statesman. Which position was more nearly right, or less grossly wrong? What was more essential to the elephant? Its tail, or its trunk? I've seen too much misery in the wake of the troubles, read the statistics on too much more. He would forever be haunted by a little girl he never knew. A border clash had occurred between units of the United States and the Holy Western Republic. A mortar shell went astray. He, as an officer of the Joint Armistice Commission, had poked around for evidence of culpability and found, instead, her holding a teddy bear against the wound that bled her to death. And at that, she'd gone fast, in the ruins of her home. Famine was worse, pellagra worse yet. What raison d'etre does government have, except to care for people? And who will care for them, except government? Quick gulped a mouthful, paid attention to it going down his throat, became consciously sardonic. Now I'm quoting speech number 17B. That helped calm him, without changing the facts. The foremost fact was that Homo sapiens had no business among the stars. Eventually, yes, when he was ready, then let him go forth. But first, he should put his own house in order. One could actually argue that interplanetary enterprises from the original Sputnik had been a mistake. Granted, this was heresy. Quick had never publicly uttered it. The technophiles would have come down on him like an avalanche, with their figures of increases in real wealth due to minerals and manufactures, their citations of advances in scientific knowledge, and everything that meant in every field from earthquake control to medicine. And they would have been truthful. What they never stopped to wonder was what mankind might have done in the way of building a decent, stable world, had mankind stayed quietly at home. Be that as it may, oh, damn the others. If they aren't already damned, they're enough to make a man believe in Satan. Helter-skelter off to Demeter, at whatever cost in work and material, to give new hope to thousands out of Earth's billions. Yes, the investment was paying off. Demeter was returning a nice profit, some of which the general public was getting in the form of higher wages and lower prices. But what about the poor, who must scrounge along while the investment was being made? That capital would have bought them a lot of welfare. More important, fundamental, unhealing, was the drain on attention. The best of Earth, in ever-increasing numbers, no longer cared much about the government of Earth. They were off into space. Turn them completely loose, let in the Betans, and that would spell the end of Ira Quick's program for a humane and rational civilization. He stroked his beard. The silkiness was minutely soothing as he continued to review. His was far from the sole interest at stake. No two of his allies had identical motives. Stedman, of the Holy Western Republic, feared the collapse of a faith and a way of life already weakened by secular terrestrial influences. Makarov, of Great Russia, foresaw his dream of reunification with Bielorussia, Ukrainia, and Siberia coming to naught. Abdallah, of the Meccan Caliphate, suspected that Iran, already committed to high-energy industry, would gain a decisive advantage over his part of Islam. Garcilaso, of the Andean Confederacy, had brought his corporation into a viable relationship with its chief competitor, Aventureros Planetarios, and didn't want that upset, less because he would lose money than because his family would lose standing. Broussard, of Europe, talked practical politics, but basically dreaded the oblivion into which his culture and tradition might sink. The list went on. Quick halted his reverie and clenched his drink. A realist must accept reality. He couldn't wish away Demeter, the Stargates, the others, or even the Iliadic League. Water does not run uphill. However, you can dig a catch basin to stop it. After that, perhaps, given luck and devotion, you can install a pump to force it back where it belongs. Today, I confirmed my fears. There is no way to make that crew cooperate. I can only be thankful that none of them have the skill to pretend with the aim of betraying me later. They are valuable human beings, and no doubt the alien among them has the same claim on my conscience. We can't hold them captive till they die of age, can we? Too many chances for the secret to escape. Well, what is the alternative? Release them? That would not only negate everything we've striven for, it would doom the Action Party and every group that collaborated with me. What then of my hopes? All right. What are the facts? The emissary crew have evidently been quite outspoken under interrogation. A. Though the Betans could enter the Phoebean system whenever they wanted, they had no idea of how to reach the solar system from that machine or any other. No matter how close they got to the Betans, the human visitors had honored their pledge to keep that path secret. B. The Betans recognized the possibility that contact with mankind might not be good after all, from their viewpoint or ours. They sent an ambassador, who was also an investigator, but would send nobody else to Phoebus. The next step was up to us. If no terrestrial vessels sought them to initiate regular relationships, they would wait long before they took any initiative. Quick had difficulty believing in such restraint, till he remembered that he was thinking like a human, not a Betan. Their primary interest in us had a thoroughly non-human motivation, and could scarcely be satisfied if they forced their way in. C. When Emissary left, nearly everyone took for granted she'd be years gone at the least, and might well never return. Thus time remained to organize Earth and Demeter properly. D. They knew aboard Faraday that Emissary was back. To judge by a recent report from Aurelia Hancock, apparently the noxious Broderson had suspicions, and thus doubtless associates of his did. Moreover, the San Geronimo wheel contained 21 men who knew still more, if not all. However, such small quantities weren't impossible to handle. Appeal to duty or vanity, persuasion of several kinds, pressure, since any person has vulnerable points, and, of course, the creation of a climate of opinion, such that nobody in his right mind would heed the accusations of an isolated crank or two. That took time and money, but it worked. Despite tens of thousands of witnesses, the Western intellectual community did not accept the truth about Stalin's empire for decades, and was slower yet to acknowledge it about the Maoists. Not that Ira Quick meant to set up concentration camps or anything like that. The example merely showed what a strong propaganda effort could accomplish, for good or ill. Mostly a doctrine was spread by people who didn't even subscribe to it as a whole, but simply took for granted that certain key assertions were true. These got into the textbooks. E. The emissary folk themselves. That was what hurt. Let them loose to spread their tale. For the tale was not merely that they had been there, it was exactly the revelation that Rueda and Langendijk preached. And you might as well forget about social justice. Plus, the career of Ira Quick. Oh, my associates and I would avoid criminal charges. We checked the legal technicalities most carefully. The Dangerous Instrumentalities Act gave his ministry broad discretion to sequester materiel it judged to be a menace. The finalist case, members of a nihilist sect, about whom evidence appeared that they had discovered several fission warheads left over from the Troubles, gave precedent for holding persons incommunicado. While the emissary matter would bring on a ruinous scandal, he'd be immune from prosecution, unless he kept his prisoners too long, say more than 3 months. Perhaps I could revive my law practice after the furor died out. With the world turned upside down, I suppose lawyers would have a field day. But what would be the meaning of it all? Therefore, what to do, for the sake of humanity? Quick gulped hard. Troxell was dutiful. He had been told that the Union Cabinet in executive session had ordered this arrest. That was not exactly the case. Instead, a determined handful within the government had acted. What next? Quick doubted that the Union itself, open and above-board, could make Troxell agree to a massacre. Foul word for a foul idea. And yet, very easy to carry out. For instance, by a merciful gas. Relieve Troxell's team, find them individual assignments that will disperse them, then 2 or 3 wholly dedicated men. On my head be it, and the heads of my colleagues. I could never wash clean these hands. But that dead little girl, poverty, ignorance, the best and the brightest gone off in search of mere adventure, when they could be serving. Is this situation basically different from a war? He drained his tumbler and banged it down. I don't know, I must think, consult, share guilt. Soon, though, something final must be done about that crew. I do not understand, Fidelio said. Nor I, Joelle answered, there in her quarters. Nor he. The male called Quick. Has he not seen in summaries and heard related what our dilemma is on our world? Can he not realize how we wish to come to you, if you will receive us?" "Either he can't or he doesn't want to," Joelle said. "It may be too subtle for him, or I don't know. I'm not sorry to be as remote from these things as I am." Her gaze went to the port. In the crystalline night of space, the Pleiades had become visible as the wheel turned. In that general direction, the Betans had calculated, lay Beta. Lay 3 humans, whose corners of a foreign planet were forever Earth. "If Chris were here," Joelle said, scarcely to be heard, "maybe she could explain." Chapter 11. The Memory Bank. The sun that humans named Centrum is a K3 dwarf. Its luminosity, 0.183 that of Sol. Revolving about it at a mean distance of 0.427 astronomical unit. The second planet, Beta, gets about as much total irradiation as Earth does. More infrared, far less ultraviolet. The orbital period is approximately 118 terrestrial days. Rotation has become locked to 2/3 of this. Hence, the time from sunrise to sunset upon that world is 1 Betan year, and axial tilt operates to keep the southern hemisphere permanently glaciated. Precession changes that, but over geological epochs, since Beta has no moon. There is also a large ice cap on the North Pole. The slow spin makes a weak magnetic field. Thus, auroras are few and dim. Sky glow at night stronger than on Earth or Demeter. Likewise, feeble are cyclonic winds. However, violent weather is common along the terminator, where day meets night. In the northern temperate and tropical zones, the characteristic cycle is early morning thaw, mid-morning to noon, rainstorms, afternoon drought, evening rainstorms, later snowstorms, eventual freeze and quiet until dawn, at which time new gales herald the next thaw. Life has evolved to fit these conditions. It is of the same basic sort as life on Earth or Demeter, proteins in water solution, plants which photosynthesize, animals which eat the vegetation and each other. That is no surprise. On a globe as similar, mean diameter, 11,902 kilometers, mean density, 5.23 grams per cubic centimeter, liquid water covering 65% of the surface. Compared to, say, Mercury or Jupiter, the 3 worlds are practically triplets. Yet their slight differences condition the nature and fate of everything that is alive upon them. Joelle Key and Christine Burns wandered along an eastern shore. Around them reached wilderness. It lay within 50 kilometers of a megalopolitan complex, holding 15 million souls, but the Betans cherished their countrysides. Indeed, you might never recognize a city from above. You would see a historic core, buildings crowded into 1,000 hectares or less. Otherwise, a parkscape interrupted by an occasional road, garden around an artificial lake, or elegant spire. Most of the city was underground. Even agricultural regions lacked the regimented look of human fields and pastures. Joelle and Christine had parked their air car and gone off afoot. The vehicle was one lent them, instantly upon request, by a local matriarch, eager to oblige. Neither seats nor controls suited their bodies, but the autopilot took charge, since Joelle had given instructions, and on a short flight like this they could sit any old way. They walked for a while, silent, before Joelle gathered resolution to say, "You wanted us to find a place where we could talk in private, Chris," and wondered why that should be hard. Could she be flinching from what she might hear? Emissary's computer man drew breath. "Yes, I did," she replied in her musical Jamaican English. She was tall and lissom, with gentle features and fawn eyes. Her skin was almost ebony, her hair a black aureole. Today she wore a dress whose scarlet defied the landscape. "You needn't have brought us this far. Anywhere beyond earshot of camp would have done." She laughed. Ever since they met, Joelle had envied the ease with which she laughed. "Our hosts would scarcely eavesdrop, what?" "Oh, a change of scene," the holothete replied. She struggled to express, "You wish to confide in me. My cold self feels the warmth of your need. Do you not deserve a beautiful setting for your confessional?" She failed. "I've visited here before. I like it." "Me too. Why did you never tell the rest of us about it? Plenty of other areas are equally good. You know I have to go off alone every now and then." "Well, this is right for you, Joel." That awakened an awareness of it, almost leaf by leaf. Habituation dropped away, and she felt how the gravity took 7 or 8 kilos off her earth weight, and altered slightly the manner of walking, of every motion. She couldn't sense a reduced air pressure, but she noticed heat relieved by a salt blast from the sea on her right, and odor after odor, sweet, sulphurous, rosy, cheesy, spicy, indescribable. Surf boomed, wind skirled, a flying creature on leathery wings fluted. The sky was deep purplish blue. Centrum stood low in the west, well-nigh motionless, 3/4 again the angular size of Sol viewed from Earth, an orange disk, at which she could safely gaze for a second at a time. Opposite, clouds towered immense above the eastern horizon, darkling in their depths, save where lightning winked, red and gold on their edges. They cast that glow down onto the ocean, which elsewhere ran gunmetal color and white-capped till it crashed on a shingly beach. The terrestrials walked above, through bushes that scraped at their calves and sprang shut behind them. Inland, cane-brakes rattled together and solitary trees fluttered fronds along thin, wildly whipping boughs. The level sunbeams brought forth infinite shades of brown, sorrel, ruby, apricot, ochre, gold, a somber Rembrandt-esque richness. 8 years, Joel thought. Can I still truly remember a Kansas cornfield, a Tennessee greenwood? The surroundings fled, for Chris had taken her hand. Joel's fingers replied shyly, and the 2 women paced onward. At last, Christine said, her tone muffled, "I hope you'll not mind if I unload my trouble on you." "No, go ahead." Joel's pulse stammered. She picked her words. "You realize, though, I am the last of our crew who should try giving personal advice. What do I know of emotions?" "More than the rest of us. Would you stay at practicing holothete if you didn't find that a full kind of existence?" "Hardly a human existence." "It is. Whatever a human can do is human. By definition, if you insist. That doesn't mean an ascetic and a libertine are the same. I've had nowhere else to go but where I am." Christine regarded her. "I don't want to pry," she said at length. "If I start that, slap me down, please. But I think you know more about people than you realize you do." "How?" "I grew up in the project that developed holothetics since I was 2 years old. A war orphan, adopted into a military research reservation. It turns out a holothete must begin almost that early. You were 18, did you tell me, when you started training to become a linker? My first memory is of being linked. It marks a person." Joel squeezed the clasp that joined hers. "I'm not complaining. On the whole, I've had a satisfactory life. However, it's not been like yours." "Not in the least? Well, you've shunned intimate relationships on this trip. I've seen you fend off advances that weren't always casual, but, forgive me, I do not want to pry. Still, gossip. No, common knowledge, to speak plainly. You've had your involvements." Eric Stranathan, Joel remembered, and for an instant Beta was altogether gone. He and she were at Lake Louise, and there was nobody else. Afterward he, a proud man, a son of the Captain General of the Fraser Valley, could not endure the idea of being a mere linker vis-a-vis her. For this was when the understanding of what it meant to be a holothete had exploded into bloom, and bade farewell. "You wouldn't have heard of Eric, Chris. You weren't born then. You're thinking of my occasional lovers, since, mostly fellow holothetes, bodily pleasure and little else, except, I suppose to a degree, Dan Broderson." "Nothing profound," she said. The hand in hers belied her. "You've been like a mother to me," the Jamaican said. "That's why I dare turn to you now." "A mother? A mother? No, a mother image. In your mind, Chris, you are an ordinary linker. I am a godlike holothete. The truth is, I've simply been an easy-going superior who gave you some advanced instruction. You are youth and loveliness. I am agedness that suddenly is reaching, against its own will, reaching." Joelle felt the wind stiffen, minute by minute. She had to raise her voice. "Thank you. Let's stop talking about me and attack your problem. Tell me whatever you wish, dear." "Dear. I've been nerving myself to this for weeks," said Chris, as if around an obstacle. "Ever since we all agreed we've accomplished enough, we can soon head home. Not that I was scared of you. I was scared of myself, afraid to look straight at the conflicts inside me. Can you help?" "I can try." You'll recall it was jolly at first aboard ship. When 6 women and 9 men applicants won top grades in tests for the crew assignments, the girls had a fine thing going for them, especially after Joelle opted out of that particular sport. Then G and I got serious. When he died, Yuan Ji Zhao, planetologist, went into a ravine to examine a granitic outcrop and fell dead. Later analysis showed that plants growing there exuded a lethal gas in the heat of noontide, which an inversion layer trapped and concentrated. The Betans were heartbroken. They had had no idea. That vapor was harmless to them. Looking back, I suppose I did go a bit wild, grieving, afterward flinging around. She handled her tasks gallantly well. They were somewhat menial, too, demand for a computer man being small, while the expedition endeavored to learn about an entire world. Torsten stabilized me. He's been incredibly kind, strong, thoughtful. I shudder to think what a mood drug zombie I might be by now if it weren't for him. I could not have done that for you, could I? Twisted within Joelle. Aloud, "You underrate yourself. You're healthy. You'd have recovered on your own." Reluctantly, "Still, it's obvious he gave you a large boost. You feel in his debt." "I have watched you and him day by day. I have watched you hour by hour, Chris." "I do that. When we get back to Earth, he wants to marry me." "Why, how splendid," Joelle said automatically. Chris gulped. "I'm in love with Dairoku." "Similar appearance to G's?" "I never thought so, but—" "How does he feel?" "I'm his good friend, respected shipmate, and enjoyed bedfellow," said Chris in a rush, "along with Frida, Esther, Marie, and Olga. And you'd be too if you wanted. Since we heard of the time-travel capability, he's been talking more and more about a girl he knew in Kyoto. He's courteous to me, considerate, yes. I'd call him affectionate, but that's where he stops." "Have you told him how it is with you?" "No, not really. The things one says on a mattress, they're discounted afterward, aren't they? Should I?" "I'll have to think about that," Joelle said. "And then, quite probably, I'll guess wrong." They tramped on. The wind loudened, the sea ramped. Clouds in the east lifted their wall higher, startlingly fast. Rack blew off them to scud across indigo heaven. Chris hunched shoulders against a gathering chill. "What of Torsten?" she asked. "You don't have to marry anybody, you know." Joelle bit off in abrupt irritation. "Of course not, but—" "He won't pine away. He'll find someone else after we return, or a series of someone else's." "Yes, to be sure, but if I can't have Di, do I want to let Torsten go? I'd like to tell you more about him, little things, and have you advise me what's wise. Not that I'm being totally selfish, I trust. He does love me. But then, you know, Di, you and he have worked together, maintaining the engine and the jet. Maybe you can give me an idea if I might. Just maybe I might." Chris hugged Joelle's hand to her bosom. "Do not respond. How curious are the ways of love. I doubt they are less powerful in us than in the Betans, and here they have brought history to a turning point." Joelle found strength in a rehearsal of facts. The ancestors of the Betans were omnivores turned hunters along the coast, specialized neither for land nor water, though they could swim faster than they could run. Perhaps dexterity and intelligence were selected for when shifts in ocean currents, due to shifts in hemispheric glaciation, made for poor fishing, but abundant game ashore. Large beasts, such as cold climates, often favor. Eventually, fully sapient, the species spread widely, some of its members too far inland ever to visit the sea. They remained bound to the cycle of day and night. The female was half again as big as the male, her body proportionately stouter, but her limbs the same length. Thus she was more powerful, more agile in the water, but comparatively slow and awkward on land. She had 4 outlets for nourishing infants. You could scarcely call these teats, their structure was so different, nor call their product milk. As a rule, she bore 4 young in a litter, of which 3 were male. Her equivalent of chromosomes determined the sex of offspring, not her mates. Ova had been released 1 at a time, over a period of some 100 hours during breeding season, and had ordinarily been fertilized by separate partners. This occurred about noon. Parturition came in the late afternoon of the following day, making the gestation period comparable to man's. The infants arrived, out of a compartmented womb, at intervals roughly corresponding to their conceptions. Due to the mother's size, this went more easily than for humans. She nursed them through the night, during which they grew fast, then started weaning them in the morning. While nursing she was not breedable, and she continued to give suck diminuendo, long enough that she stayed infertile until the next midday. Hence, the normal spacing of births was 4 Betan years, or 17 terrestrial months. In primitive milieus, the mother was handicapped ashore, yet must remain there to care for the young during the initial night of their lives. Her mates, 3 on the average, usually brought in food, while she worked around the rookery or camp and guarded it. Betan eyes have superb dark adaptation. As marriage customs developed, they naturally took a polyandrous form. Perhaps because of infrequent sexual intercourse, as well as the somatic disparity, inherent psychomental differences between male and female became much clearer on Beta than on Earth. The former tended strongly to be aggressive, inventive, handy, abstraction-minded, but not very creative in those arts that appeal directly to the emotions. The latter tended to be staid, persistent, ruthless at need, practical-minded, but artistic, with a feeling for the living world that males could never quite fathom. Nearly all societies were matriarchal, and the Great Mother was the religious archetype. This was the case because of the means of bonding, which kept parents together, and thus assured proper care of the slowly maturing young. In man, it was year-round libido. In the Betan, concupiscence was, if anything, a disruptive force, rousing passions that could prove uncontrollable. Many institutions in many distinct cultures evolved to keep a wife in heat, the exclusive partner of her husband's, and to protect the virtue of a daughter. Rather than permanent low-grade rut, nature on Beta used nutrition to weld male to female. Besides nursing their babies, she nursed him. Garbling a single word, there were thousands, for the fluid she produced, emissary scientists called it enin, and the process of its production they called enination. Enin fed sucklings of either sex. It also contained a hormone which promoted their growth, and was essential to the health and vigor of the adult male. He needed only small quantities, and tapping them from her gave him such intense pleasure that soon he was sated. But he must come back several times per planetary rotation. She enjoyed being tapped, though for her the sensations were mild and diffuse. In this way, the normal female was sure of retaining her spouses. At breeding time she went dry. The pheromone she then gave off incited her mates to lust. At the end of the period, they were famished. When, early in pregnancy, she resumed limited enination, it was an occasion of joy, the highest feast of numerous faiths. This direct dependence generally gave males a sense of mystery and awe about females. In some areas, the sexes even formed 2 distinct sub-societies, with separate laws, rituals, and languages. The common tongue might be a pidgin. Universally, a basic unit was the husbands of a given wife, together with adolescent sons. They were supposed to form an indissoluble fraternity. Of course, in practice this could fail. Bachelorhood was everywhere rare, requiring outre sorts of prostitution, and homosexuality unheard of. After civilizations grew sophisticated and cosmopolitan, efforts increased to make the sexes not equal, which was hardly thinkable, but more closely integrated. As on Earth, the state eventually appeared both sedentary, along the fortunate seashores, and nomadic, in the grim continental interiors. As on Earth, it brought forth public works, wars, conquests, enslavements, tyrannies, corruptions, decline and fall. Also, as on Earth, it was the agent of considerable material and intellectual progress. Yet no Betan state was really comparable to any terrestrial one. The heads were invariably female. A monarch might be proclaimed divine, and kept male combativeness curbed. Family structure preserved their subjects from being mobilized into machine-like armies or atomized into anime. Furthermore, given access to the sea, any healthy person could live by old-fashioned marine hunting, and so swim away from oppression. Accordingly, most nations were either quietist and tradition-bound, or active but rational. Their imperialistic ventures were usually for well-defined objectives, and ceased when these had been attained. On the whole, then, Betan history, with its ups and downs, was less harrowing than terrestrial. On the other hand, private violence between males was commoner. At last came a scientific industrial revolution. It brought its hazards and disasters, but never passed as near the abyss as did Earth's, in large part because it took place quite gradually in these conservative female-dominated civilizations with their strong environmentalistic ethics. In the long run, though, it changed the character of Betan life more thoroughly than Earth's changed the human condition. This came about through biological science, which had been favored above physics. Researchers learned how to synthesize the key hormone in enin. Upheaval did not come overnight. Countervailing forces were custom, habit, religion, law. Emotions, including those associated with tapping, recurrent sexuality, desire for progeny. Nonetheless, now males could live apart from females for as long as they chose and stay hale. Young individuals started postponing marriage and seeking mates who would be more than pragmatically suitable. For the first time, Beta saw an analog of romantic love. Meanwhile, the mystique surrounding the female in the male mind, and often in her own, began to dissipate. Some males turned celibate in order to explore Beta and the neighboring planets, science, philosophy, achievement. Monastic orders were founded. Extreme idealism engendered fanaticism, with all that entailed. A large number of males simply realized that they were free to go as far as they wished into areas like engineering, for which the matriarchs had had sharply limited enthusiasm. A high-energy industry came into being and proliferated. By no means did the revolution take place in a single convulsion. Thoughtful individuals of both sexes worked to contain it. One result was world government. Another was space travel. Since much of the ancient reverence for life, embodied in the female, remained, it came natural to direct the new technology outward, where it could not harm the mother planet, but would rather bring in new resources. Free enterprise, in a human sense, had never existed here. As if to compensate, war and similar follies had always, by human standards, occurred on an incredibly small scale. The world state had ample reserves for a space program. Soon Betans discovered the T-machine orbiting Centrum, exactly opposite their planet. In the next 10 centuries, with vast effort and patience, they found guide paths through 100 separate stargates. They colonized half a dozen uninhabited globes. They met a score of other intelligent races, learned from them, and thereby enriched beyond measure their own civilization. But at the same time, the foundations of that civilization were being eroded away ever faster. The biological revolution went far more slowly than anything that important would have gone through mankind. Still it went inexorably. While males, having overcome their physical dependence on females, were generation by generation losing their spiritual dependence as well, chemistry made controllable the reproductive cycle. A female could be in heat or not as she chose, whenever she chose. The psychological effects of this were at once liberating and devastating. The primordial harmony with sun and stars was no more, or was at most a matter of conscious decision. If she entered a hitherto masculine field like spacefaring, she had to settle not just her working relationships, but the question of her identity, who and what she truly was. She never quite succeeded. Confusion and embitterment spread, also to those who stayed home. Too often sexuality became a weapon. Prophets, philosophers, and common folk alike sought after a viable, satisfying new ideal. The example of alien sentiences, the knowledge that the others existed, made their quests doubly intense, their disappointments doubly agonizing. When emissary arrived, the psychosexual dilemma had brought Beta to a crisis. Restlessness, eccentricity, mental illness, crime, tumult were steeply on the rise. No matter how busy, prosperous, interested in what they were doing, few of the more fortunate were altogether happy, and in many the sadness underlay their whole beings. Some actually urged using time travel to abort the entire development of science. But if nothing else, this was impossible, because no path was known which would fetch a ship out at Centrum very far in the past. Nor did it seem likely that any could be found. Proposals heard much more often that the race go back to nature by an act of will were equally quixotic. Without modern technology, nearly the whole population, belike the whole species, must die. And that technology could only be run by the sexually emancipated. There was nowhere to go but forward. In what direction, though? Then emissary arrived. As communication improved year by year, excitement waxed among the more discerning Betans. What had been an intriguing academic project took on a gigantic significance. These bipeds were not simply a new type of sophonts. They were by birthright what the Betans were struggling to become. Their sexual pattern occurred in several breeds elsewhere, but there too many differences existed as well, too profound, affecting too much the forms that it took. For instance, one race, winged, was perpetually migratory, around and around its world. None of its institutions, mores, attitudes, beliefs were adaptable to surface dwellers. Humans, despite every divergence, had a basic likeness to their hosts. Proof lay in the affinities which developed between individuals of the two kinds. From scientific study, from literature, from friendship, Betans could hope to learn what it meant to be that kind of male and female, and how to be it. This would not happen in a single generation or a single century. What insight was gained might take 1,000 years to transform civilization. The end result would surely be no copy, but uniquely Betan. Yet here could well be an approach to understanding. The lodestar for which so many had searched for so long, blind in their pain, could well be soul. Fidelio had begged it of Joel, "Teach us your ways of love." Neither she nor Christine paid close heed to the weather. Sunset gales were sometimes dangerous, but Centrum was Earth days above the horizon. Besides, those winds came out of the west. Rain this early was unusual but welcome, lifting the heat. If any fell, afterward their clothes and footgear would quickly dry. They walked on bearing their private storms. But at last Chris drew the older woman to her, for else the air would have ripped the words from her mouth. "I say, don't you think we'd better head back?" Joel looked around. The sky was inky, lightning forked, thunder banged. Grey rags of cloud flew beneath. Spindrift blew stinging off a sea that reared, trampled, crashed, exploding its darkness into white foam bursts, grinding the shingle together with a noise as of mighty millstones. She could not see far, but to the end of sight bushes moved in brown, gold, red waves. Trees were flailing. Torn-off leaves and fronds whipped past, away into murk. The wind roared and yelled. It closed around her and thrust like a chilled, turbulent billow, like the solar tidal bore that had drowned Alexander Vlandis. And still it strengthened. "Yes," she called, "shelter in the car. Not try to lift before this is over." They turned about. Now the rain smote, first in spears, then in axes, then in a hammer whose single stroke went on and on forever. It torrented over the hard-baked soil, clutching at feet, until that began to dissolve in mud. The women slipped, fell, crawled half erect, clung to each other for help, and staggered on. The tempest filled Joel's skull with blast, shriek, yowl. Thunder shook her bones. "This is impossible," a walled-off part of her cried. "In 8 terrestrial years, 25 Betan, we've met nothing of this kind. Before evening, never." The holothete within her responded passionlessly. What are 25 years in the duration of a world? Given sufficient time, anything that can happen will happen. Probably a massive cold front, sliding down from the Arctic on a freakish path, has driven the Terminator storms ahead of it. You should have checked a meteorological report before you left. But do not feel guilty. Only when you are in rapport with your machine can you think of everything. The wind rose and rose. Lightning turned the rain to mercury. Then lightlessness boomed down anew. Now the hail came. Stones bounced across the land and whitened it. They hit flesh, bruised, drew blood, which instantly washed away. There was no breasting that barrage. The humans turned and groped west, backs to it, seeking for a lee. A shadow loomed ahead, a tree to huddle behind. They lurched around it, blinded, deafened, embraced. A whip-thin branch flayed open Joelle's scalp. She fell to hands and knees, down in the mud and tumbling water. A flash showed her the limb wrapped around Christine's neck. It let go. It let her fall, too. Quadruped, Joelle crept to her. Scarlet welled from Christine's mouth. She reached upward into the hail. Joelle crouched, trying to be aloof. Christine's hands dropped. Her eyes rolled back. Lightning glimmered off their blankness. Joelle put lips to lips. No use. A fractured larynx is swiftly fatal. Joelle knelt under the tree with Christine's body in her arms. Chapter 12. At the proper moment in her orbit around Demeter, Chinook's main engine awoke. For a few seconds her electromagnetic shield against cosmic radiation was switched off. It came on again, rapidly building up a high positive potential on the hull, as soon as the plasma jet had reached dynamic equilibrium. At a standard 1 gravity of acceleration, which was about her upper limit when reaction mass tanks were full, the spaceship spiraled free and lined out for the T-machine. Since it was at the L4 point, in the same path around Phoebus as the planet, but 60 degrees ahead, the journey, with turnover at midpoint followed by braking, would theoretically take 73 hours, in practice a little more. When everything was in order, Broderson ordered all systems left on automatic, and all hands to the common room. On his way there from the command center, which his mind, remembering cruises along Juan de Fuca and northward through the stern glories of the inside passage, still called the bridge, he felt Earth weight drag at him, a fourth more than what Demeter gave. He made sufficient interplanetary trips annually that he knew he'd adjust to this before long, together with watches set according to the terrestrial day, but every time his body was a smidgen slower about it. Passing down a companionway and a circular corridor, a yielding green carpet underfoot but otherwise bare gray and white paint, he wondered if he might not be thinking of himself as starting to get old, were it not for Kathleen. Apart from furniture and recreation equipment, the common room was equally bleak. On notice as short as he'd given, nobody could have brought decorations or done anything else to add a touch of cheer. Yet, when he saw her, the chamber came radiant. From her backpack she had taken a brief, crocus-colored dress. It set her like a sun against the large view-screen before which she stood enraptured. Demeter filled a quarter of that scene. Dayside cobalt blue shading into turquoise and sapphire, swirled with virginal white that here and there gave ochre glimpses of land, nightside a phantom of moonglow. The brilliance dazzled stars out of vision until you looked away, toward the frame, and let your eyes make ready to receive their myriads. "Glory, glory," he heard her croon. "And how could you not be a mother of life?" "Easily," he couldn't help saying. She jumped around, laughed for joy, and barefoot sped toward him. The added load on her seemed unfelt. Well, she does abolish gravity, flitted through him before the beloved mass collided and clung. She smelled of very recent soap and scrubbing, but also of herself, and an odor of sunshine lingered in the loose hair. Breasts strained against the barrel of his chest. The kiss went on. "Whoa, whoa, horsey," he muttered when they came up for air. "The others will be here in a clock blink." "The others?" She had such range of tone, with her grin to see as well, that he heard the capital letter. "Is it peeping Toms they are? Maybe they'll learn somewhat. Maybe we can trade technical information." "You know I mean the crew, you spinhead." He disengaged. "Things'll be complicated aplenty without them finding their aged and supposed to be revered captain in your clutches." "Should they find him in someone else's clutches? You cannot suppose they'll take me for your maiden aunt. I disqualify on 2 counts at least." His gladness flickered out. "And that'll bring on worse than envy, I'm afraid, especially—" "Later, I'll explain later. But look, Pegeen Nakushla, I realize this is a grand adventure to you, except it's not. It's an ugly business. It's too goddamn likely to turn into the kind that gets remembered as more fun and more people getting killed." Fist smote palm. "You could be among 'em. Christ, you could." Sobered, she answered low, "Or you. If you want me to bounce less, I'll try my best, for you." Impulse returned to send her fingers along his head and the blocky line of his jaw, caressing the slight bristliness. "But faith, Daniel, pessimism fits you badly, the fighter born that you are." "I am a realist, or trying to be. You live in a universe that's good and cheerful, same as yourself. I love you for that. You brighten mine up for me no end. Reality, though. Reality doesn't give beans for our notions." Broderson felt his ears warming, heard his words stumbling. He needed a way to phase out his sermon, and snatched at what seemed handiest. "Let me give you a for instance. When I came in, I caught you claiming Demeter has to be, viviparous because it's beautiful. That don't follow. Every planet I've seen is beautiful in its style, and nearly everyone is dead and always has been. You make life out to matter more than it does." She bridled a trifle. "Are you thinking I've not dealt with pain and death, and me a paramedic, nor ever sat contemplating a fossil and—" She broke off. A crewman came through the door. The rest were close behind. Broderson shook hands, introduced Kathleen to those who had not met her earlier, exchanged "How have you been?" with each, urged beer or soft drinks from the cooler upon them, and at length got them seated in a row before him, his girl demure at its end. He hitched himself up onto the pool table, swung his legs, unlimbered pipe and tobacco. "Okay," he began in English, which his followers used as a mutual tongue oftener than Spanish. "First off, let me say I can't figure how to thank you, and better not try. We shouldn't be too hard on those who didn't elect to come along. There probably aren't any absolute rights or wrongs in this affair. A person has to choose. Could be, when the chips come down, we here'll wish we'd chosen different. I think not, but regardless of what happens, may I sing high soprano in the Grand Khan's harem if ever I forget your loyalty today." Not simple loyalty, he thought. They're too smart and free to be any man's dogs. I'd not have signed them on if they weren't what they are. Only what are they? Do they themselves know? Risking your neck against hostile stars is not the same thing as risking your honor against duly constituted public authorities. 9 out of 14 refused. I don't suppose among these 5 I'd find 2 identical motivations. Can I guess what the drives are? I can't flat-out ask. No telling what that might provoke. However, the information is almighty important. No es verdad, old son? His gaze raked them. Stefan Doja, mate, and electronics officer, cocky as usual. Philip Weisenberg, engineer, calmly watchful. Marty Leno, assistant engineer, glowering from Kathleen to Broderson and back again. Suzanne Granville, computer man, intent, hunched forward in her chair, looked never leaving the captain. Sergei Nikolaevich Zarubayev, gunner and principal boat pilot. His usual sober mien had lightened when Kathleen gave him an energetic hello kiss. They happened to be friends of old. "Stop dithering. Bend on the spinnaker." "My wife's explained to you what kind of a chowder kettle we're in," Broderson proceeded, "but under the circumstances, written communication and fake chatter, right? Probably she couldn't go into much detail. I'll quack on about the subject as long and as tea-justly as you want. The bunch of you today or individually later on. For now, though, let me just summarize." He ticked points off on thick fingers. "The robot observer at the gate that you know about reported what I swear has got to have been emissary coming back. She was escorted on to the solar system, where else, and hasn't been heard from since. A couple of you, who chanced to be around, heard me grumble out my suspicions. Afterward, some elementary research pretty well confirmed them. When I braced the governor, she fed me a steaming dish of moose turds, raisined with hints about awful things rampaging through the galaxy, and ended by slapping a house arrest on me and a gag rule on Liz. Well, I snuck out, and here we are. This is not exactly what you had in mind when you volunteered to train for Chinook and then stand by in your regular jobs for me, hoping you'd get a crack at going to the stars. My compliments to your brains. You've seen the route we've got to go beforehand, and that if we don't, nobody will. I suppose Liz made clear to you what I suspect. This isn't the Union government as a whole acting, it's a faction within. Simple publicity should blow the conspirators out of the sky, if we don't allow 'em time to armor-plate their arrangements. I aim to go to Earth and contact various people I know, mainly the Rueda tribe. That'll be under wraps to avoid touching off possible alarms. Meanwhile, you can take it easy aboard ship. Officially, you're nothing but a crew ferrying Chinook to her charterers. And maybe that'll be the whole game, far as we're concerned. Maybe my contact can take it from there. I'd sure like that. If not, though, well, my wife warned you, didn't she? I've no notion of what'll happen. I'll play the cards as they fall, and if I make a bad bet, you go broke too. He jabbed the stem of his pipe toward them before filling the bowl. I don't know if laws are left on the books about piracy. We could be forced to that. Listen, if this is more than you bargained for, do me a last favor and tell me, will you? I'll give you a formal discharge. I'll enter in the log that you protested. I'll keep you under the very mildest restriction. And I'll let you off at the first place safe for everybody concerned, okay? Speak. He tamped down tobacco and got it lit while he waited. Silence stretched. I didn't figure you would, he said in due course. The offer stays open while we travel peaceful. Once action commences, if any does, that'll be too late to resign. Understood? Will I shoot whoever gives way under fire? Out of these, my friends? Yes, I'd have to, and invoke space law at my trial, unless it turned out this whole safari sprang from a terrible mistake of mine. In that case, I'd rate the treatment my fathers handed out to bandits. Ventilation whirred. The smoke gave his tongue a soothing love-bite. End of speech, he finished. Questions? Comments? Catcalls? Yes. Marty Leno leaned forward, a motion that splashed beer from the mug he gripped. Harshly, what is Ms. Marion doing aboard? Expected. Broderson studied him before replying. Liz's youngest brother did not resemble her, showing more of the Ladigan side of their descent. Short, broad, snub-nosed, a slightly Asian outline to his face, with sleek black hair and tilted blue eyes. His normal cheerfulness was quite gone. She hid me after I'd escaped, Broderson said. Without her, I'd have had to stay someplace inhabited, and might have been recognized. Mainly, she's to be our medical officer. Her? It was an open sneer. She's on the staff of St. Enoch's, well qualified to treat anything that might hit us, like injuries. Also, she'll double as quartermaster. Broderson nodded. Oh, she'll have her work cut out for her. Leno glared at Kathleen, who sat hands crossed in lap and gave him a small conciliatory smile. Yes, you'll find plenty for her to do, won't you? He snapped. Hey, easy, Weisenberg advised him. Broderson straightened and put the soldier aristocrat's whip-crack into his words. That will be enough, Mr. Leno. If you have a complaint against a person, including the captain, enter it formally. Otherwise accord your shipmate the respect she's entitled to. The young man bent back in his chair as if slugged in the stomach. I came down on him pretty hard, didn't I? Broderson realized. Even if I did get mad on Pegin's account, I shouldn't have. Easy, easy, Weisenberg repeated. No harsh words from anybody, please. We can't afford them. Ms. Mulryan, you are welcome among us. Furrows sprang forth around his smile. I wasn't looking forward to taking a share of the quartermaster's job. I thank you kindly, sir, she breathed, and let her glance rest on him a second more, aglow. He was medium tall, gaunt, craggy-featured, his Adam's apple large, his eyes small and brown under tufted brows. By habit he wore a Scotch bonnet on his close-cropped white hair, maintaining to those who inquired that he did hold the rating of ship's chief engineer. I thank you too, Phil. The captain tried to project. It was probably unnecessary. The Weisenbergs and Brodersons were old friends. Suzanne Granville patted Kathleen's shoulder. Yes, welcome, she said in her French-accented English. You will understand spacemen have a horror of untrained personnel, true, Marty? But these duties, I am sure you can learn to handle them. If I can help, tell me, I pray you. That's damn good of Sue, when she's so homely and Pegeen so gorgeous, passed through Broderson. He checked himself. What the hell am I thinking? Sue's good people, that's all. Zarubayev raised his hand. The gunner was a big man, strongly built in a raw-boned fashion, shoulder-length blond hair and a beard, both unfashionable on Demeter except in his Novi Mir home region, surrounded a Tolstoy countenance. What about combat drill? He demanded. Huh? Broderson grunted. You have said we should be prepared to fight if we go to the stars. Just in case, was what you said. Therefore, we have built-in weapons like emissaries plus a stock of small arms. Now you speak of a possible clash. Piracy was what you said. Wait a minute, protested Stefan Doja. No, let him go on, Broderson told the mate. Skipper, Doja replied in his own accent, I did not object to the idea, simply to the language. I learned as a boy, government is the natural enemy of the people. If we accept its semantics, we have lost half the battle. We are not pirates, we are liberators. Kathleen stirred. Alarm tinged her voice. It's fanaticism you are talking, sir. My country remembers too well, too well. Doja laughed. He was a stocky, dark man with almond eyes and a wide and rather flat face. Call us private police, then, or evangelists, or lunatics. That is most likely the best, but not pirates. Pirates hope to make money. Speak your piece, Sergei, Broderson urged. I think we should have instruction and practice with small arms, Zarubayev stated. Doubtless everybody aboard can shoot, but only you and I, Captain, have served in the peace command and know techniques of combat. Space combat, too, we can instruct. There will be days to the T-machine ahead. Days more from the solar gate to Earth, and who can tell how much beyond? Time to drill in a few basics, a little doctrine. Well, Broderson shifted his haunches around on the pool table. We are not looking for trouble. Some training can do no harm, Doja said. On this trip, most of us will not have much occupation. I would be happy for a thing to help fill my off-watches. What of the rest of you? He cast a look toward Leno, who sat frozen. Perhaps it helps unify us better? Discussion broke loose. After agreement to the proposal and details thereof, more matters arose. 2 hours had passed when Broderson dismissed the crew. Those not on duty could have stayed in the common room, but none did. On his way out, Weisenberg murmured, I'll see what I can do about Marty, Dan, but it's really up to you, right? Woof, said Broderson when he and Kathleen were alone. She took both his hands. Poor dear. Sure, and it's no sport being a captain, is it now? He lifted a corner of his mouth. You'll find it's not exactly hilarious being quartermaster either, sweetheart. The job's more than cook and steward, though that's aplenty. You issue, you keep inventory, you see that stowage preserves the trim of the ship. I'd better begin teaching you right away. She slipped close. Is the hurry that absolute? She hinted. I'm afraid it is, he answered. She sighed. Ah, well, later. Gesturing at the nearest view-screen. Out yonder is always a later, while we live. Is that not so, my heart? He made no reply, being too caught in the sight of her against those stars. Chapter 13. I was a great, proud salmon, but had no words for greatness or pride. I was them. My flanks were the blue of steel, my belly the white of silver. But all that I knew of metal was a hook that I had bitten upon, and then torn my flesh free of. I was one with the water, and had always been. In my hatchling days it rippled and whispered about me as I huddled in gravel, while the shadow of a pike slid across yellow shards of sunlight. Later it flowed, bubbled, caressed, enfolded, as I thrust myself downstream toward the sea. When it grew salt, it stung to life a knowledge which I had had in the egg, and I leaped in my joy upward through a cataract of brightness, where the air laid a sharp edge across my gills. Then for years outside of time I prowled the sea, chased, overtook, sank teeth into struggling sweetness, and exulted. But at last there came drifting a fragrance which yearned, and I swung mightily homeward. We were many, breasting the river that roared against us while coming alive with the gleam of our bodies. We were prey now ourselves. We died and died, but surely each death was in the same jubilation as the living had. I won through. The life within me clamored. Beneath the peace of an upland pool, I scooped with my tail, in the gravel that once had sheltered me, a place for my own young. I did not understand that that was what they would be. I would have eaten any that I encountered, but still, then I loved them. And now he sought me. It was the farthest upstream moment of my being. Before long I was ready to die. Then the summoner came and took me into oneness. I was fish. Chapter 14. Demeter dwindled swiftly in view, from a world to a globe to a small blue sickle to a point of brightness among countless more. Folk settled into their round of duties. Those were mainly just standing watch on the qui-vive when Chinook ran on full automatic like this, except in the case of the quartermaster. While she happily busied herself in the galley, preparing the first meal of the trip that wouldn't merely be taken from storage for heating, Broderson sat in the captain's quarters with nothing to do but be accessible. The inner private cabin was of comfortable size and furnishing. Double bed folded up to give ample deck space, chairs, closet, dresser, cabinet, shelves, table, data and communication terminals, sink, hot plate, miniature refrigerator, screens for both exterior and interior scans. Faintly murmuring, ventilators kept the air in motion, fresh despite his pipe. At the present stage of its temperature ionization cycle, it had an evening flavor. The pale gray, blue-trimmed bulkheads were bare of pictures, the shelves of books, the whole room of almost anything personal, since there had been no chance to bring more along than he and Kathleen carried on their backs. Nevertheless, it could come alive whenever they willed, for a goodly percentage of the entire culture of mankind was in the ship's memory bank. Broderson knew he ought to catch a nap, and a proper night watch of sleep after dinner. He'd been long in action. Overstrung, he was unable to. Tobacco alone didn't allay that, and in space he was very sparing of alcohol and marijuana. He decided to renew old acquaintances. Pressing the levers on his chair arms, he emptied the suction cups which held it in place against acceleration changes, and shifted it over in front of the terminals, where his weight re-anchored the legs. Having punched for a display of reference code and studied that a moment, he started Beethoven's Fifth on the audio retrieve and Hokusai's 36 views of Fuji on the visual at intervals he would manually control, and settled back. Maybe later some Monet, or even some Van Gogh, he thought. Or maybe no pictures, but, a little Kipling? Haven't read Soldiers 3 for years. This was about as esoteric as his taste in the arts got. He considered himself basically a meat-and-potatoes man, though not one who scorned fine food, such as Kathleen and Lys, like most sexy women could well prepare, or other high subtleties. His parents had seen to his getting a solid education, but his mind stayed quite pragmatic until he joined the Peace Command. Then the wish took him to make sense out of what he experienced, around Earth and on beyond. This led him to read rather widely in history, anthropology, and related disciplines, which in turn raised his awareness of the great creators. His first wife had encouraged that interest in him. His second was still doing so. "I'm not an intellectual," he sometimes remarked. "I prefer thinkers." Yet he had endowed a chair of humanities at the University of Iopolis. The species needed to preserve, to understand and cherish its own heritage, in the face of the others, of the whole cosmos. He was beginning to feel neck and shoulder muscles relax when the door chimed. Damn, hell, also curses. The captain is never off call. He heaved his mass up, over the deck, into the outer cabin. It was small, strictly an office except for elaborate electronic links to the command center. Seated behind the desk, he punched the admit button. The door retracted, giving him a glimpse of the corridor that ringed this level where people dwelt. Marty Leno stalked through, and, as if remembering a planned procedure, snapped to a civilian kind of attention. "Requesting a private interview, sir," he clipped forth. Oh. Well, I knew this had come. "Sure," Broderson said, and closed the door. "Only since when has crew of mine needed to get fancy with me? Let alone my own brother-in-law." He waved. "Pick a chair, any chair." The young man, 37, Demetrian, obeyed jerkily. Red and white pursued each other across his countenance. His breath was ragged. "You look like the prophet Nahum with a hangover," Broderson observed. "Slack off. Since you don't smoke, care for a drink?" No. What's wrong? You know what? The visage before him staying quietly watchful, Leno forced out, You're female. He's not out of control, not quite, Broderson realized. Good. I'd hate for him to call her something that left me no choice. He drank pungency from his pipe while he chose words. His voice he kept soft. Do you refer to Ms. Mulryan? For your information, she's nobody's female but her own. If you think different, just try pushing her in any direction she hasn't already picked to go. She's openly moved in with you. Whose business is that but ours? Liz's, you bastard! Leno shouted. He half rose, fists doubled, sank back, and snapped his jaws together. Of course, when I said ours, I meant ours. She knows, and doesn't mind. Or is she too proud and loyal to say out what she feels? I've known her longer and better than you have, Daniel Broderson. Longer, aye, the captain thought. Better? Could be, too. Though the family on the farm under Trollberg was large, 7 children, Liz the first, Marty the fifth, still an enormous surrounding wilderness, shared work and pleasure and discovery, and sometimes danger, had knitted close. For whatever deep-lying reasons, the bond between those two was always especially strong. When he came to Aeopolis to study nuclear engineering, she was newly divorced, and they shared an apartment. She went to work for Chehalis, made herself more and more valuable as well as attractive to its chief, and amicably refused his propositions, which was fairly unusual, until at last he married her. Because she wanted it, this brother was best man at the modest wedding. Let me remind you I've been her husband nigh on 10 years, Broderson said, mildly yet. Don't you imagine that'd give me a few understandings of her you don't have? 10 years, 7. Earth. Is there not a saying on Earth about the 7-year itch? Leno's grin was of the challenge kind. Do you imply some casual pickup? Broderson checked his anger. The sardonic confession stirred within him that he had had several. No need to make it aloud. He leaned forward, arms on desk, pipe in right hand with the stem aimed at his visitor, and wagged a little. Marty, he said, listen close. You've evidently not encountered the fact. It's possible to love more than one person at a time. I'd lay odds you will, but no matter now. What matters between us two is this. Your sister approves of the relationship. She and Kathleen Mulryan are dear friends. I exaggerate a bit, but surely only because the 3 of us haven't so far gotten together often enough. Surely they are good friends, and better will follow. If you won't take my word, I give you leave to inquire of her after we return, okay? Leno swallowed. No, she'd bravely lie. He fell into his home dialect. For to ward you whom she gave her oath, for to hide her wounds from me. Broderson locked eyes with him. You've known me somewhat yourself. Do you seriously think I'm the sort of guy who could deliberately hurt his wife? Leno bit his lip. He tries to be fair-minded, Broderson thought. He's harking back. Upon graduation, Leno, too, had become a Chehalis employee. If anything, that was nepotism in reverse, trained professionals being in chronic short supply in Demeter. The sole possible favoritism Broderson had shown in return was to assign him to a few projects in space. Exploration, prospecting, establishment of mining bases on an asteroid and a comet, on which he, Broderson, went along. He wouldn't have done it if Leno weren't competent. Humans get pretty closely acquainted under such conditions. The captain pursued his advantage. Neither Liz nor I feel this is any unfaith. Use your imagination. There are 1,000,000 different unfaiths one monogamous spouse could practice on another, and too many of them do. Petty cruelty, neglect, shirking your share of the load, simple, correctable, annoying slobbishness year after year, dishonesty in some mighty basic ways, on and on. You're right. Your sister would not sit still for betrayal, real betrayal. So calm down. You've had a surprise, nothing worse. You'll get over it. The humiliation, broke from Leno. Publicly parading your mistress. Broderson's pipe was going out. He sat back, puffed the fire awake, formed a chuckle. In this day and age? Why, I'll agree Liz and I are exceptional. We do our best to keep our private affairs private. Your affairs? Leno flared. How'd you like it if she did the same to you? Broderson shrugged. She's a free adult. I don't expect she'll ever betray me either. Anyhow, Kathleen's aboard on account of an emergency. We might not be under way without her help, and none of us, them or me, none of us is much good at being a hypocrite. That, he thought, as far as regards myself, may be my own biggest piece of hypocrisy to date. Well, a totally sincere man is a monster. The reflection was fleeting. It ended when Leno leaped to his feet, hands clenched on high, face contorted, and yelled, "Mean you swine! You'd corrupt Liz too? I give not a shit what comes of you, but before God who shaped her, you'll keep fingers off her soul." Instinct made Broderson answer, "Silence!" at an exact loudness. "Be seated. That's an order." Spacefarers learn early that a shipful of lives can depend on instant obedience. Leno folded. Save for the ventilator and his gasps, the office emptied of sound for a time, which Broderson measured, until he said evenly, "Marty, brother of Liz, hear me. You spoke of her pride. You admire her intelligence as well. Then what in the universe makes you assume she could be corrupted? She's simply chosen to fare a little different way from what you'd have her take. If you worry about her faith and morals, why didn't you object when she divorced her first husband? She pledged him on a Bible, remember? He's from the Holy Western Republic." Leno stared open-mouthed. "Because you knew that in spite of his impressive brain, he's an overbearing, inconsiderate, narrow-minded son of a bitch." Broderson went on, "If she ever decides I'm as bad, she'll ditch me too, and you'll cheer, won't you? I aim to make sure she never does decide it. However, what's divorce and remarriage except polygamy in time instead of space?" He let his question sink in before he continued, "Don't get me wrong. I respect your principles. Where you come from, they work. Tried and true traditions. The family above self, the house presenting a solid front to the world. Shucks! That's what I grew up with, too. I'm not saying it's mistaken either. For all I know, it's the absolute truth. I'm only saying it's not the only idea people can live by or do. And you, Marty, not patronizing, merely stating a fact, you've not been much exposed to alternatives. You came to Eopolis, that calls itself cosmopolitan, straight from the backwoods. Well, Eopolis isn't cosmopolitan. It's a clutch of hick towns, alien to each other, huddled in the same few square kilometers. You've never seen Earth. Liz has. Besides, you've worked hard the whole time, often in space, which has limited your human contacts still more. Repeat. I'm not saying you should change your philosophy. I am saying you haven't had a proper chance to learn tolerance, real tolerance, down where it counts, about things close to people you care for. Try that, my friend." "God's law," Leno whispered. Broderson, who had been an agnostic since puberty, shrugged anew. "Never mind about God. Let's settle with the others first." He returned to the attack. "Not prying at you. I seldom noticed you missing your sleep to make divine service after a late poker game or whatever, and I have heard you brag a bit about what you've done among the ladies, and seen you squiring around one or two who have got reputations. Not to mention those seasonal bacchanals in your home country." Leno flushed. "I'm still a bachelor. And of course you figure you'll marry a virgin, and it won't harm her afterward if you step out occasionally, as long as you're discreet." Broderson laughed aloud. "Marty, I've been in the uplands a fair amount. I've told you they remind me of home. Let's not play peek-a-boo, huh?" The words went back and forth for half an hour, Leno's quieted as they did. In the end, Broderson summarized, "Okay, you don't approve, and I didn't expect you would on such short notice. But you agree our mission's too important to hazard for the sake of a personal Brannigan, and Kathleen's important to it, correct?" Leno gulped. He had come close to tears, and nodded. "Well, That's as much as she or I could reasonably ask, Broderson said. For your own sake, though, plus ours, I will make one small request. Strictly a request, you understand? Leno's fingers strained together on his lap. If you can, Broderson continued, don't hold her at arm's length, stiff and formal. Remember, Liz doesn't. Be a little friendly. She'd sure like to be your friend, and I'd like for you both to be. After all, I've explained it's no overnight romp between us. I'm trying to think years ahead. He smiled. Give her half a chance, and you'll enjoy her company. For instance, you appreciate ballads? Well, she's a crackling hell of a balladeer. I am sure that is true, Leno said. Find out for yourself, Broderson urged. You'll have lots of time, even after we start those military drills. 90% of daring do consists of waiting around for something, anything to happen. Kathleen can liven those hours, no end. Afterward, alone, he mused around his pipe and a shot of scotch he allowed himself. So, we make one more monkey compromise that may hang together for a short spell, in order that our undertaking, forget our daily lives, may go on. I wonder, must the others ever do likewise? Chapter 15. If you knew precisely where to look, the tea-machine gleamed as the tiniest spark amidst the stars. Aft, for Chinook had made turnover and was backing down upon it. Suzanne Granville had, however, set the view-screen in her cabin to scan Phoebus, dimmed by the optics to mere moon brightness, so that corona and zodiacal light shone at their natural luminosities like nacre. That disk still drove most of the distant suns out of a watcher's eye. A last familiar sight, she explained to Kathleen. The gate will be strange to me. I have never guided a ship through, except in training simulations. You see, we had figured on several rehearsals between here and Seoul before we started for anywhere new. Is it needed you're at all? Kathleen asked. I was taught the passage pattern is exact. No dance measure, nor even a march on parade, but like a chess piece jumping from square to square, and any autopilot can con a vessel the way of it. That is true nearly always, and in fact the autopilot does, but the permissible variation is small. Exceed the tolerance, and we will enter another gate. Where we go then, God only can tell. And I do not believe in God. Quite possibly, we reach some point in interstellar space, no machine on hand, vacuum around us till we die. Certainly, no probe from Seoul ever came back. Suzanne shivered the least bit. It is a wise rule that a linker must be in circuit during transit, ready to take over with flexibility and judgment if anything unforeseen happens. The tea is ready. What would you like in it? Milk, if you please. No, I'm forgetting. We've none fresh. Plain the same as you and me thanks. Kathleen let her hostess pour and serve, out of ship's wear. Her own green gaze wandered. She found little but the grandeur in the screen. Like everybody else, Suzanne had embarked in haste. Aside from the office attached to the captain's, quarters differed merely in their color schemes, this room being rose and white. Otherwise, nothing save the aroma from pot and cups distinguished it. Double occupancy would have lent an extra touch, and it had been laid out with that capability in mind. But the computer man seemed likely to stay solitaire. Short, skinny, stoop-shouldered, long-armed, with slightly frog-like features, from which thin black hair was pulled back into a ponytail, she looked older than her 28 Earth years. A high voice and a dowdy kimono didn't help. One tended to concentrate on her eyes, which were beautiful, large, thick-lashed, lustrous brown. I would have brought a better tea if I had the chance, she apologized. What you make for our table from the standard rations, I am cook enough myself to appreciate. Perhaps when I have leisure you could use help from me? Oh, doing for this few is no job, Kathleen said, though if it's the recreation you're wishing, why, it's glad I'd be of your companionship. I thought we should get acquainted, Suzanne proposed timidly. She took a chair facing her guests. "This trip may become long or dangerous." "Or both. And we the two women aboard. Besides, you can tell me about the rest of our crew." "Devil a chance I've had to know any man besides Sergei Zarubayev better than to greet, or else ply him with technical questions. Dan's kept me too busy at learning my duties." Suzanne flushed. "He can explain people best. He has the knack for them. I am not outgoing." "Regardless, you can give me an extra viewpoint. Furthermore, when we are free together, himself and I do not yet squander time on briefings." Kathleen's grin faded when Suzanne reddened more and sipped noisily. Reaching over, she patted her hostess's knee. "I'm sorry, pardon my tongue. I'll try to stay as little shameless as happiness may allow me." "You and you are in love, no?" The words were barely to be heard. "Aye, songbirds, roses, and 100-year-old whiskey. But fear not for his marriage. Never would I threaten that. For he loves her too, and she him. And a dear lady she is." Suzanne stared from cup to the sun and back. "How did you meet?" "Through Liz. The gods would have it. Doubtless you know she's active in the Apollo Theatre, organizing, fundraising, smoothing ruffled feathers. Especially those feathers. Well, I've been on the same stage once in a while to play a minor role or sing a few songs. Liz gave a cast party at her home. You've not chanced to attend a performance I was in?" Suzanne shook her head. "I do not go out much." Kathleen softened her tone. "They do say as linkers have interests more high than ordinary folk." "No, simply different, and simply when we are in linkage. Uncoupled, we are the same as anybody else." Suzanne raised a palm and met the steady regard of the other. "Veritably, the years of our training, the work lui-même, they have an influence. It is often true what you hear about us. We are extreme introverts. The profession attracts that type." She attempted a chuckle. "Exceptions occur. A minority of us are normal." "I wouldn't be calling you anything else, I think," Kathleen assured her. "Shy, maybe, the which I find a charm, brash hussy that I am. Your accent in English is pretty, too. You're from the south of France?" "No, my parents are. I was born in Neapolis. You know, La Quincaillerie? The big hardware store on Tonari Avenue, that is theirs. Well, I was the sole child, and unsociable, and all their close friends French, so—" Having by now set her cup down on the nearby table, Suzanne spread her hands wide. "Dan bespoke you as coming from Earth?" "He has seen my curriculum vitae, but of course my girlhood, why should he remember? My parents did send me back to study when I was 16, terrestrial, and tests showed me having talent. Demeter has no facilities for making linkers. I lived with my aunt and uncle, and after I had graduated, worked for a firm in Bordeaux until after 6 years away I got homesick and returned. Soon Captain Brodersen hired me." Silence descended, large and clumsy. Kathleen kicked it to pieces. "My turn, if you're interested." The computer man nodded, anxiously eager. "Though I've less to tell than you. I was born in Ballyaclee, Dublin, you'd say. My father being a prosperous physician, he could send his children to famous places on holiday, including your area, Suzanne. But mostly I'd rather be tramping off the byways in Era. A bad, rebellious Colleen, I fear, who felt worse and worse put upon, till at Earthside age 19 I applied for emigration. The Irish quota was almost empty. We have half our land to fill again after the Troubles. And they snapped me right up. On Demeter I've been ever since." She sighed. "Ochone, how I long to walk the green, green country once more and kiss my parents. Despite our clashes and the hurts I gave them, their letters have been wistful." "I am surprised you keep your patois these many years." "Well, Gaelic is our main language, you know. And then, too, we have the way of striving to keep our identity within the canton of the islands. And Europe on top of that, and the World Union on top of that." Kathleen changed intonation. "I can talk Eopolis English when I want. Or British, don't you know? Or braid Scots? Or down East Yankee? Or Southern? A ballad collector learns. You live in Eopolis? Yes, in a riverside cabin on Anyway Bank, together with a mongrel dog, a pair of scuttle mice, a tank of rainbow moths, a horny old she-cat, and a variable number of kittens. And I work as a paramedic, when I am not adrift elsewhere, which will be enough about me, I'm sure. You're looking at me most oddly, Suzanne. Anyway, Bank is a bad district, the linker mumbled. Kathleen laughed. It's a polyglot district, cheap and raffish and fun. But bad it is not, if you make friends and keep your wits about you. What's left of my virtue has been worse endangered in the orderly room of St. Enoch's, or fashionable homes on Anvil Hill than ever on the Bank. You travel about the planet, you said? Aye. Who takes care of your pets when you are gone? A grandfatherly ragamuffin by name of Matt Fry. How he got on a transport ship I'll never be knowing, nor anyone else. He does not tell the same story twice, and he had no special skill to justify his freight, save that he's the most enchanting rascal born since Falstaff. I at least could promise to qualify in medics, for my daddy had given his girl a head start. Well, Matt is sweet and understanding with the animals, and he keeps the place clean and unburgled, and asks no more than the DOS itself, plus whatever bottles I leave behind me, none of them ever full. Kathleen shook her head. I wish I could give him shelter the whole year, but we'd neither of us have privacy, and then my gentleman friends— She halted. Bad cess to me. I've embarrassed you again. Can you forgive me? No, Suzanne stammered through her blushes. No offense. I did think you and Danielle— No, like you say, the privacy— Allons, we change the subject, no? Best we do, Kathleen agreed soberly. My tongue is too loose. An Irish failing like drink. Dan keeps after me to curb it. Talk and drink. I believe those are species problems, not national. Suzanne spoke fast, directing conversation away from the personal, gaining confidence as she did. I have never met an Irish before you. I have read some of your people's works, and screened some of their dramas, and watched documentaries. Perhaps on this trip you can show me their land. Faith, I'd love to. And then I will take you through Provence. More if we get time, but first we go to Ireland because of your parents. Grand! Which do you prefer, a modern city? They tell me Dublin is exciting these days, or historical monuments in lone, lovely countryside. We may need to be choosing one or the other. The countryside. Cities on earth, they are too much alike. Every countryside is unique. In ours it rains, Kathleen warned, and drizzles and rains and mists and rains, and might snow a little. I've forgotten what the season will be. Cela ne fait rien. I would still like to see. Our French campagne, it is too civilized now. Agri-domains, parks, communities, and in between a few spots they keep quaint for the tourists. Kathleen smiled sadly. Hurry then to Ireland, for from what I hear she's fast going the same way. Glad I am that I knew her wild, and that Demeter will stay herself while I live. She hummed a bar or two of music. What was that? Suzanne asked. Oh, it's said to be an old lullaby. I set words of my own to it not long ago, after my mother wrote to me from Lahinch. She was holidaying. The words? Would you sing? When did ever a bard refuse? Kathleen laughed. It's mercifully short. Luring tourists to us, luring tourists nigh, luring tourists to us, charging them the sky, luring tourists to us, crooning melody, to the stone of Blarney, that's an Irish industry. Thereafter, the two of them grew more and more lively. Chapter 16. When Chinook was approximately 1,000,000 kilometers from the T-machine, Watchship Bohr established laser contact. Notification of her clearance for Sol had already been beamed here. What remained was a formality or two, and the sending ahead of a small automatic pilot fish, which would tell the guard at the far end of the gate that a vessel was coming through, and the usual safety measures were to be put into effect. Procedures were completed while Chinook maneuvered for approach to the first beacon she must pass. That was not the outermost one. The path she would follow wove among 7 glowing globes. It was not similar to the Phoebusward track around the solar engine, which had 10 beacons. Many minds had speculated about the reasons for those variations. The alien spacefarers had probably found some answers, Broderson thought. He sat by himself in the command center. The odds were overwhelming that he would be the merest passenger during transit. Cybernetic systems ought to handle everything. If they failed, or looked about to fail, Sue Granville at the computer, Phil Weisenberg, and Marty Leno in the engine room, under her direction, would take over. Nevertheless, he felt obliged to be on station, and without Pegeen to distract him, much though they both wanted to experience the hours together, Broderson never wearied of watching. Visually, approach to a gate was less spectacular than many things in space. But he would think of what the sights meant, and try to comprehend that beings existed who had made this be, and feel his soul drown and soar in awe. Each passage was slightly unlike the last, since beacons were always changing their configurations to match the wheelings of stars through the galaxy, and who knew what further protean aspects of the universe. The shifts were too small for senses to notice in less than decades. They were easily compensated for, and in any event, a ship had a certain amount of tolerance. If she veered off a particular course by a few kilometers, she'd still arrive where she was supposed to, albeit the exact time and position at which she appeared might not be quite what they were meant to be. Even so, space law rightly prescribed a slow tracing out of a path, with ample margin for error. After all, a bad mistake would throw you into the unknown. Assuming that a complete transit pattern involved 2 or more beacons, 7 of them gave you 5,913 possible destinations. Robot probes had verified that assumption, departing from here as well as from the solar system, never to return. In addition, there were infinitely many paths which did not go straight from marker to marker, each of which would also take you somewhere. Robot probes had verified that likewise, until the authorities decided they'd lost too many. Broderson knew that a particular track would bring him to wherever the alien ship had gone, an emissary which afterward returned in order to vanish into a different kind of trap. Like the rest of the public, he had not been told which track it was. At the time, he had agreed that secrecy was a sensible policy. A machine must lie at the end of that gate. One of the human probes must have appeared there earlier, but if the aliens noticed it, they would have no way to tell who sent it from where. Like most people, Broderson took for granted that many, perhaps all of the remaining beacon-to-beacon courses likewise led to T-machines. The trouble was, once you'd gone through, what was your route back? You'd blunder blind through gate after gate till your supplies ran out, unless you found an advanced society which could help you. Emissary had set off in that hope, but Emissary knew that such a civilization existed. Yet the next T-machine might simply have been at a relay point, in an otherwise empty place. Sure it was that very few tracks led to races that were knowledgeable in these matters. The Theban system, for instance, had been devoid of sentience, let alone spacefaring civilization, until the voice guided men there. Hours passed. Mostly Chinook fell free, and he floated loosely, harnessed to his seat in the exhilarating ghostliness of zero gravity. Then, when she reached the prescribed distance from a marker, gyros, softly whirring, swung her about. Jets kindled. For minutes he had a slight wait. Again he drifted. The silence was vast. He could have used the intercom to talk with Pegeen, but that would have been open for the whole crew to hear. Nobody else had anything to broadcast either, as vision swung majestic across the screens. A sphere against blackness, moon-sized to the eye, shining green as Ireland, until it dwindled from sight. The T-machine at their closest approach, a foreshortened cylinder reaching over a few degrees of arc, white with a hint of pearly sheen athwart the stars, a spine-walking sense of how much mass, how tightly gripped in upon itself was here a-spin, how furiously. A sphere whose color was not in the visual spectrum. The Milky Way, the nebulae, the galaxies beyond our galaxy. And now heaven was altering enough for him to notice. This bright star and that bright star moving closer together or farther apart. At last, flitting and weaving over the dark like fireflies, as Chinook went ever deeper into that field which the monstrously whirling monstrous mass created. The time was long, and the time was nothing, until a siren called, "Stand by!" Broderson's pulse leaped. He caught the arms of his chair. The ship turned heavily, came to rest, hung an instant. Force grabbed him. The final maneuver along any track was a sharp acceleration straight toward the machine. He felt no jump, no warp, nothing except free fall when the jet cut off. In his view screens, the universe appeared momentarily to stagger. It steadied at once. The effect was an optical illusion due to persistence of vision. Everywhere around he saw titanic serenity. A cylinder dwindled by remoteness to a bit of thread, which was not the cylinder he had been seeing. A disk like that of Phoebus, but whiter, firier, which was the disk of Sol. Chinook had passed through. He resumed his captaincy. "Aram Janigian, commanding Watchship Copernicus," the face in his outercom receiver said, heavily accenting the Spanish. "Welcome, Chinook." "Daniel Broderson commanding, thank you," was the equally ritual response. "All's well aboard." "Good. Your position and vectors are acceptable. No immediate correction required." Familiar though it was, Broderson felt impressed anew by the fact that his ship always emerged with the same velocity relative to the second T-machine as she had had relative to the first at the instant she jumped. Somehow, energy differences between stars were compensated for within the transport fields, unless some conservation law that man knew nothing about was in operation. "Here is your update," Janigian said. It went directly from computer to computer, starting with the exact local time. A readout showed Broderson that he was within 2 hours of his ETA. Pretty good. Solar wind conditions, notices of craft elsewhere in the system, etc., etc. followed. When that was done, Janigian delivered selected items personally. Port Helen, of the Iliadic League, was closed by a strike. A shipment of cometary water and hydrocarbons, inbound for Luna, had been granted A priority. An asteroid from interstellar space, swinging by in its hyperbolic orbit, would make close approach to Mars on 3 February. Pending further notice, a sphere of 1 million kilometers radius around the San Geronimo wheel was interdicted to unauthorized persons and carriers. Broderson started, fetched up against his harness, and bounced back. "Huh?" he exclaimed. "How come?" "A scientific project that doesn't want gas contamination. Or so I understand," Janigian said, bored. "Why do you care? You're cleared for Earth." I'd hope to visit the wheel as long as I'm here," Broderson lied fast. "Reviving happy memories. What is this project?" "I don't know. I'll have the complete announcement fed into your bank if you wish. Perhaps you can arrange permission." "Thanks. Please go on." The briefing completed, the farewell courtesies exchanged, the vectors calculated, Chinook set out at 1G. She would need between 4 and 5 terrestrial days to round Sol and reach Earth. It should be a totally routine voyage. Broderson tapped for a readout of the prohibition. Having glowered at it, he unsnapped himself and paced among the instrumentalities, blank surfaces, and star-crowded screens of the command center. Eventually he activated the intercom. "Captain to Chief Engineer," he said. "Phil, would you come up here?" A part of him imagined Kathleen's disappointment that he had said nothing to her. Later, to her and them all. First, he needed a consultation with the top technical expert aboard, who was also his oldest friend aboard. Weisenberg sauntered through the door. The furrows in his countenance lay easy. He rarely registered excitement. "What's that, Dan?" he asked in his drawled English. His parents, Neo-Hasidim, had moved to Demeter to escape persecution in the Holy Western Republic. "You were listening, weren't you?" As was customary, Broderson had put his conversation with Janigian on the intercom. "Okay, check this business on the San Geronimo wheel and tell me what you think it smells like." Weisenberg placed his lank frame, joint by joint, into a chair before the terminal. Silence followed. Broderson felt sweat prickle forth on his skin and caught a whiff of it. "Well?" he snapped at length. Weisenberg looked at him. "It is rather non-committal, isn't it?" he said. "Non-committal, hell!" Who do they expect will take seriously that goose gabble about turning over a public monument for months to research that trivial? Anybody who isn't paranoid, Dan. Foundations do underwrite odd undertakings, and the monument in question is monumentally unimportant to just about everyone alive. Broderson slammed fist against bulkhead, hurtfully hard. All right, I'm paranoid. You too. The whole gang of us. For good reason. Emissary is being held somewhere. If she and her crew haven't already been destroyed. Doesn't the wheel seem logical? Weisenberg nodded his white head. Well, yes, if you insist, it does. No vessel would likely pass near the closed zone. If any did, she'd have no cause to turn scanners that way at full magnification, and identify a modified Reyna-class ship orbiting close. Long fingers rubbed a long chin. Where is the wheel currently? Suzanne had gone off duty, or Broderson could have had that information straightway upon inquiring. As was, he fumbled out his demand on a keyboard. He and Weisenberg peered at the visual display, which accompanied the numbers. Yeah, he said. Not far off inferior conjunction with Earth, which gives it an extra recommend as a prison. From his chair, Weisenberg considered the skipper, who stood crouched above him. You mean we should swing around and have a peek? He said softly. What else? Why, we proceed to Earth as per our flight plan and alert the Ruedas as per our own plan. Chancy, Broderson growled. It'll take time for them to make an excuse to send off a boat and go through all the preparations and paperwork. Meanwhile, anything could happen. If nothing else, Ori Hancock's going to get suspicious about me sooner or later. And I'd bet on sooner. She's a smart old bitch coyote. At present, we've got the jump. If that is where Emissary is, we can bring the story to Lima. Pictures? Why, we can make a public statement and broadcast that will kick the whole miserable conspiracy to shivereens. He ended on a roar. Easy, easy, Weisenberg cautioned. The detour will add 2-3 days travel time, you realize. Suppose we see nothing. How do we explain ourselves when we reach Earth? Oh, we'll write a story en route, Broderson said impatiently. Like, well, a freak meteoroid hit that damaged our communications so we couldn't report it, but went into freefall till we'd made repairs. Improbable as a snake on stilts, yes, I admit that, but not totally impossible. And we can fake the traces, and besides, aventureros can persuade the Board of Inquiry to treat it as a trivial incident. Or doubtless we can dream up a better gimmick. We'll have days. Broderson swung away from the terminal, around the deck, hands clutching wrists behind his back, footfalls banging. Whenever he passed by a view-screen, his brow was crowed with stars. We'll consult the rest, of course, but I'm sure they'll agree. In fact, I'm going to order an immediate change of vectors toward the wheel. No, Weisenberg said. Wait a bit. Huh? Broderson jarred to a halt. Till we're far enough from the T-machine that the watch-ship can't notice we're moving wide, the engineer explained. Broderson snapped his fingers. Right you are. You're right too, pal. We've got to take the chance. This might be our last possible way to reach the others. Weisenberg still sat quietly and did not raise his voice. But in his eyes appeared a light which the Baal Shem Tov would have recognized. Rain had blown in from the sea to take Eopolis unto itself. Aurelia Hancock, Governor-General of Demeter for the World Union, had opened the 2 windows near her desk that she might breathe the freshness. Cool damp enfolded her and graced her nostrils, together with sounds of water falling, striking, gurgling, odors of wet roses and grass, and gingery thunder oak. The sight, framed in pale daphne panels, was of silver gray that slanted out of blue-black, down onto darkened verdancies and reds. Beyond lawn and fence, cars passed shadow-like. The far side of the street faded into mystery. Her phone yanked her from it. Your call to Miss Leno is ready. No, she heard herself grunt. There had been no response when she tried an hour ago. Having put the instrument on persist, she had riffled through news compendia, fallen into reverie, and not even smoked, her palate reminded her. Her calves tingled, also, and her sacrum protested. I've been in this chair too long, she realized. At my age, you turn to lard fast if you don't move. Connect, she said, while her mind wandered on. I've got to get more exercise. Play tennis again, regularly. I may as well admit I'll never make myself go through a lot of dull daily gymnastics alone. But who's to play with? Jim? They used to, she and her husband. Tennis wasn't all we played, either. He was too far gone into the bottle these days. Nothing disgraceful, charming as ever. In him it took the form of indolence, but he plain wasn't interested in a cure. Then who? The idea of her fat, knotty-veined legs capering around the court opposite some obsequious junior official was uninviting. And be damned if she'd beg for an arrangement with any colonial woman member of the club, after the snubs she and Jim had been getting. And here came Elizabeth Leno into the screen, slim, suntanned, happy in her house, and no doubt in her bed, looking politely hostile. "How do you do, Governor Hancock?" she said, not inquired. "I'm sorry I missed you earlier. I was working in the conservatory and didn't hear the chime." Or were you stalling me for a half-plausible hour? The tappers report that mostly you do delay answering. Ori fastened a smile on her face. "Why the formality, Liz? We're old enemies across the card table, and in civic affairs we've been allies." Eyes that were slightly slanted and wholly ice-blue scorned hers. "You know why, Governor Hancock." Ori gathered her spine together. Fingers found a cigarette. "As you will. If I haven't made things clear by now, no use trying. May I speak to your husband?" The Athene visage did not stir more than its lips. "No." "What?" For an instant it was as if the rain outside flowed upward. "He is ill." Attack. "Really? I don't believe a doctor has visited your place." "Do your agents record every detail about us?" Ori started the cigarette and inhaled its rain-defying acridity while she assembled her retort. "Miss Leno, if you prefer that form of address, your husband must have explained to you what the situation is. When I requested his cooperation and he declined, I had no choice but to put him under temporary restriction and you under temporary surveillance. Since then, certain phone conversations. Yes, we are monitoring. Once the emergency is past, you have a covenanted right to sue for damages. Meanwhile, we're monitoring. 2 phone conversations indicated he was staying put as he's supposed to. It happens, though, the second of those calls came when you left the house and evaded the agents assigned to watch you." She drove into the woods, parked her car, entered the bush, and lost her city-bred shadowers. Hours later, the tap recorded an exchange between Dan Broderson and Abner Croft. Hours after that, Liz Leno returned to her car and went home. Were both of those talks with Croft faked? Ira Quick has passed on to me a confidential memo about such a system. Leno could have had her daughter take a call. The kid needn't be aware what was happening, and my detectives have not yet managed to prove that Abner Croft exists. Ori thrust her intent forward. "And now, my dear," she said out of her teeth, "looking over routine documents, I've suddenly discovered that Chinook cleared for Seoul days ago. I was never informed. The law doesn't require that I be, but Chinook is Dan's pet ship, and Commissioner Two Eagles is a good friend of yours. You understand, I'm sure. I must speak to Dan." "He's ill, I told you," Liz said, abominably cool. "He needs sleep. I will not rouse him." "Then will you admit police officers to confirm he's there?" For the first time, Liz colored. "Absolutely not. Get your goddamned warrant." "I'll issue it myself," Ori warned, "and if he's absent, charges may be brought against you too, Ms. Leno." Arrogance. "Proceed, Ms. Hancock. I will be consulting my attorney." Blankness. Ori slumped. Outside, rain rushed, and twilight thickened. He's gone, she knew. He slipped free somehow and boarded his spaceship and reached the solar system. how to overhaul him, or how to repair the harm. Inform Ira. She should set that in motion this instant, but for a span her hand could only bring the cigarette up to parch her inner lips and down again. Ira was going through her. Beautiful Ira Quick, you made so clear to me how our first human order of business is social justice, and how the others and the seeking of them are, like Milton's Lucifer, did you say? Beautiful Ira Quick, I'll do what I can for you. Chapter 17. A message rode a carrier beam up from Neapolis to a ComSat, which passed it on to the big transmitter orbiting Demeter farther out. Thence it crossed interplanetary space to the T-machine, near which Bohr received it. The first part was a name and 2 addresses on Earth, followed by Urgent, Official. The rest was in cipher. Obediently, the watch-ship's communications officer put the tape that had recorded it into a pilot fish, which passed through the gate to the solar system and homed on Copernicus. The officer there sent it off on a tight beam to a relay station, which shared the orbit of Earth and this T-machine, 90 degrees from either, and which passed it to the planet. In that vicinity, a series of electronic complexities took place. Eventually, after milliseconds, a telephone chimed and lit up in both of Ira Quick's offices, Lima and Toronto. Nobody was present at night, nor had he left word where he could be reached. As a matter of trivial fact, he was enjoying a post-prandial cognac with a pretty and ambitious young statistician, whose person he would enjoy later on. Getting no response, the phones filed the message, as directed, in a special playback bank for which only he had the combination. It happened that he was in Toronto. He had gone there upon his recent return from the wheel, taking his family along, since it seemed he would be on hand for some time. The necessity was deplorable, of seeing to the national side of his career, after overmuch concentration on the international. Winter in Central North America felt nastier every year, as if to refute the experts who said Earth was slowly heading into a new ice age. To cope with that would require an immense government organization. Yet still, infatuates of the others would let people, effort, and resources pour forth uncontrolled to the stars. On the morning after his pleasant occasion, a blizzard shrieked down from the tundras and blinded the city in flying white. Commitments demanded he go to his headquarters. Not even full-length holography with stereo sound was always a substitute for shaking the hand of a humble constituent or lunching with an important one. From the hotel, he could easily have shuttled underground to the Churchill building, but first he must seek his place in the suburbs for a change of clothes. He'd considered renting a room downtown against these frequent contingencies, but decided not to. If word ever got out, there might be jokes about it. His wife gave him breakfast and no questions. He gave her a nice big kiss before he left. She deserved it. Alice McDonough was not only a niece of the man who reunified Canada after the Troubles, and thus a nexus of priceless political connections. She was attractive, an excellent hostess, the mother of his 3 sons, and devoted to him. Or at least possessed of the decency to keep her outbursts private between them. His car battled its way toward the Capitol complex. Wind yelled and buffeted it, snow streamed around the canopy, cold crept in past the heater. He felt irrationally glad to enter the parking garage. The storm roused primitive terrors in him. Greeting his employees as genially as usual, he proceeded to his inner office and switched the giant view screen from a direct look outside to a recording of a Hawaiian beach. Now the environment felt good. Warm scene full of blue and white and surf boom. Comfortable chair, broad, solid, full instrumented desk, carpet soft underfoot, after he doffed his shoes, autographed pictures of celebrities, original cartoons, honorary diplomas, certificates of membership, framed letters, each a sign of esteem and affection. The work ahead of him, if less important than what he did for the Union, had its own fascination. Last night lingered piquant in awareness. "Ah," he murmured, smiled, and activated the phone playback. A red light flashed. What the hell? He jabbed the number sequence required. The screen lit with his name, and Aurelia Hancock's return address. His heart lurched. He pressed for the next frame, saw gibberish identified by number, and brought in the appropriate decoding program. Plain English appeared. Dear Ira, I pray this isn't terrible news, and you get it in time to do whatever you judge best. You remember about Daniel Broderson, don't you? Reference. More numbers and letters. Quick could have summoned the file of correspondence forth, but felt no need. It remained vivid in his mind how he had approved Hancock's suggestion of shutting that troublemaker up. Well, I've discovered he's escaped and is on his way to Earth. Details followed up to the present, the insolent silence of Elizabeth Leno, and the weasel of a lawyer she'd retained. It didn't seem practical to arrest her, she had too many friends. But Ori had threatened her with the Emergency Powers Provision, the Dangerous Instrumentalities Act, and the finalist precedent if she infringed any more. I checked, on pretext of surveying traffic patterns, and found Chinook went through the gate exactly according to her flight plan. Appended. She ought to be at or near Earth when you get this message. I don't know for sure what Broderson intends. Maybe he doesn't either. It's a safe bet, though. He'll try to contact his former in-laws, the Ruedas, and get their help. Ira, dear Ira. She wasn't his type of woman physically, but he'd found her responsive to heavy flirtation, which had helped bind her undoubted competence firmly into his cause. I can't say how sorry I am for letting this get by me, or what I'd give to be able to make it good. I'll do anything you order me. Meanwhile, I'll sit as tight as possible. I'm certain you can handle the problem, same as you can handle every other, but it makes me cry that you have the extra work and worry. Sincerely, Aurelia. Quick took pride in his cool, swift reaction. He intercommed for word on the ship. His staff would obtain that for him promptly and discreetly. Then he reviewed the letter and its addenda with care, sat back, stroked his beard, and considered what to do. First, refrain from panic, from any outward fuss. Second, put full-powered surveillance on Broderson and each member of his gang from the moment they landed, or from this hour if they had already done so. What a damnable uncertainty! The time when a vessel emerged from a gate, as measured at that end, bore only a loose relationship to the time when she had entered it at the other end, presumably because of variations in the path she followed around the T-machine. None had yet arrived ahead of her pilot fish, but some had been very close behind, and some as much as 3 days late. He could commandeer the North American Secret Service, or rather, several well-chosen agents thereof, through the same channels as he'd used to get cooperation about emissary. Yes, watch Broderson and see what happened, what might be learned. But the instant any of them tried to get hold of the Ruedas, grab him and his whole bunch. A warrant for their arrest was among the contents of Hancock's message. They could join the prisoners in the wheel to share whatever disposition was made of those. Quick turned to other matters. After an hour, his chief of staff called in. Chauveau looked worried. "Sir, about the Chinook spacecraft," he said. "She's overdue, and hasn't sent any word either." "What?" Quick clutched the arms of his chair. "Isn't traffic control interested?" "I didn't know their exact routine or whom to query at the Astronautical Control Board, and it took a while to find out. Seems that when a vessel enters the solar system, the watch ship beams her flight plan to her destination. In this case, Earth, but that simply goes into the databank. They think anything more would be complicated and unnecessary because a ship forced to change plans can always notify one of the stations that take emergency calls. Well, this person I got hold of retrieved the record for me, which said Chinook ought to have made Earth orbit yesterday. Next, she checked with traffic control, then with its Iliadic opposite number, and, well, in short, boss, nobody knew anything. My contact is quite concerned, but I managed to make her wait, hinting at a special mission which may have developed a slight hitch. Wait before alerting the safety division. She won't for long, I'm afraid." "Good man," Quick said with an extra dose of warmth. Through him flared a hope. The 1-in-a-million accident that's never happened yet did happen and destroyed them. He rallied his wits. No. "What shall we do, sir?" Chauveau asked. Quick's mind sprinted. None of the staff knew why he was concerned. To pursue the matter as hard as was needful, he must give out a story. He had one prepared by now. Donning his most serious demeanor, he said, "Jacques, this is strictly confidential, and perhaps I shouldn't tell you at all, but I trust you, and I want you to feel motivated. You know about discontent growing on Demeter, complaints, formal protests and petitions, a couple of actual riots. Mainly, colonial businesses object to paying taxes to their mother countries and the Union, claim they're getting almost nothing in return, as if they weren't still part of humanity and obligated to help their less fortunate brethren. No need to preach the gospel to yourself, Ira Quick, and I must admit a few gripes are legitimate. The government has not been as solicitous of their welfare as it should be. What's not been publicized is the development of out-and-out revolutionary sentiment, gradually moving from seditious talk toward action. Not strictly a lie. I am anticipating what I fear may someday come true if the right people don't stay alert and in control. Oh, among a tiny minority so far, of course, but you know what damage a few terrorists can do. Governor Hancock has warned me that the owner-captain of Chinook may be involved and may have come here for no innocent purpose. She approached me rather than anybody else because we are close political associates, you know, and she relies on me to proceed cautiously. Remember, she has no firm proof against this Broderson. He could be honest. False arrest would provoke more antagonism back there, as well as violating his rights. Quick combed fingers through his beard. His behavior does look suspicious, though, eh? He finished. Let's start by finding out where he is. I'd better put you in touch with Assistant Commissioner Palamas, the person I spoke to on the board, Chauveau said. Yes. While I talk to her, establish standby connections with— Quick named them. A few had helped him take the initiative of sequestering emissary. Moore knew nothing about that, but one way or another could be persuaded to exert their influence in useful directions, without requiring much elaboration of his story. They trusted him, or owed him for past favors, or would be glad to put him in their own debt. Between them, they wielded considerable power. His conversation with Palamas proved satisfactory. She'd investigate a search, system-wide if necessary, and report the results straight back to him. After that, however, the hours set in like gnawing rats. Those reaches out yonder, hundreds of millions upon hundreds of millions of kilometers, were not exactly patrolled. Here and there, on ships, moons, asteroids, man-made stations, were powerful radars or other instruments such as multiplying spectrometers, mostly for scientific purposes. They could be pressed into service, but that could not be done in a finger-snap, the more so when goodly fractions of an hour often must pass between message and response. And then they must sweep across distances more enormous yet, through degree after degree of arc, while time bled away. Quick had a gut-cold idea where Chinook probably was. He hadn't dared do more than suggest it to Palamas, hinting that the studies going on at the San Geronimo wheel were more important than the government had indicated, and it would be too bad if an ion trail disrupted them. He could but hope that somebody out in space would agree, and would be in a position to check. It would certainly not be wise to communicate directly with Troxel. Somehow, he lasted out the day, shook the humble hand, congratulated the scholarship winner, conferred about strategy for the next election over a lunch that he even noticed dimly was excellent, coped with assorted desk business, kept a drumhead affability stretched across his face. At 1700 hours he called Alice to say he wouldn't be home that evening either. "Working late, maybe all night," he explained. "Yes," she said tonelessly. Her look pains me. I am a compassionate man. "Truth," he said. "Call me back later if you don't believe it." "Why?" she sighed. He frowned. "Are you getting depressed again, dear? I've told you over and over that simply because my job requires me to move around a lot, you shouldn't stay in the house and mope. You need to develop outside interests, activities." "You told me not to join the Galaxy Club. They're too much a pressure group for interstellar exploration. I was loyal and didn't. Now I've reached my limit of things you do want me to belong to. Hey, let's not start fighting." "Oh, no. My problem is, I love you." Her voice still sounded flat and tired. "And the kids, I think they need some protection I can give them. Have you ever speculated what kind of love relationships the others have?" Pricked, he snapped. "I've heard 50,000 speculations about everything conceivable concerning the damned others, and claims of contact, creeds, crankeries, bad songs, worse writings. Never a bloody thing constructive. Never anything but avoidance of our proper human business." "Good night, Ira," she said, and broke the circuit. He rolled his eyes ceilingward. "God give me strength if you exist," he declaimed, "and if you don't, do it anyway, huh?" Preparation soothed him a trifle, as they might a dog turning around before lying down in the grass. This wasn't his first vigil here, and the place was equipped for it. In theory, he could manage everything from his house. In practice, that required interconnections, for example, to special data systems, which would be expensive to install and imperfectly secure. He sent out for dinner, made the couch into a bed, loosened his clothes, settled full length in the embrace of a lounger, and considered what entertainment to screen. Maybe a classic book he'd always meant to read, or a classic show he'd always meant to see. No, he was too tightly wound. Either mindless relaxation or else in affirmation, playing back one of the noble speeches by the founders of the party. Or wait, why not a couple of his own addresses, to study the form and possibly find details to improve? He reached for the retrieval control. His phone chimed. He was halfway out of the lounger before he had brought himself back down into calm, and still he sweated and shivered underneath. "I finally heard," Palamas said. Background indicated she was calling from her apartment or whatever it was. "They appear to have located Chinook, approaching the wheel from the far side." Broderson, may his figurative soul burn forever in mythical hell, guessed, "What precisely is your information, please?" According to her answer, the probability looked high. A metallic object of about the right size had been detected at the edge of the forbidden zone. It was inbound, currently under low acceleration or none. A couple of days earlier, a solar weather monitor had happened to record a jet trail outbound along what would be an appropriate path. The facts all pointed to Chinook's having made for the vicinity of the San Geronimo wheel, coasting by, using enough boost to swing around and get aimed sunward again, coasting once more, for a better look, presumably, soon to accelerate for Earth at a full G, and arrive with whatever yarn her crew had concocted. No. Arrive with a broadcast that thousands of receivers will pick up as soon as she's in range. "I expect we can reach her," Palamas said. "Lasers might miss, but if her radio is open as regulations require, she ought to hear a strong signal." "No. Hold on." Quick marshaled words. "I do appreciate your efforts, Ms. Palamas, and won't forget them, but this matter is more critical than I'm free to tell you. I'm afraid I must call further on your patience." He leaned nearer the pickup. "This has to be done as secretly as possible," he said. "Nothing must leak to the news media, not a hint, not a whisper. Basically, I'm invoking my ministerial powers under the Covenant of the Union. That spaceship will be ordered to head straight for the T-machine and return to the Phoebian system, maintaining outercom silence, under the severest penalties for noncompliance. Do you understand me, Miss Palamas? The severest penalties. You and I have a long night's work ahead of us. I have to notify the appropriate people, confer with them, get the arrangements made. You have to call your superiors, refer them to me, take for granted that their consent will be forthcoming while you start space units scrambling to enforce my order. Do you read me well, Ms. Palamas?" "I think I do, Mr. Minister." "Good." Quick flashed a taut smile. "I repeat, your service in this emergency will not be forgotten. Now, let's take a few minutes to discuss exactly what all this means and how we can best operate." She was middle-aged and dumpy. A check during the day had revealed she was placidly married and a registered member of the Constitution Party. But Quick had gotten eager cooperation out of harder cases than that. The fear in him began to melt. Broderson and company were fugitives from the law on Demeter, accused of conspiracy against public order. He had the warrants that said so. He also, given support in the right quarters, had authority to dispatch them back through the gate, incommunicado, subject to a nuclear warhead at the slightest sign of rebellion. Meanwhile, he'd alert Ori, and she could prepare to take them in charge. The details and contingencies were endless, of course. For instance, no vessel was anywhere near the wheel except for Chinook herself and empty emissary. Broderson might attempt something desperate. No matter how smoothly the business went, Ira Quick had no limit of work to do, and afterward no limit of trail covering and explaining away. He would need strong help, yes, on the highest level. Moreover, this crisis made him see with full clarity that he and his fellows had stalled too long, too weakly merciful about the final disposition of emissary and her personnel. The time was overpast to act for the sake of humanity. That knowledge was unexpectedly exhilarating. Quick practice to fighting grin. By heaven, Broderson, he thought, I've got you corralled. I'm about to saddle and mount and break you, but thanks for the challenge. Chapter 18. When the directive reached Chinook, her captain's first response was to issue a command of his own. "Cut the engine! 5-minute phase down." A siren hooted warning. Crewfolk hastened to secure loose objects and find handholds for themselves. Meanwhile, thrust dropped steadily until the ship fell free, under no acceleration save that of the distance-dwindled sun toward which she was bound. Kathleen arrowed from their apartment into the office where Broderson was. She had quickly and gleefully mastered weightless motion. Trouble could not altogether sober away from her face and body the joy of flying. The slim, coverall-clad form shot through the doorway between, banked off 2 successive bulkheads, with a hand and a foot, reached the desk, seized a crossbar on its edge, came to a halt with an effort that sent blood surging to cheeks and bronze locks tumbling about them, and floating, stretched across to plant a kiss on the man's mouth. "Easy, hey, easy," he said. His own massive frame sat buckled into a chair. "We got a decision or 3 to make. Fast." She turned grave. "What does it hold you in here?" "That call from Steph," he said unnecessarily. The mate on watch in the command center had received the message and summoned Broderson to the private line. "You've thunder on your brow. What's wrong, my life?" "You'll hear when the rest do." His arm brushed her and nearly tore her loose as he reached for the intercom switch. Temper flared. She reached to slap back at him. "Would you be shoving me about like a dead thing?" "Damnation!" he half snapped, half pleaded. "We may have to make for the wheel, and every second we're a couple of 100 kilometers closer to passing by it." Instantly contrite, she did not waste time apologizing, but stroked fingers across his head. "Captain to crew," he declaimed. "Attention! We've received word from Earth, long-range cast, and they must have gone to a lot of trouble to locate and identify us. It's got a government call sign. We're wanted on Demeter on, quote, grave charges of conspiracy against public order and safety. We're to proceed straight to the T-machine. No, not quite straight. They specify the flight parameters. We'll come nowhere near enough to any place to make our announcement with the outer comm equipment we've got. Besides, we're forbidden to speak to anybody except an official vessel that contacts us first. We're warned that watch ships have been assigned to enforce all this by, quote, the strictest means appropriate. The writ is in the name of Ira Quick, Union Minister of R&D, and invokes nothing less than full emergency powers." He drew breath. "In short, brethren and sisters, the enemy is on to our game faster'n I feared, and we're ticketed for the same oblivion that emissary is in, or worse. What to do about it?" "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!" had burst from Kathleen before she steadied herself, clung white-knuckled to the bar, and regarded him through eyes gone emerald hard. A babble came over the intercom. "Quiet!" Broderson shouted. When he had it, he said, "Either we go along like good little taxpayers, or we take counteraction of some kind. But counteraction will have to start right away, I imagine. That's how come I stopped thrust. Which don't gain us much time, though. Think fast, people." "We should be meeting together, the way we are not only voices to each other," Kathleen protested. "Yeah, but I told you our sunward speed—" "Could we not be cutting it the while? Aye, and aiming toward that wheel of infamy? If we do decide to be meek after all, then they'll not know on Earth what we did beforehand, will they now?" "By God, you may be right. Hold on, everybody." Broderson tugged his chin as he reflected aloud. "Let's see. Killing our present vector and applying one for rendezvous. Yeah. I'd guesstimate we can maneuver for 2-3 hours before radars that are AU distant from us can spot the difference. Finite signal speed, large probable error. And besides, the way we're supposed to go lies in that general direction. Yes." He slapped his desktop. A gunshot noise and a violent counter-motion of his harnessed body. "I'll bet my left ball against your virginity, Pegeen. We can lay a course clear to the wheel. such that none of them yonder, no closer than the orbit of Mars, can tell we aren't working toward the path they want us in." His tone approached a roar. "Steph and Phil, start us braking, half a G. That won't commit us beyond redemption in a couple of hours." "Had we not best beam a message to Earth at once, to say we will obey?" Zarubayev asked. Sure, Broderson agreed. "The order specifies the form of our reply, nothing but the number 101, addressed to a particular Astroboard official, but with no identification of us. They really are leaning into the secrecy, aren't they? Okay, Steph, put it out on the laser. Sue," he went on, "do you savvy what this is about? Before we can plan, we need more facts. Hook yourself up and compute if we can reach the wheel while looking from the inner system as if we're just angling toward the prescribed track. That is, how long might we reasonably be occulted by it? Take account of every station which may be fingering us, but don't forget to figure in how much the radar disk of the wheel may be enlarged by its radiation shield. Can do?" "With probability only." Granville's reply was cooler than anyone would have awaited who did not know her well. "No guarantee." "Shucks. All we ever do in this universe is play odds. How long will you need?" "Half an hour, perhaps, mostly to search out the data." "Good. If your answer is positive, we'll start boosting whichever way you figure is optimum for getting to the wheel unbeknownst. Then we'll meet in the common room and wrangle. I favor a rescue operation for the emissary people. You may disagree," Broderson told his crew at large. "Put your arguments together while you wait. Think hard. Pray for guidance, if you're so inclined. But think." Afterward, in his mind, he rehearsed what they said. Not the actual words, which were scattered in fragments, spoken into each other's mouths, disorganized as words always are when several human beings try to reason together, but a kind of synopsis, an attempt to frame the different spirits wherein they left the gathering. Sergei Zarubayev, glacier practical. "What choice has the Cabal left itself except to kill us?" Stefan Doja roughly, his fist punishing his knee. "And they will continue in the government. They may well become the government. So it goes from despotism to tyranny." Philip Weisenberg, a shiver with emotion he seldom showed. "This looks like our first chance, man's first chance to find the others. Will we let it be the last?" Marty Leno, furious. "No, God damn you, Daniel Broderson! Haven't you gotten the family you're supposed to be responsible for in enough trouble already?" But later he yielded, sullenly in part because he was alone, in part because Doja jibed at his courage till the skipper stopped that. Kathleen Mulryan, aloud and ablaze. "What do you mean, saying I must stay on board whilst you make your raid? I'll have you know—" And she, too, needed calming down before she gave reluctant consent to his tactics. Suzanne Granville, softly. "Why would I have come along, my captain, if not to follow you?" Himself. "Maybe I overplayed my hand, making for here. I do honestly think not. I did underestimate the opposition. Mainly, I suppose, Ori Hancock. But it stands to reason they'd have acted as fast and decisively if we'd gone straight to Earth. And we'd have had far less room for maneuver. And for sure, we'd not have the evidence we do that Emissary is back. Well, 'twill be mighty easy to send her off toward Sirius, manned by the corpses of her crew. And not much harder to dispose of us. I'm not saying this will happen, but I'm saying 'twouldn't surprise me. You want to sit idle under such a risk? If we can snake Langendijk's band out of yon jail, I'm personally convinced it is a jail. What then, you ask? I don't know, except that then we've got the real clinching proof. The pictures we've taken of Emissary through the scanners we might have faked. But how can we have faked the people? And you know, they may have picked up some useful capabilities wherever they've been. We mustn't count on that, of course. I've developed a couple of alternative battle plans which I'd like to sketch out for you. They're strictly tentative. We'll have to see how the bones roll. We're not playing poker anymore, you realize. We're shooting craps. If you accept my notions, I'll next have to try and find out if there is any possibility of us pulling off a whizzer at the wheel. Maybe there isn't. Weisenberg cut insignia out of sheet metal, Kathleen did a little retailoring, and Broderson was attired like a rear admiral in the Space Corps of the Peace Command. Alone in the command center, he waited for the outercom to establish contact for him. Silence enfolded his head, somehow deepened by the low weight which settled him in his chair. He heard the breath in his nostrils, felt the collar at his throat. Stars glistered multitudinous in the screens. The Milky Way gleamed around its lanes of darkness. The solar disk stood pharaonic between wings of light. High magnification in one display showed him his target, spokes and rim slowly turning, as if to grind an unknown grist. The captive ship was not in that field, and he didn't reset the scanner toward her, for he had seen and made a record. He had seen. Leno's initial protest rose while he waited, to move spookily around within him. Have I the right? I'm committed now, but should I ever have begun? It could be that Quick and his bunch are trying to protect us from something ghastly. Ha! His rational and his willful selves responded together. Well, but should I have stayed home anyway? The ghost wondered, less on account of Liz, though she's who Marty was thinking of, than Barbara and Mike. Their own dear Fetches came to snuggle in his lap. He could nearly feel the warmth, and scent the gentle odor that only small children have. It's not as if Demeter will be ample for their lifetimes. In fact, an opening to the galaxy would mean all sorts of revolution, may be good. I believe that, but might be wrong. Or maybe bad, but nothing for sure any longer. The kind of surety their father ought to make for them. He stiffened. Horseshit! He flung forth for an exorcism. Must I tramp over this ground again? The Union isn't stable, no country is. The real for certain hell is brewing on Earth itself, and Demeter's a hop through the gate from here. But everywhere around is a universe full of newness, new homes, new knowledge, new ideas. The single thing it hasn't got is absolute security. No part of it does. The closest we can come to that is through opportunity. Hi, the buzzer. End of sermon, huh? He pressed accept. The telescreen presented the image of a young man, in civilian garb, but of disciplined bearing. Nonetheless, astonishment registered. Broderson's anxieties went down a notch. Obviously, they had received no word at the wheel. Peace Command Special Mission, he said. Matthew Fry, Admiral, commanding Transport Chinook. His pseudonym he borrowed from Kathleen's house-sitter. As for his ship, a fictitious designation was unadvisable. Reyna-class craft were too few. About 3 seconds passed while light waves bore his statement across space, plus reaction time at the far end, plus the time for a reply to arrive, 11 heartbeats. Broderson counted them, and at the back of his brain felt pleased that they were no more. Sir, you— Pardon, sir, the young man gulped. We had no inkling anyone was anywhere near us. What I reckoned on. Why should you keep a lookout? And why should Quick notify you? That might cause you to wonder a bit. Nor will his radars show if we go the whole way to you, because you'll be occulting us for hours. I did fear that you might have overheard the radio message to us, but again, you had no cause to be listening. Any communication to you will go on a nice, economical laser beam, your orbit being exactly known. You weren't supposed to have that information till now, Broderson said. Connect me with your chief. Sealed circuit. Time. Sir, he's off duty asleep. Can it wait? Broderson had been alert for such a chance to learn more. He put on his martinet expression. Insubordinate, are you? He barked. State your service, rank, and name. Time. It was hard to browbeat a person through a transmission lag like this. However, a top-deck PC officer was impressive, especially in space, where he held almost life-and-death powers. Pardon, sir? Yes, of course. I'll buzz Colonel Troxell at once. I required your service, rank, and name. You will give them to me. Time. He and the wheel blanched and said helplessly, North American Secret Service, Lieutenant Samuel Webster, sir. So, that's who I'm dealing with. Yeah, Quick's North American. It figures. You'd better learn to snap to orders if you don't want to get busted, Lieutenant Webster. Well, I won't put you on report. Get me the colonel. Time. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. More time passed. Minutes. Broderson wished his image allowed him to light his pipe. A burly man, hair hastily brushed and tunic hastily thrown on, appeared in the screen. Troxell speaking. His gaze probed. Admiral, Fry? Welcome, sir. You catch us unprepared, I'm afraid, but we'll do our best." The closing of his lips, which signified that he was through talking, had a military snap. "Very good," Broderson said. "First, you will maintain total outercom silence except to this ship. If you happen to get a message, I want to know what it is and dictate your reply. I'll give you the reason shortly. Second, I want to raise my acceleration to a G, which will let me dock at the wheel in 5 or 6 hours. Is that feasible?" Time. "Well, yes, but, Admiral, as a routine matter, I'd like to see your orders." "Not unexpected." "Will you transmit me yours, Colonel?" Time. "What?" "Pardon, kindly explain." Broderson chuckled, as he supposed Admiral Fry would. "You're operating under extreme security. The North American Secret Service isn't noted for passing confidential documents around carelessly. Neither is the Peace Command. We'll put both our Omega spools in your reader when I arrive and compare." Scanning for transmission would automatically wipe the encoded information. Time. "Your mission's really that secret?" "Since it relates to yours, yes." "Colonel, brace yourself. You've been guarding the members of the emissary expedition. Are you ready to add a follow-up load of non-humans?" The effect was as powerful as Broderson had hoped. Otherwise, he might have turned tail then and there and tried to convey his news to another spacecraft or two, an isolated asteroid base or two, before the watch ships hunted him down. Poor though the chances were that they would do any good. Troxell's doubts vanished. They had been feeble from the outset, for he had no grounds for suspecting that anybody outside the government and the Faraday crew had any intimation of the facts. Still, Broderson must work warily, though with unlimited brass. In effect, he, holding 2 pair, was seeking to bluff out a full house. Pretending to knowledge he did not possess, he must get it from Troxell under guise of telling his own story. As for that, after Emissary returned, the PC had planted an extra guard on the Phoebean T-machine. A strange vessel did emerge. She was boarded and her crew made prisoners without resistance. Having already leased Chehalis' well-equipped but idle exploratory ship, the PC took them and their essentials away for safekeeping. To forestall any speculations, Fry declared when he entered the solar system that his destination was Vesta, and went spaceward of his true goal before doubling back toward it. Troxell believed. No fool, he nevertheless was predisposed to believe. Broderson had anticipated that. The warders of the wheel, 21 total, as he learned by feigning a slight misunderstanding, must be of more or less actionist ideology. Else Quick, studying dossiers, doubtless getting depth psych examinations made of volunteers for a confidential assignment of utmost importance, would not have picked them. Soon Troxell was eager to talk. He needed to justify himself, he who had been penned in for these many weeks with his prisoners, who were also his accusers. Broderson listened patiently, encouragingly, to all the anti-stellar theses. For a minute he was tempted to deny that the detention was proper, an act decided upon by the Council. But no, a few sentences can't overturn a man's faith. Meanwhile his heart slammed, skin chilled and tingled, soul hallooed, behind a hard-held calm, for in between chunks of the lecture he caught mentions of truth. The emissary crew had been 8 years at the far end of their gate. They had lost 3 members. Carlos and Joel were alive. They maintained the aliens were friendly and anxious to begin cultural exchange. They had an alien with them. Broderson could hit on no safe way to find out what the creature looked like. He gathered that it could live under terrestrial conditions, was of approximately human size, and claimed to be the sole representative its race would send, unless mankind freely chose to establish relations. "And later they dispatched a ship of their own regardless, huh?" Troxell said. "How dumb do they suppose we are?" "Well, they may have found reasons to change their minds," Broderson temporized. "It has to be investigated. And you've got the only people with experience of them. Besides, maybe more important, the Council has decided that we must have far better intelligence of them before we can allow anything to happen. I hope our arresting this group will drive the point home, and we won't need to take more drastic measures. You well realize, Colonel, we can't have public hysteria either, hence the secrecy." Time. "Yes, of course, Admiral Fry, no argument. Let's discuss arrangements, shall we? What precautions have you in mind?" Eventually, the conference ended. Full Earth weight had resumed as Chinook drove onward. The wheel had grown in sight enough to notice. When outside communication went on standby, the crew became free to load the intercom with jabber. Broderson knew he must get them properly organized. The venture would be precarious at best. He stood up, stretched and eased, till the hardest knots were out of his muscles. "Hell take hurry," he decided. "Oh, I'll brief them and drill them as well as I can. But that's not awfully well. Won't fill more than an hour or two. First we should rest. First, I will go back to Pegeen. It could be our last while together." Chapter 19. On delicate thrusts of her auxiliary motors, Chinook aligned herself with the open hub of the wheel. Flame-tinged vapors gushed across night and dissipated. That made possible a rapid bleed-off of the enormous electrostatic potential which shielded her against cosmic rays. When she was well positioned, gliding in on a carefully monitored trajectory, a gyro within her began to turn. Her hull gathered spin until it was rotating slightly faster than the station. By then she was quite near. Her people sat still to avoid motion sickness from radial weight variations and Coriolis force. Broderson drew comfort from the steady tones of the control officer ahead. His cover yarn accounted for Chinook's absence of insignia other than a registry number and his flamboyant company emblem, as well as the presence of an energy gun turret counterbalanced by a missile tube. Just the same, they might have grown suspicious, perhaps on Earth, to send a warning hither at the speed of light. But evidently not. His heart slugged, though, his jaws ached from being clenched, sweat trickled cold along his ribs and reeked. More than a quarter of a terrestrial century had gone by since last he was in combat. The spaceship drifted into the hub at a few meters per second. She was very little off-center. That had better be the case. A vessel her size had scant clearance. Arms extended from the cylinder wall. Soft-surfaced roller bearings upon them brought Chinook to a halt. Bow projecting out the front end, stern and focusing tubes out the rear. Her spin became identical with that of her surroundings at the instant when her main personnel and cargo locks were opposite the correct entry ports. This caused the wheel to gain angular momentum, but the change was minuscule. After a sufficient number of dockings had significantly affected rotation, a jet in the rim would reduce it. Since this visitor had no freight to discharge, only a gang tube reached forth to osculate the exit for the crew. A reserve tank filled it with air. Equalized pressure activated a sensor, which flashed a green light and beeped. "You may come on through." Broderson ran wooden tongue over sandy lips. Yet otherwise, as of old, he was abruptly cool, too busy to be nervous. "Okay," he told his men. "Remember our doctrine and signals." He blew a kiss to Kathleen, who stood behind them, a submachine gun in her clasp. Suzanne was elsewhere, linked to her computer, and through it to the whole ship, which would respond to any command she gave. Limited input restricted her to a few basic actions, but Broderson was glad of even that much backup. Kathleen touched lips to the muzzle of her weapon and dipped it in his direction. He turned from the glory of her. "Good luck," he wished all his folk, and went ahead. Centrifugal force, equal to about 1/10 G, put the airlock under him, but the airlock contained rungs. Beyond its outer valve, the gang tube offered him another set, closely spaced because it was accordion-folded to minimum length. Fluorolight cast odd shadows among the pleats. He bounded down. Low weight had a magic of its own. Emerging, he took a short fixed ladder to a balcony-like platform, intended to help the unloading of baggage. Thence a second ladder went to the deck. But he stopped where he was and looked. This was the moment before he charged or fled. 5 meters high, a broad corridor arched out of sight on either hand, convex above him, concave below. He saw doors along it which shut off disused facilities. A hatchway led to a spoke, passageway to the rim. The hall was drably painted and carpeted. The draft from ventilator grills came loud, with a faint smell of oil, a sign of recent neglect. Men clustered beneath him. Save for Troxel, who was in business tunic and slacks, they wore coveralls. Each had a holstered sidearm, slug-thrower, not stunner. Broderson counted. 21. A measure of optimism lifted in him. The stunts worked so far. They're here, the lot of them, including the communications and control officers, maintenance technies, quartermaster. It was what he had gotten the colonel to agree to: lock his present captives in the auditorium. Broderson had ascertained where it was located, bring his entire following to meet the newcomers, and help them escort the non-humans, who might conceivably use non-human capabilities in attempting to break, to a safe place. "Greetings, sir," Troxell called in English. His bass echoed the least bit between bare panels. "Everything in order?" "Aye," Broderson said. "Come on down." "Wait a minute. I want a man at my back." "Huh? Can't be too cautious, can we?" "Very well, Sergei." Zarubayev appeared, bearing a Tommy gun. He sprang to join his captain. The agents showed surprise. Bearded, long-haired, dressed like them, the Russian jarred on their expectations. "Here we go." Broderson whipped forth his pistol. Zarubayev's gun swept downward. "Not a move!" Broderson shouted. "Hands up before we shoot!" "What the hell?" Troxell's roar cut off when Zarubayev's weapon shattered. The warning burst whanged nastily off the opposite bulkhead. The warders froze. "Hands on heads!" Broderson commanded. "Quick! Okay, boys, come on through." Weisenberg and Leno joined him. They bore automatic rifles, and bundled on their backs were more firearms. "Stay as you are, and nobody will get hurt," Broderson said. "But whoever acts funny will die. Is that clear? He will die." Inwardly he begged that that not happen. Those fellows were doing naught but their job. He'd encountered some like them, though, when he truly wore the uniform of the Union, whom he'd helped kill. The commitments on either side had been irreconcilable. His glance flicked right and left. Zarubayev was smiling, as if he enjoyed this. Maybe he did. Weisenberg stood tense, his mouth stretched out of shape, though his piece never wavered. Leno's face was wet and strained, helmeted in dank hair, and he breathed hard, but he didn't seem frightened either. And me? Well, they used to call me the Great Stone Fizz, Broderson remembered. Back at the airlock, Doja and Kathleen were his reserves, guarding a line of retreat. He wondered how they looked. It was no picnic carrying out a paramilitary operation with amateurs. He'd assigned posts as thoughtfully as might be. Zarubayev, though Demeter-born, had grown restless and spent a few years in the PC, Interplanetary Corps, before he went to work for Chehalis. He'd seen no fighting, but had gotten plenty of drill and maneuver. Leno, raised in the wilderness, was a champion marksman. Weisenberg could make any tool a part of his body, and a weapon is a tool. All three had ample space experience. Doja did too, but not with arms and seldom outside a ship. Pegeen? Yes. I did what I could in the time that I had. Whether I gauged well, we're about to learn. Rage racked Troxell's visage. "Are you crazy?" he yelled. "What is this piracy? Do you imagine you can get away clear, you sons of bitches, you—" He choked. "Take it easy," Broderson answered. "I told you we mean no harm unless you force us. Listen, our aim is to free the emissary crew. They're being detained under false pretenses. You've been hoodwinked. Ira Quick is a crook, and you'll see him on trial before long." "Prove it," an agent challenged. Broderson shook his head. "As Antony told Cleopatra, I am not prone to argue. The newscasts will inform you. Today, you'll follow orders. Move over there, by that door marked 14. He pointed. It was well clear of the spoke entrance. "Bunch together. I want you in easy range of this guy." He jerked a thumb at Zarubayev. "He'll watch you while the rest of us go spring the prisoners. Then we'll disarm you and lock you up. We'll leave you a hand drill or a hammer and chisel or whatever we figure you can use to break free in an hour or two after we're gone. Do you understand? We'd hate to harm anybody. We're not bandits. We're trying to set right a terrible wrong that threatens the Union. Consider yourselves under citizen's arrest. Obey us, and everything will be fine. But I repeat, we'll shoot if we must. Move. Keep those hands on your scalps. Move." They shuffled from him. He was aware of the scuff, of panting and trembling and muttered maledictions, of sweat and glares. "Stop!" he cried. To Leno and Weisenberg, "Proceed." They ignored the ladder and jumped, falling like autumn leaves. He followed. The impact was light in feet and knees. The hatch was 2 bounds off. It stood open. Broderson waved his partners through. When they were gone, his free hand grabbed a rail. He swung himself into the companionway. A pistol crack whipped him to a halt. Twice, thrice. It stabbed his eardrums. He twisted about where he stood. The bunch of agents was breaking up like a glob of dropped mercury. Men scampered off or flopped to the deck, drew their guns, and fired. Zarubayev's raved. A couple of bodies below crumpled. Then he reeled back. Blood spouted from his neck and belly. Broderson blazed into the foe. Through him there flashed a fanatic, a devotee, a hero. Must have hunkered down a bit when 2 or 3 others hit him. Yanked his rod out and let fly, knowing he'd almost surely miss. But he'd trigger a fusillade. I'll never know who it was. He heard Troxel bellow, saw the survivors retreat when Dozier reached the platform, crouched above Zarubayev, and sprayed the corridor with metal. It wailed as it ricocheted through the rattle of explosions. Troxel's party disappeared up the curvature of this world. He won't continue a firefight under these conditions. Pistols are too inaccurate, especially here. Low weight, Coriolis vectors, the sighting wrong. 2 men sprawled dead, their shapes gone graceless, their features hideous. 3 were badly wounded. 1 dragged himself away, legs trailing. 1 stared at a shattered kneecap and whimpered. 1 sat slumped against a bulkhead, going into shock. Zarubayev's blood dripped off the platform, slow and scarlet. Slow and scarlet. Doja snarled at the edge. Kathleen stood by him now, wild of countenance, cursing in a torrent, but swinging her weapon steadily back and forth. What Troxel will try to do is block us from freeing the prisoners. Broderson's paralysis broke. It had only lasted a few seconds. "Hold the fort!" he shouted. "Keep well covered! We'll be back!" He swarmed along a short circular staircase to the elevator. Weisenberg and Leno were there. The senior engineer had obviously had to restrain the junior from rushing up to join the battle, which would have been useless or worse. They were still wrestling. "Let's go," Broderson said, and pushed the button for it. The elevator was little more than a steel slab at right angles to a belt which carried it. 3 more served the same passageway. Between them, easy to step onto, were ladders, liberally supplied with resting places. Those were for emergency use. The shaft extended almost 900 meters. Staring into its bleakly illuminated depths, Broderson saw it converge in perspective on an atom-small terminus, and dizziness touched him. Weisenberg sagged down onto a bench and stared at the floor. "Ailey, Ailey," he mumbled, "that this had to be." Leno, on his feet, gripped the rail as if to crumple it, and shook his rifle aloft. His upland speech came raw. "They fail on their own deeds, the swinehounds!" "We're not done with them yet." Broderson's response was mechanical. Most of him howled. "I led Pegeen into this, Pegeen. I feel sure they hope to catch us at the auditorium." Weisenberg glanced up, instantly alert. "Can they?" "Dunno. You heard what I managed to worm out of Troxel concerning the layout here. I didn't dare push too hard." "Jesu Christe," Leno groaned. "This thing crawls." "It's meant to," Weisenberg told him. "Change of gravity and air pressure. You need time to adapt. Whichever the enemy takes won't be any faster. And they retreated spinward from us. The auditorium is anti-spinward from here. We'll have a slight jump on them." "Yes, and just the 3 of us have them outgunned," Broderson added. "Sit yourself, Marty. Recover your strength." He set an example, after choosing a rifle from Leno's load, but his mind gave no cooperation. Pegeen, Liz, Barbara, Mike, the stars. Once as a boy, on a sail cruise through the San Juan Islands, he developed a galloping earache. There was nothing to do but endure until the drum broke, and relieve the satanic pain. That took a couple of hours. This 5-minute ride felt longer. But then it ended. He led the way in a rush, up a stairwell which continued past the hatch to the deck. For the 100-odd meters he could see until curvature blocked vision, the corridor lifted before him like a ramp. Though he was never climbing while he pounded through its hollowness, earth weight dragged at him. Breath surged rough in his gullet. A double door beneath a photo mural. Armstrong on Luna. He'd expected to shoot out the lock, but the fastening was a mere latch, a steel bar between 2 brackets that must have been hastily welded on after he called from space. He cast it loose and flung the portal wide. Ranked in their hundreds, seats confronted a stage as empty as they were. Nearby, the emissary explorers rose in amazement. Most were sloppily clad. They blurred together for Broderson as he sped toward them until he saw Joelle. Judas Priest. Her hair is gray. She's skinny. Well, 8 years. He saw the alien. Chimerical cross between an otter, a lobster, a seal, a duck, a kangaroo, an alligator, a porpoise. No, none of those really. Nothing he could name. Nothing his vision was ready for. A brown blur. "We're springing you," he bawled. "We're your friends. We're getting you out of here. Joelle, do you know me?" "Freedom, freedom, freedom," Leno chanted. A tall man stepped out of the group. Broderson recognized Captain Langendijk. Weisenberg ran to meet him. Broderson and Joelle stopped, stared, held out hands toward each other. Weisenberg and Langendijk halted. "This is a rescue," the engineer said between gasps. "You're unlawfully held. We've come to set you free, make the truth known. We've met resistance, may have to fight our way back to the ship. Here, arm yourselves." "Dan," Joelle marveled. Her eyes were enormous, ebon in the ivory face. He collected his wits. "Hurry along," he wheezed, and caught her by the wrist. She in turn gestured at the non-human, which moved toward her. A man joined them. "Daniel!" he exclaimed. "Por todos los santos!" Carlos Francisco Miguel Rueda Suarez. He had grown bold. A hefty blonde woman followed. Broderson recalled fleetingly the name Frida von Moltke. The rest milled, bewildered. Broderson started back up the aisle he was in. It wouldn't do to get blockaded. "Hurry, hurry!" he shouted. Once beyond the doors, Weisenberg and Leno could pass out the stuff they carried. After that, let Troxel beware. His engineers were at Broderson's heels, yelling, waving. Still, most of the captives dithered. Langendijk urged them on, but they weren't soldiers, nor bound by the heart to these wild invaders. Clamor and weapons roused an instinct to hide. They needed a few minutes for comprehension. Broderson re-entered the corridor. His right hand gripped his rifle, his left Joelle. The alien tagged close behind her. Leno came immediately after. Weisenberg paused in the doorway to beckon at the laggards. Von Moltke took the chance to work a Tommy gun loose from the bundle on his back. Rueda Suarez started to do likewise. Down the bend of the deck came Troxel and his men. Their front rank carried by the legs a couple of large tables, tops facing forward, shields. Broderson could never afterward quite remember what happened. A new fight erupted. He and those with him backed down the hall. They zigzagged, they knelt, they dropped, they ran further, they kept shooting, and somehow none of them was hit. Somehow the enemy was gone when they reached the next spoke. He guessed their fire had been too heavy, allowing pistols too little chance to be effective, or the agents had run low on ammo, or both. Troxel would have kept enough to hold trap the emissary people who'd not moved out at once. A return to the auditorium would be suicide. Joelle shook Broderson back to full awareness. "Listen, Dan, we must go to a particular storeroom. Fidelio, the Betan, the alien here can't eat our food. We have supplies for him." "Huh?" he said. "No, too risky." "Not if we hurry," Rueda snapped. "Almighty God! Daniel, Fidelio's our link to his entire race." "Okay," Broderson decided. "Lead us on the double." The storeroom wasn't far off, nor was it locked, and the rations were packed handily for carrying, apparently mostly freeze-dried. Burdened, the party sought the nearest shaft, piled on the elevator, and rode it to the hub. They said almost nothing on the way. They were stunned. Broderson counted. Himself, Joelle, the alien, Weisenberg, Rueda, Leno, von Moltke. 4 saved. Well, that was plenty, if they could bear witness at Earth. If not, he'd be footnoted in history as a desperado who got killed in a raid he attempted for an obscure purpose. The elevator delivered them. They sped down a hall that was sharply rounded. There was the platform. There stood Pegeen, Doja. Pegeen. She cheered. Broderson did not see Zarubayev, who must have been carried inboard. She could have done that in this scant wait. Did he live? That question must wait its turn. Troxel would soon find a course of action. They'd better be gone before then. Broderson's company scrambled up the ladder and into the ship, followed by him. He made for the nearest intercom unit. "Sue, get us the hell on our way," he rasped. Valves closed. The engine awoke. At low acceleration, Chinook withdrew from the machinery around her and regained open space. Fingers plucked Broderson's sleeve. He looked about and saw von Moltke. "If you please, Mr. Captain," she said with a hoarse accent, "I hear your gunner is a casualty. I hear, too, your armament is like an emissary." "Yes," he said, stupid in his exhaustion. "Yes, it is." "I was a gunner in emissary," she reminded him. "I can check details by our engineers. Let me shoot out the transmission dishes on the wheel and the ship. Best I disable the ship, too. Then they cannot tell Earth about us." As he hesitated, "I doubt they have called, but they will soon unless we prevent. If we prevent, no harm to them. They must sit quiet till somebody worries and sends a speedster to check. Meanwhile, however, you are carrying out what plan you have, correct?" "All right," he said. "I authorize. Coordinate it with Phil, Chief Engineer Weisenberg, that is, and with our linker, Granville," while he longed for nothing but Kathleen. Minutes later, a slicing energy beam made the San Geronimo wheel mute. It did no further damage, but a missile left Emissary a whirl of fragments. That hurt. 2 more felonies, Broderson thought. We'd better build us a damn good case for deserving an executive pardon. Never mind now. The immediate objective is just to survive. No, above and before that, sleep. He barely managed to put affairs temporarily in order and start the ship on a course he deemed proper before he stumbled to bed. Sergei had died. Kathleen held Broderson close. Chapter 20. Again, at an Earth gravity, Chinook made for the T-machine. On the route prescribed, the trip would take 6 Earth days. "Our best bet is to conform for the time being, while we try to work out a strategy," Broderson had explained. "Else they'll come after us, and a watch ship has more legs than we do. We for sure can't outrun a tracker missile." Von Moltke had probably saved him, and his following from that, his mind added. News of his assault would have provided the perfect excuse to order this vessel blown out of existence. That would not by itself relieve Quick and Company of the embarrassment created by the emissary travelers left behind, not to mention whatever questions were occurring to Troxell's outfit. But presumably they could cope. They would certainly try to cope, and even failure on their part might prove lethal. As was, while Chinook remained at large, bearing the possibility of exposing the whole affair, Langendijk's faction should be safe from everything worse than continued imprisonment. Indeed, from a tactical viewpoint, it was good that Broderson had not succeeded in releasing them. Now the cause of liberty did not have all its eggs in one highly breakable basket. Half by chance, his operation had worked well. No, it didn't. Men are hurt, men are dead. The agents among them are bad enough. I can live with that. Their fighting us was almost criminally reckless. Maybe being penned up for weeks drove them a little crazy. But Sergei is dead. My own man. My friend. He had awakened beside Kathleen, for a moment conscious only of her. Then the memory rolled over him. His shuddering breath roused her, to embrace and murmur to him for a long while. "It's a war we're in, Daniel, my darling, and men have ever fallen in war. Yours is just a strife like what they waged against tyrants and foreign overlords again and again on Earth, and us today the happier for it. I knew Sergei, too, better than I've told you. He joyed in the universe. But if he must leave it, proud would he be that this was why." Thus did she slowly give him back his heart, until he could rise and go about his work. Later, though, entering their quarters to fetch something, he found her seated silent, the marks of crying upon her. When he asked what the matter was, she said in a near whisper that she was making a song and wished to be alone. She was absent, on duty, when he met with Joel Key, Carlos Rueda Suarez, and the non-human. Presently he would arrange a general gathering in which his entire band could hear the tale of emissary. However, he must not delay getting a skeleton of the facts for himself, to aid him in planning. And this was most rapidly done when a minimum of people were on hand. Despite his gratitude to Frida von Moltke, he did not invite her, for their lack of acquaintance might slow down the proceedings. Carlos was a cousin of Antonia, Broderson's first wife. Though he was a child when she died, and had not often met his in-law, they shared considerable background. Broderson had first encountered Joelle on business 19 Earth years ago. Since moving to Demeter, he looked her up whenever he revisited the mother planet, and for the past decade. Never certain exactly how he felt about her, she being unlike any other woman ever in his life, he was shocked anew when she entered the office. They had birthdays within a month of each other, but suddenly she was 58, long gone in a place whose strangeness must have helped grizzle the locks he remembered as blue sheening black, lined the brow he remembered as serene, thinned the flesh to a cloak tightly drawn over bones, which remained as exquisite as before. He bumbled to his feet. "Joelle," he said out of a lumpy larynx. "Hello. It's wonderful having you here." She smiled. That and her voice hadn't changed either. Both were pleasing and a little remote, like compositions by Brancusi or Delius. "Thank you for everything, Dan. I'm so eager to learn precisely what everything means. Certainly an enormous lot." They clasped 4 hands and might have kissed, but Rueda came through the door and, in Peruvian style, hugged the captain. "Daniel, Daniel, how magnificent!" His Spanish almost warbled. "Our rescuer, our warrior. I've been talking to some of your crew. Do you know, when I was a boy I idolized you, and I was right. By God, but you are a man!" Stepping back, he reassumed proper aristocratic dignity. Broderson studied him for a second. A ghost of Tony lingered in Rueda's straight-lined, short-nosed countenance and hazel eyes. Of medium height, he had laid a small paunch onto his slimness while he was away, and Broderson understood how he must resent that trace of early eld. Doubtless worse than being left with a mere brown fringe of hair. At least, his mustache was the same. Then, the non-human arrived and overwhelmed all other impressions. The chances were that it, had no such intention, Broderson decided. If anything, the attitude of the creature looked diffident, though how could you tell? But the sight, he'd need practice before he made complete sense of those contours, the gait, the smell that was like a seashore, only not really. "May I give you a formal introduction to Fidelio?" Rueda said, smiling. The alien extended the lower right arm. Broderson shook hands. He'd done the same with a tame gibbon once, in Asia during his PC hitch, and been startled. The ape's thumb was laid out wrong, and had no ball to it. Fidelio's clasp made the gibbon's brother-like. Broderson met the eyes, which resembled the eyes of no animal on Earth or Demeter, and forgot about handshakes. It roared in him, "This is an intelligent, non-human being. This is. I'm living the dream that always was in me." "Fidelio," he stammered. "Welcome. Bienvenido." "Buenos dias, señor, y muchas gracias," coughed and whistled out of the fanged mouth. Suddenly, Broderson laughed aloud, not at anyone or anything, simply laughing, his mirth reborn. "Come on into the cabin," he urged after he was through. "What can I offer everybody? Does Fidelio mind if I smoke? We may as well be comfortable." 2 hours later, they shared an embryonic idea of what had been going on around Sol, Phoebus, and Centrum. Rueda could no longer sit. He paced the room back and forth, making gestures like karate chops. Blood had withdrawn from his features, turning the olive skin gray, and he stared at the narrowness, enclosing him as his ancestors had stared across sword points on a dueling ground. "It must not be born," he declared. "It will not be. They subvert the covenant, they would close the stargates. Aye, kidnapping and murder are small among their crimes. Daniel, Joel, Fidelio, never fear we may do wrong fighting them. We cannot." Cross-legged in an armchair, pipe bowl hot in his clasp, and smoke mordant on a scorched tongue, Broderson said, "I guess that's axiomatic, Carlos. The question before this assembly is where we go from here, and how, and whether." Joelle had chosen a straight-backed seat opposite him, and had scarcely stirred except to talk, for the most part giving a dispassionate account of Beta. Her hands lay quiet on her lap. Fidelio sat beside her on a tripod of feet and flukes, and likewise moved little, save that his whiskers trembled. "You must have an idea or two, Dan," she said. "Yes." Rueda jerked to a halt and stared at the captain. "You are always bold, but never heedless." Broderson scowled. "Maybe I have been this time around, or maybe there have been too goddamn many jokers in the deck. I was, well, kind of childishly hoping you from Emissary would have brought back a wild card we could play." Joel's lips quirked upward, barely enough to be seen. "If we had that, we wouldn't have languished in the wheel." "No, but—" Broderson shrugged, drew on his pipe, laid it on an ash-taker, and met their gazes head-on. "Okay," he told them. "Naturally, my shipmates and I have discussed several schemes. None of them appeal much, but see what you think." He ticked them off on his fingers. "We can defy the bastards immediately, veer off, scoot around the solar system. We can't prowl forever, but we do have a lot of Delta V before our tanks go dry. Food stores are ample for years, and air and water recycling can go on as long as fuel for the Migma cells holds out, which is years more. Oh, of course Fidelio's limited to, what, several months? But we wouldn't be out in space that long anyway. You see, the watch ships can hunt us down. An accelerating craft is a difficult target, and we can doubtless shoot out some of their missiles, but they'd swamp our defenses in the end. Meanwhile, they'll have kept us far from Earth or any settlement. That whole effort might turn out to be impractically large and visible for the opposition. They can't afford publicity, which they haven't doctored. But I wouldn't count on it. Bear in mind, they've got a grip on enough of the levers of power to have already done things like jailing you." "Ah, but wait," Rueda said. "We can beam our word, can't we? I suppose your radio transmitter is like ours, not designed to get a message across an astronomical distance. Probably no one would be tuned in anyhow. But the radios are limited precisely because the lasers can reach far." "Two problems there," Broderson replied. "First, a message like that to Earth or Luna or the satellites gets picked up by a ComSat, and passed on from there to its destination. What you may not know, because it hardly ever makes any difference, is that the program includes censorship. Only certain classes of official communications may go in cipher. Everything else a computer scans, and if it spots a reference to a flagged subject, the message goes to a human who decides whether or not it's harmless. The system dates back to the Troubles, and even I have to admit it's not all bad. For instance, it was what trapped the finalists before they were quite ready to set off their atomic bombs. But you can bet your bottom soul that when Quick's bunch started planning what to do in case Emissary returned, a very early order of business for them was to quietly get control of it, put in the right programs and personnel so they can intercept whatever may threaten disclosure. Second, we might be able to get through to somebody else, like in a ship or on an asteroid or a Mars base or something. I say might, because most such have very limited receiver facilities. We'd have to get fairly close, and only ships are certain to be listening constantly for input. Well, we might regardless. But if that somebody heard us, would he believe? And if he did, would others believe him? Never forget, we're not up against a maverick like me. We're bucking some of the biggest and most respected political figures alive, who got to be that way, most of them, because they're masters of propaganda and public relations. All in all, I figure the direct attack has a very poor chance of succeeding. Odds are that we'd be killed before we could accomplish anything. What else have we considered? Well, when we're near the T-machine, we're bound to be in communication with its watch ship. Actually, under present circumstances, more than one watch ship will likely be near. We presume the officers and crews, for the most part, are not villains, are simply following orders, which may well be puzzling them a bit. If we tell them our story, show them Fidelio, do you see? The trouble here is that the Cabal must also have thought of this and battened down hatches. Else they wouldn't have told us to go there, huh? They may not know we have Fidelio aboard, but they do know we've seen and photographed Emissary. That's dangerous enough for them. My guess is one ship will have a couple of key officers who are in on the conspiracy. The moment we start to tell tales, she'll throw a barrage at us. Explanations afterward are cheap. We are visibly armed. and I'm sure there is indeed a warrant out for us on Demeter. It wouldn't be hard to claim that in the best judgment of those officers, we were about to open fire ourselves. The third possibility is, we go through the gate to Phoebus and see what's at yon end. Maybe they're less well prepared, less equipped, and we can break free or do something else worthwhile. I've actually considered, since we've got you here, your knowledge. I've considered trying to run the pattern that'll bring us to Centrum from Phoebus, and asking for help at Beta. But it's a pretty wild notion, because the Guardians aren't likely to grant us much leeway. In fact, what worries me about making the transit we're supposed to is, well, Demeter being thinly populated and relatively isolated, news isn't hard to control. It'd be simple to scrag us. For instance, as soon as we're well away from the T-machine and the regular watch crew, the ship escorting us could fire a missile. Afterward, the world would hear about the tragic accident which destroyed Chinook. I'd hate to believe this of Ori Hancock, but it is possible. Otherwise, we'll be interned indefinitely. The Phoebian system has plenty of sites for a secret prison camp. I dare say we'd be joined by the rest of your crew. And that's the extent of our thinking to date. My own instinct says we should tentatively plan on returning to Phoebus and doing whatever seems best when we get there, though keeping our eyes and our options open until then. I may well be wrong. I'd sure be glad of any suggestions. Phew! Broderson finished. What a lecture! I could use another beer. Anybody else? He rose to go to the fridge. Hold, Joel said. What? He checked his stride. Seldom, when a problem was unusually arousing, or when things got really good in bed, had he seen a light such as kindled her countenance. Damn, she told him, her voice a shiver. We can go straight from Sol to Centrum. What? He yelped. Yes, she sat forward. The Betans. They've been exploring the gates for 1,000 years. They've gone beyond trial and error. They don't have a complete theory, nothing compared to what the others know. The others, Rueda murmured, but they have achieved some comprehension, Joel went on. Take 3 places, 3 stars if you want, A, B, C, with known gates, T-machine guide paths, from A to B and from B to C. Then the Betans can compute a direct route between A and C. It was like a nova burst in Broderson. Not with absolute certainty, Joel was saying. They haven't measured the local curvatures of the continuum that well, but the probability of success is high. Surely higher than for the schemes you've described. And Broderson groped through splendors. We can go to the Sol machine. Make like starting for Phoebus, then lie, bluff, threaten, or whatever, till we're so far into the transport field that we're nearly an impossible target. We'll come out at Centrum, go to Beta, come back leading a Betan armada, whose only offensive weapon need be the truth, Rueda said. Whether or not he had heard about the physics earlier, the idea was new to him also. He too stood transfixed by revelation. Broderson snatched the beer glass which had stood by his chair and swung it in circles over his head. By the honor of the house, he roared out of his youth. We'll do it! We will! The computation is difficult, Joel warned. Fidelio and I will need to conduct research. And I'll need to apply holothetics. You do have holothetic capabilities aboard, don't you? The flame in her now was like nothing he had ever seen. I shall return to what I am, radiated forth. Heat and cold fled across her cheeks. I shall again be one with the all. Rueda rested an intent look upon her. It was as if Broderson could read the Peruvian's mind. Will you become for us what the others refuse to be? They would give Sergei Nikolaevich Zarubayev a spaceman's funeral, launching his flag-shrouded body from an airlock, on a bier driven by a signal rocket, while his shipmates stood by and heard their captain read the service. First, Kathleen took the obligation as medical officer of washing him and laying him out in his cabin. From 4 bowls, which she filled with oil, and wicks of string afloat upon bits of wine-bottle cork, she made lights to burn at his head and his feet. The fluoros she turned off, and she called for a wake for him. She met a little surprise, a little objection, barbarous custom. The civilized thing was to gather afterward with coffee. But Broderson, Doja, Granville, and von Moltke understood, though it was in none of their own traditions, and made the rest agree. The skipper felt that he and his people needed to get drunk in this pause between battles, and Sergei would have appreciated being the occasion of it. They held the party in the common room. Sue and Stefan had decorated it somewhat, making paper flowers and the like. Hard liquor and pot appeared, besides the usual refreshments. View screens brought in the universe for a larger ornament. Music Sergei had favored, and ballet he had loved rollicked in playback. Folk stood around and remembered him. After several hours, Marty Leno left. By then, a kind of liveliness had entered. Arms around shoulders, Broderson, Weisenberg, and Doja were tunelessly belting out "Ford of Kabul River." Von Moltke and Rueda snuggled in a corner. Granville and Key held a serious conversation. Fidelio observed the exotic race. Leno walked down the circular hall to Zarbaev's quarters. The door stood open. He heard a few notes, hesitated, frowned, and went on in. As bare as the rest, this room was draped in shadow and yellow lamplight. Zarubaev lay on his bed, attired in his uniform. Hair and beard glowed through dimness. Otherwise, his face had gone empty. The flames around him threw off a clean odor and the tiniest warmth. Kathleen sat beside him. She wore a blue kaftan, the best gown she had along. Her locks streamed unbound. In her left arm she cradled her sonador, while her right fingers drew from it sounds like a muted woodwind. She stopped when Leno entered. "Oh," she breathed. "What?" He tightened. "Never mind. I am sorry I interrupted." "No, wait, don't go." Kathleen made to rise, saw him unbrace a minikin bit, and sank back down. "You came to say farewell. I do not stand in the way of that." He bunched his fists and hastily released them. "You don't, Miss Mulryan?" "You've no kindness for me." "Hoy, this is nil time for hackery." "I meant no more than this, Mr. Leno. If it's alone you'd be with your friend, I can well come back later." She did get up. Startled, he exclaimed, "Stop, please. I knew you kenned him before, but not that you cared." She smiled most gently. "Aye, he was the quiet lad, was he not?" Stillness, then low. "Even when showing me, this voyage, how to handle firearms in combat, he took none of his many opportunities to grow familiar, though he well knew I'd have liked it. For he saw me now as Daniel's woman, not his captain's, but his friend's, the which gives away much about him, doesn't it?" He flushed. "When did you first meet him?" "Before I met Daniel. He came to the hospital injured, as you may recall. We bantered amidst his pain. The world thought him humorless, but that was not true. Oh, he spun me the wildest yarn about the trouble he was having, him a Russian, who did not enjoy chess. After he got well, we met when we could, until I started spending my whiles in Neapolis with Daniel. We were never deep in love, Sergei and I, but he meant an oceanful to me." "And to me," Leno said slowly, staring at her where she stood in front of the dead man. "We were on jobs together in space, the kind where you trust your life to your partner." "On Demeter we'd go backpacking, sailing, partying." His talk trailed off. She nodded. "What happens between man and man, no woman will ever truly understand, but precious it is." Half drunk, he threw at her. "What about man and woman?" She turned to brush fingertips across the countenance which had been Zarubaev's. "That's worse to find words for. However long and hard the poets have tried." Her glance went back to Leno. "Indeed, Sergei and I shared more than simple pleasure." Again it sought him who did not move. "They never realized," she said, nigh under her breath. "They took him for dour when he was only shy. But oh, the fun in him when once he felt at his ease. They took him for being practical as a machine. But I recall a night we brought a telescope outdoors, and after we'd lost ourselves in the forever, he began to speak of the others. He believed they cannot be ignoring of us, as they seem to be. But most have a care and compassion we are too small to feel." She broke off. "Well," she said, "you don't want me to maunder. You want to give him a sending off from you. Good night, Martileno." "No." He lifted a palm as if to block her. "Please stay. I did not know anyone else was so near to him." He rubbed a wrist across his eyes. "Forgive me. May I ask you what you are doing in here?" "Nothing to mention." He insisted. "You are singing." She squared her shoulders. "Well, yes, I was that. A song as we do in the Irish countryside. But it would be wrong to put on a show when such is not the way of my fellows aboard. Good night." He stretched an arm in her path. "Please, Miss Mulryan. Kathleen, please don't go." Her green gaze met his blue. "Why?" "Because, I told you, we share a heavy loss, and they're singing Kipling songs in the common room. What is yours?" She dropped her lashes. "Merely an ochlan. A dirge, you'd say." "Would you do it over?" She regarded him for a moment before she decided. "Aye, since it is you who wish." He would have himself. They sat down on either side of the bed. The lamps flickered, shadows moved inward, ventilators whispered. Faint, rowdy sounds which drifted in from the wake did not seem out of place. Kathleen's fingers evoked the Londonderry air. "Oh, would the stars might mourn for this our comrade, weep tears of light across a riven sky, or what the rain which falls upon his homeland were bidding him a long and last good-bye, or at the least a blossom drop to kiss him, from off a tree where springtime breezes blow. For then we'd not be all alone in grieving. The world would sorrow too, the world that he loved so. But silence reigns among the suns and planets. The leaves are dumb, the weather's deaf and blind. We've only us to keen for this our comrade, and know that he was bright and strong and kind. Achone, achone, he's gone like any sunrise. Achone, achone, he laughed while he was here. Achone, achone, he is no more forever. What's left for us lies still, yet still is very dear." Chapter 21. I was a crow. My first dim dreams ended in hunger when the universe went void. Angered, I tapped at its shell until this broke apart. And there was the day. My eyes filled with dazzle. I opened my mouth to it and yawped for food. Wings overshadowed me, a beak large and hard thrust into my gape. Love poured thence to my inside. Soon I was aware that naked others were crowding me, so I crowded back and demanded as loudly as they did. Plumage grew on us, and we spent much time happily admiring our own glossy blackness. But before long our parents shoved us from the nest. After the first beautiful terror and wild flapping, I learned how the wind would upbear me, and what power lay ready to be unfolded in my wings. I took the air unto me, soared, swooped, glided, rejoiced. The sky was mine, and the whole earth below it ripe for raiding. I belonged to the flock, of course, and had my place in the ranking in my occasional duties, such as watching out for hawks or men when we sought the lands beyond our woods. I never wished things were otherwise. Crows have fun. We chattered, intrigued, shouted our mirth, went off on expeditions, persecuted owls, found goodies to eat and sparkly things to bring home, were endlessly entertained by the antics of alien creatures, lorded it over the treetops. In the depths of leafless cold we could still peck a living out of the snow crust. But oh, the green and rustling summers! Oh, my female, and our darling small chicks. I grew old at last, weak, slow, though my knowledge of this was misty. One day a fox caught me on the ground. I broke free of his jaws, but blood spattered out of me until I could fly no more. Finding me a thicket, I sprawled on damp, mushroomy soil, shut away from the sky, panting, while darkness blew ever stronger through me. Then the summoner came, and still alive for a while, I departed that country wherein I had been bird. Chapter 22. A chime sounded, through the cabin Joelle had taken. "Come in," she called. Broderson did. Closing the door behind him, framed by the impersonal chamber, he seemed doubly big and vivid. It blazed up in her that she wanted him. "Stop that nonsense," she ordered herself. "He's busy, preoccupied. See the haggardness, how the powerful arms hang at his sides. The gray eyes look more downward slanting than ever. Furthermore, I will shortly begin my proper work. The wonder of oneness will possess me, and nothing else will matter." Nevertheless, desire continued to thrill faintly along her veins. 8 years, no, nearer 9, and Broderson had been that last lover, when he visited Earth. She'd not found celibacy difficult on the expedition, when every waking hour was charged with discovery. The risk of a man getting emotionally involved and pestering her when she wanted to carry out a project, as had happened a couple of times at home, was an overly high price for the rubbing of an itch that came infrequently anyway. Of course, at last I did pay. Christine. Chris lay buried on Beta. Dan was here, 2 meters from her. "I stopped by to check on how you're doing," his deep voice said. "Quite well, thank you," Joelle replied above her pulse. "We're certainly fortunate that you were foresighted enough to keep this ship completely stocked." "Foresighted, hell!" he grinned. "I was champing at the bit, and figured that if anything broke my way, like you coming home early, I should be ready to take off myself before some bureaucrat found a reason to refuse me clearance." He glanced around. "Just the same, we got caught pretty flat-footed," he said. "And you folks from the wheel are worse off. About changes of clothes for you. Pegeen, Kathleen Mulryan, our quartermaster, you recall, she'll be happy to lend you a couple of things. You're about the same size, and she'll make more out of spare cloth we've got along when she gets a chance. For you and whoever else wants. She's a good seamstress. You might be thinking what sorts of garments you'd prefer." Joelle shrugged. "You know I don't care, provided it's comfortable. But thank her for me, please. I'll try to remember to do so in person, but you also know how forgetful I am about everyday matters." "What more can you use? For instance, most of us keep a small private stock of food and drink. I imagine you'd rather not eat every meal in the mess." "Oh, if they don't mind me often being a poor conversationalist, I don't mind sitting at a public table. I shut the noise out. But it would be nice if I could offer a guest refreshment." She gestured, noting how awkward the motion was. "Won't you sit down? And, well, I didn't acquire any dislike of a pipe while I was gone." "I noticed that at the conference and was glad." He took a chair. She brought another to face it. Fetching out his tobacco pouch, he went on, "I can't stay but a minute or 3. Got to arrange for making the salt water bath you say Fidelio needs. We have the chemicals, I'm sure, and the metal or plastic or whatever for a container, but we'd better make some recycling arrangement, too, in case this trip stretches out longer than I hope it will." "Isn't that a problem for your engineers?" "Yes, but first Fidelio has to explain exactly what the requirements are. That'll be slow, even with Carlos to help, he knowing some of the Betan language. No, languages, right? You're the expert in those, but I gather you're due for a computer session. I think I can help discussion keep moving, not to mention 40 million other things that need attention before I knock off." "Do call on me if you encounter serious linguistic problems. By the way, would you consider modifying a set of encephalic attachments for Fidelio, so he can link in with me? He's a holothete." "Huh? I'd no idea." It appears to affect the personality less among Betans than among humans." Silence closed in while she tried to say what she wanted to say. Breaking the barrier in a rush, "Dan, it's wonderful seeing you again, more than being liberated. You were the man who did it." He became busy changing his pipe. "No, we did, the team of us, and Sergei. We may not have done you a favor. You're headed into danger." "Were we in no danger in the wheel?" "Yeah, true, I guess. I have to keep shoving away this nightmare notion that we're dead wrong in what we're trying to do, that I'm putting lives at hazard for naught." She managed to lean forward and drop a hand on his knee. "Don't fret. Politics always confuses me, but you've a feel for it and a knowledge. I rely on your judgment, as you'll have to rely on my calculations. Have faith in yourself, Dan." "I'd better," he said dryly. His fingers remained at work on his pipe. "Well, are you set to make that analysis, Joelle?" Have I grown too gaunt and gray for him? She withdrew a touch. "Yes, it'd be easier, perhaps more certain, if Fidelio and I could operate as a holothetic unit, and take a complete theoretical structure from a memory bank. However, I did master the physical principles the Betans have found apply to the T-machines. Those were right down my alley, as you'd put it, and he and I have finished ransacking your ship's data collection for exact parameters of local space-time. The information appears to be sufficient. I expect I'll need a preliminary run-through today, then tomorrow work out the guide path in detail." He got worry lines between his brows, the way he'd done when they first met. He, an Aventureros engineer, consulting her about a thorny design problem. Oh, he'd fallen into such awe of her intellect, though really she doubted it was better than his. Differently configured and oriented, but not intrinsically better, except when she was joined to her machine. He'd found excuses to meet her later on, which led to outright dinner dates after he was widowed and had moved to Demeter and made occasional trips earthside. She enjoyed his company, as she enjoyed a gust off the sea. Eventually, impulsively, she let him into her bed, and was astounded. How young those worry lines made him look. "Supposing we do reach Beta," he said, "will they help us? You and Carlos emphasized how they don't want to interfere, how careful they've always been about respecting less advanced species." "Humankind is special to them, though," she assured him. "We'll have extensive explaining and persuading to do, I admit. But when we of Emissary described our history and sociology, what little we could convey, they found it no more grotesque than what they'd encountered among other races. Their leaders do believe we can help them through their psychosexual crisis." "So they'd— What?" "Make an appearance in the solar system, I imagine, invincible, but simply protecting us while we broadcast the facts to Earth." "And they offer us a fabulous bargain, you said. Their technology in exchange for franchises to exploit Jupiter and Saturn, which we can't anyway, right?" Broderson struck fire to tobacco, peering at her across it. "Of course, that will destroy the actionists, and every party like theirs, quite aside from the scandal, I mean. The whole philosophy will be killed." "How?" "Why, it's obvious. As fast as we acquire that same technology, we'll skite off through every stargate the Betans have mapped, as well as mounting our own program to chart new ones. The sheer profit to be made, in countless places and ways, must beggar the imagination. Else, why would the Betans bother with our giant planets? So even before we start large-scale immigration, the balance of economic power will shift away from Earth. It'll also shift away from governments, unions, giant corporations, towards small outfits and individuals. There goes the tidy world welfare state the actionist types hope to build. I dare say Quick foresees as much." Joelle frowned, striving to comprehend. "But that isn't logical, Dan. Presumably welfare measures serve a need. If the need comes to an end, who would want to continue them?" Broderson laughed the ringing laugh she knew. Smoke burst from his mouth. It smelled masculine. "Dear, you're doing it again, assuming people are logical. They aren't. The welfare state, any state, is an end in itself. It's the way for a few to impose their will on the many. And Judas Priest, how those few do want it! Need to. He puffed on his pipe. Talk with Steph Doja if you're interested. His country's been through the mill over and over. Holy Roman Empire, Mongol Empire, Ottoman Empire, Austrian Empire, Soviet Empire, Balkan Empire. No, maybe you shouldn't. That history's made a rabid anarchist of him. Harmless in his case, but if he converted you, well, under your stiffish exterior, Joel, you've got a whole lot of wildness bottled up, I know. You do, Dan. Broderson stirred. My personal weakness is I ramble, he said. I'd better stop boring you and carry on in my proper job. You weren't boring me, Joelle answered with effort. She felt the heat in her face and breasts. You never did. We're always rather fascinating, in fact. I suppose because we're so unlike. Yeah, we are. Well, anyhow. He rose. She did, too. Why don't you come by this even watch after we're both off, she suggested. I could indent for some food and wine. Remember how you used to do the cooking? I'm still terrible at that, but I'll bet you've improved. Not much. He looked at his toes. Besides, happens I have a date. Sorry, but it's not the kind a person breaks. May I ask what? She said through the hurt. Kathleen and I have an anniversary. Demetrian calendar comes oftener that way. He raised his eyes. Didn't you know? I thought it was obvious. No, we're not married. I'm still with Liz and have no plans to change, but Kathleen, well, she and I are awfully close. I see. He caught her hands. Joelle, she's not jealous. I mean, oh, hell. It's fine having you here and not propositioning you, but if you'd care to, later. She made herself smile, leaned forward, touched lips to his. I might. We needn't be in a hurry, though, and don't you feel obligated. Because I fear that is what you feel right now. Obligated. Kathleen is like a fair-skinned Chris. Besides, I'll soon be transhuman. All right, Dan. So long. Small, plain, humble, though never servile, Suzanne Granville waited in the main computer room. She had turned on the view screen, scanner aimed at Sol, and sat watching. Dimmed but magnified, the disk was a turmoil of spots, flares, fountaining prominences, within coronal nacre. Music sparkled. Joelle recognized Nielsen's Finsk Foror. Music, like architecture, was one of the few formal human arts she thought she responded properly to. She and Suzanne had talked about it for an hour or more during the memorial party for the gunner. Hello, she said. I didn't expect to find you here. Suzanne jumped up. I knew you would be running a final check on the software, Dr. Key, and wondered if I might be of assistance, just in case I excused me from helping the quartermaster, Kathleen Mulryan, make dinner. Oh, yes. Joelle did not reply. How often I've met this. You are the mere linker, I the supreme holothete. Your eagerness is to know you've been of use to me, like Chris. You'll see me in my linkage that you are not capable of, ascending to a heaven you can never reach, but which you have glimpsed in fragments. I will touch the absolute. I will be in the noumenon. I will know final reality, not as a mathematical construct, but immediately in my brain and bones. Oh, Suzanne, she thought, I wish I might kiss and comfort you, as I could not Chris, as I could not Eric. Her mind veered, and this irritated her, made her twice eager to get into circuit, where such undisciplined things did not occur, to ask how much she was originally attracted to Broderson because his mother was a Stranathan, and he had visited that family many times as a boy. Eric Stranathan was of it, Joelle's first and most unforgotten lover, son of the Captain General of the Fraser Valley, himself a linker. It was they together, Joelle and Eric, who were the earliest to learn that the gulf between linker and holothete was not one of degree but of kind, unbridgeably wide. For no clear reason, her recollection fled back to a dull lecturer in a stuffy hall at a convention in Calgary. But the reason was clear. That evening, she'd met him. Chapter 23. The Memory Bank. The human brain, and hence the entire nervous system, can be integrated with a computer of the proper design. The speaker was droning. We have long since progressed beyond the wires in the head stage. Electromagnetic induction suffices to make a linkage. The computer then supplies its vast capacity for storing and processing data, its capability of carrying out mathematico-logical operations in microseconds or less. The brain, though far slower, supplies creativity and flexibility. In effect, it continuously rewrites the program. Computers which can do this for themselves do exist, of course, but for most purposes they do not function nearly as well as a computer operator linkage does, and we may never be able to improve them significantly. After all, the brain packs trillions of cells into a mass of about a kilogram. Furthermore, linkage gives humans direct access to what they would otherwise know only indirectly. For present, practical purposes, its advantages are twofold. A. As I remarked, programs can be altered on the spot, in the course of being carried out. Formerly it was necessary to run them through, painstakingly check their results, and then slowly rewrite them, with possibilities of error, and without any guarantee that the new versions would turn out to be what we most needed. Once linkers and their equipment come into everyday use, we will be free of that handicap. B. By the very experience, as I have also suggested, the linker gains insights which he or she could have gotten in no other way, and hence becomes a more able scientist, including a better writer of programs, when working independently of the apparatus, too. Good Lord, Joelle thought. Do we really have to endure this? True, the conference was an important political as well as scientific event. The military secrecy in which she had been raised was beginning to lift. Here in Calgary, people could freely discuss developments which had been hidden for decades or worse. The public was entitled to information, in popular terms, during the opening ceremonies. The trouble was, no words could describe being in linkage. Creating n-dimensional spaces, and time-variant curvatures for them, and tensors within, and functions and operations that nobody had ever before imagined. You fashioned a conceptual cosmos, learned that it was wanting and annulled it, devised another and another, until at last you saw what you had made, and behold, it was very good. Each time the numbers rushed through you to verify, and you knew how much reality you had embraced, it was an outbursting of revelation. The Christian hopes to be eternally in the presence of God. The Buddhist hopes to become one with the all in nirvana. The linker hopes to achieve more than genius. Is there a vast difference between them? Yes, the linker in this life does it. In days, hours, fractional seconds. Afterward, he or she cannot entirely comprehend what happened. The high moment of love also lies outside of time, but we understand it better when at peace than the linker understands what the linker has known. Joelle's gaze roved. Hey, wasn't that a handsome young man a dozen seats to her right? Why hadn't she seen him earlier? Well, she wasn't given to noticing people. War orphan, brought up from infancy in the pioneering holothetic program, lately released into academe as the troubles faded out. A virgin who didn't know what to do about the opposite sex, and wasn't sure she wanted to. While linkage to macroscopic machinery has not proven cost-effective, the case has turned out to be otherwise for monitoring and controlling scientific instruments. For this it is inadequate to supply the operating brain with numbers such as voltmeter readings and nothing else. For example, a spectrum is best considered, rationally appreciated, when the operator sees it, and simultaneously knows the exact wavelength and intensity of every line. Through appropriate hardware and software, this can now be done. Subjectively, it is like sensing the data directly, as if the nervous system had grown complete new input organs of unprecedented power and sensitivity. Workers elsewhere have experimented with that. The principal thing, Project Ithaca, in which Joel was raised, a part of it, was to take the next step. What is the meaning of those data, those sensations? In everyday life, we do not apprehend the world as a jumble of raw impressions, but as an orderly structure. Yonder we do not see a splash of green and brown, we see a tree, of such and such a kind, at such and such a distance. Although it is done unconsciously, yes, instinctively, since animals do it too, nevertheless, we may be said to build theories, models of the world, within which our direct perceptions are made to make sense. Naturally, we modify these models when that seems reasonable. For instance, we may decide that we are not really seeing a tree, but a piece of camouflage. We may realize that we have misjudged its distance because the air is more clear or murky than we knew at first. Basically, however, through our models, we comprehend and can act in an objective universe. Science has long been adding to our store of information and thus forcing us to change our model of the cosmos as a whole, until today it embraces billions of years and light-years in which our galaxies, subatomic particles, the evolution of life, and everything else that our ancestors never suspected. To most of us, this part of the Weltbild has admittedly been rather abstract, no matter how immediate the impact of the technologies it makes possible. In order to enhance laboratory capability, Project Ithaca began work on means to supply a linkage operator directly with theory as well as data. This was more than learning a subject, permanently or temporarily. Any operator has to do that, in order to think about a given task. And indeed, outstanding accomplishments came out of the Turing Institute here, pioneering ways for the linked computer to give its human partner the necessary knowledge. Project Ithaca greatly improved such systems, and its civilian successors continue to progress. We call them holothetic. The work has had an unexpected result. Those operators whom Ithaca trained from childhood, linkers who today are adults advancing the art in their turn, are more and more getting into a mode that I must call intuitive. A baseball pitcher, an acrobat, or simply a person walking is constantly solving complex problems in physics, with little or no conscious thought. The organism feels what is right to do. Analogously, we have, for example, reached the point of manipulating individual amino acids within protein molecules, using ions directed by force fields, which are directed by a holothete, in a manner that perhaps only the others could plan out step by step. Likewise, for any number of undertakings. Direct perception through holothetics is leading to comprehension on a non-verbal level. This is doubly true because our theoretical knowledge is far from perfect. Quite frequently these days, a holothete senses that things are not going as intended, that something is wrong with the model, and intuits what change to make, what the real situation is, as we so often do in our ordinary lives. Later systematic study generally confirms the intuition. My colleagues will be discussing various aspects of holothetic linkage. This introductory sketch of mine. When the dullness was outlived, and the audience moving toward drinks, Eric came over and introduced himself. He had been noticing too. In a canoe on Lake Louise, they shipped their paddles and idled. The water danced blue, green, diamond. Around it, above forest, mountains sheered aloft into silence. Ever so slightly the boat rocked with each motion they made. She dipped a finger over the side and watched how ripples spread. Electron interferences make a moire, too, she mused. It's wonderful finding the same here. I never paid attention before. She looked at him and savored. Thank you for bringing me. A little scared, she let her eyes drift elsewhere. Electrons do it in 3 dimensions. No, 4, but I haven't perceived that, yet. She had made similar remarks to him after they'd attended the ballet in Calgary. Over coffee and brandy, she had told him how sublimely Newtonian Swan Lake and Ondine were, when to him, he said, they were sublimely sexy. Still he, a linker, found as much mathematics as melody in a Bach recital, or admired above everything else the subtle perspectives in Monet. Looking at the same 3 faxes, she pointed out interactions of colors, to which he said he believed critics of the past couple of centuries had been blind. Today, for whatever reason, she saw unease stir in him. "Look, Joel, don't get lost in abstractions. Wait, please, let me explain what I mean. Sure, you and I work with data, set up paradigms, compute resultants, sure. Fine job. But let's not let that interfere with what we, well, find in places like this. In our private lives, especially. This," he waved a hand around the horizon, "is what's real. Everything else we infer. This is what we're alive in." She regarded him for a long while, during which he glowed. That night, they became lovers. He Canadian, she American, in an era when military governments were paranoid after the Troubles. Before their countries federated and joined the World Union, he and she were separated for more than a year. Meanwhile, holothetics was evolving exponentially, from a mere improvement of linkage to a wholly new order of perceiving and existing. She sensed her growth away from him, and it hurt, but she could no more resist what she was becoming than a fetus in the womb can. By the time he had finally arranged to come join her at the University of Kansas for R&D purposes, she knew what he must learn and had completed the necessary arrangements. When he arrived at her office, they made love. Then they made a sandwich lunch and talked. At last she leaned over and kissed him, lingeringly but tenderly, almost as if she bade goodbye to a child. "Let's go," she said. As she led the way to her laboratory, her stride became triumphant. Down there, she warned, "Words are no use here. You must experience for yourself. We're about to become more intimate than ever in bed. Enormously more." Quasi-telepathic effects had been reported, when a passive linker in a holothetic circuit not only received the same data and theory in his brain as the active one did, but felt that latter's ongoing evaluations. You'll slave my unit to yours?" Eric inquired. "According to what I've seen in the literature, that doesn't convey a particularly strong or clear impression." "Everything isn't in the current literature. I told you All right, I am making whirlwind progress. I've acquired an insight, a near instinct, and the feedback between me and the system, the continuous reprogramming at each session." She tugged his sleeve. "Come along, get to know." "What do you have in mind?" She frowned the least bit. "That'll depend partly on you, how you're taking what happens. We'll begin with you and the 707. Just think in it for a while, get settled down. Then, through the cross-connections, I'll phase you in with me and my computer. That will have to be strictly input to you. No access to effectors, or you might ruin some delicate experiments. I'm going to look in on them, you see. My help is called for often enough that we have constantly open channels between them and my system. Genetics at a lab right on this campus. Nuclear physics at the big accelerator in Minnesota, cosmology in Sagan Orbital. I hope I can lead you to a hint of what I'm doing these days. I'll know because you will have an output of a kind to me. In effect, I'll be scanning your mind." "Yes," she said into his stupefaction, "I've reached that stage." "Afterward," she threw her arms around him and kissed him, "let there be an afterward." He responded, but he sensed that her tone had been kind rather than prayerful. He lowered himself into the proper lounger, set it at the reclining angle he liked, let muscle and bone go easy, before he pulled the helmet down over his head, adjusted and secured it, put his wrists through the contact loops, tapped fingers across the control plate, and checked out the settings. While linking herself likewise, she saw the olden thrill shaking the fret out of him. "Activate?" he asked. "Proceed," she answered. "I love you," he said, and pressed the main switch. Thereafter she felt and thought what he did, with a minor part of her awareness. Momentarily, senses and intellect whirled. He imagined he heard a wild, high piping. Memories broke forth out of long burial, as if he had fallen back through time to this boyhood swimming-hole, and moss cold and green upon a rock. that hawket hover, and the rough wool of a mackinaw round him. Then his nervous system steadied into mastery. Electromagnetic induction, amplification of the faintest impulses, a basic program which he had over the years refined to fit his unique self, meshed. Human and computer became a whole. "Think," she said, and Joel knew his response. How could he not, when his was now a mightier genius than any which had been on earth before his day? "Words are no use here," she told me. They were fully cognizant of their environment. Had they wanted to, they could have examined its most micromagnetic details, a scratch and a reflection on polished metal, the shimmy of a needle across a meter, mumble and faint tang of oil in the ventilation, back and forth tides in the veins. But she sensed that even she no longer entirely mattered to him. He had a perceptual universe to conquer. In the next several milliseconds, while he cast about for a problem worth tackling, a fraction of him calculated the value of an elliptic integral to 1,000 decimal places. It was a pleasant semi-automatic exercise. The numbers fell together most satisfyingly, like bricks beneath the hands of a mason. "Ah," came to him. "Yes. The stability of red spot vortices on planets like Jupiter, yes. I did hear talk about that in Calgary." The sweep hand on a wall clock had barely stirred. He marshaled a list of the data he thought he would need and sent a command. To him, it felt like searching his normal memory for a fact or two, except that this went meteorically faster and more assuredly, in spite of drawing on banks which were hundreds of kilometers away. The theory reached him, formulas, specific values of quantities, yes, that particular differential equation which would be an absolute bitch to solve. No, wait, he saw dodge. But was the equation actually plausible? Couldn't he devise a set of relationships which better described conditions on an aborted sun? An ice-clean fire arose. He was losing himself in it. He was getting drunk on sanity. "Eric," she called. No voice, no name, a touch. He must wrench his attention from Jupiter with a vow, "I'll be back." "Eric, are you ready to follow me?" It was not truly a question. It was an intent which he felt. It was her. At dazzling speed, as neuron webs adapted to each other's synapse patterns, she merged with him. The formless eddies that go behind shut eyelids were not shaping into her image. Rather, he got fleeting impressions of himself, before her presence flooded him. Was it her femaleness he knew as a secret current in the blood, a waiting to receive and afterward cherish and finally give, a bidding she chose not to heed, but which would always be there? He couldn't tell. He might never know, for the union was only partial. He had not learned how to accept and understand most of the signals that entered him, and there were many more which his body never would be able to receive. That became a pain in him as it was in her. "Eric, in this too, you are my first man, and I think my last." Forebrains, more alike than the rest of their organisms, meshed. Besides, Joel had practiced cross-exchange on that level and developed the technique of it with fellow linkers until she was expert. Communication between her and Eric strengthened and clarified, second by second. It was not direct, but through their computers, whose translations were inevitably imperfect. Impressions were often fragmentary and distorted, or outright gibberish. Bursts of random numbers, shapes, light flashes, noises, less recognizable non-symbols, which would have frightened him were it not for the underlying constancy of her. What touched his mind as her thoughts were surely reconstructions, by his augmented logical powers, of what it supposed she might be thinking at a given instant. The real words that passed between them went in the common mortal fashion, from lips to ear. Nevertheless, he took her meanings with a fullness, a depth he had not dreamed could be, there on the threshold of her universe. "Genetics," she said aloud. That was the sole clue he needed. She would guide him to the research at this school. Knowledge sprang forth. The work was on the submolecular level, the very bases of animate being. She was frequently called on to carry out the most exacting tasks, invent new ones, or interpret results. Today the setup was in part running automatically, in part on standby, but she had access to it any time. Her brain ordered the right circuits closed, and she was joined to the complex of instruments, sensors, effectors, and to the entire comprehension man had of the chemistry of life. Receiving from her, Eric perceived. He got no presentation of quantities, readings on gauges whose significance became plain after long calculation. That is, the numbers were present, but in the experience he was hardly more conscious of them than he was of his skeleton. He was not looking from outside and making inferences. He was there. It was seeing, feeling, hearing, traveling, though not any of those things, for it went beyond what the poor limited human creature could ever sense or do, and beyond and beyond. The cell lived. Pulsations crossed its membrane. Like colors, the cell was a globe of iridescence, throbbing to the intricate fluid flow that cradled it in deliciousness, avidly drinking energies which cataracted toward it down ever-changing gradients. Green distances reached to golden infinity. Beneath every ongoing fulfillment dwelt peace. The cosmos of the cell was a nirvana that danced. Now inward, through the rainbows, to the interior ocean. Here went a maelstrom of tastes, and here ruled a gigantic underlying purposefulness. Within the cell, work forever went on, driven by a law so all-encompassing that it might have been God the captain. Organelles drifted by, seeming to sing while they wove together chemical scraps to make stuff that came alive. As the scale of his cognition grew finer, Eric saw them spread out into Gothic soarings, full of mysteries and music. Ahead of him, the nucleus waxed from an island of molecular forests to a galaxy of constellated atoms, whose force fields shone like wind-blown star clouds. He entered it. He swept up a double helix, tier after tier of awesome and wholly harmonious labyrinths. He was with Joelle when she evoked fire and reshaped a part of the temple, which was not less beautiful thereafter. He shared her pride and her humility, here at the heart of life. Her voice came far off and enigmatic, heard through dream. "Follow me on." He swept out of the cell, through space and through time, at light speed across unseen prairies, into the storms that raged down a great particle accelerator. He became one with them, possessed by their own headlong fervor. The same speed filled him, and he lanced toward the goal as if to meet a lover. This world outranged the material. He transcended the comet which meson he had become. For he was also a wave intermingling with 1,000,000,000,000 other waves, like a crest that had crossed a sea to rise and break at last in sunlit foam, and a roar, though these waves were boundlessly more shapeful and fleetly changeable. They flowed together to create a unity which flamed and thundered around an implacable serenity. Bach could tell a little of this, passed through him, for he had his reasoning mind, too. That was a high part of the glory, but he alone could, and it would only be a little. The atom awaited him. Its kernel, where energies querned, was majestic beyond any telling. Electron shells, elfinly a-sparkle, veiled it from him. He plunged through. The forces gave him uncountable caresses. The kernel shone ahead, itself an entire creation. He pierced its outer barriers, and they sent a rapturous shudder across him. He probed in and in. The kernel burst. That was no disaster. It was an unfolding. The atom embraced him, yielded to him. His being responded to her every least wild movement. He knew her. Radiance exploded outward. The morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. "Cosmology," said Joelle the omnipotent. He fumbled to find her in a toppling darkness. She enfolded him, and they flew together, up a laser beam, through a satellite relay, to an observatory in orbit beyond the moon. Briefly he spied the stars, as if with his eyes unblurred by any sky. Their multitudes, steel blue, frost white, sunset gold, coal red, almost glittered the night out of heaven. The Milky Way rivered in silver, nebulae glowed where new suns and planets were being born. A sister galaxy flung her faint gleam across Ginnungagap. but at once he leagued with the instrumentality which was seeking the uttermost ends of space-time. First, he was aware of optical spectra. They told him of light that bloomed from leaping and whirling gas. They told him of tides in the body of a sun, a body more like the living cell than he could have imagined before, and of the furnaces down below where atoms begot higher elemental generations, and photons racing spaceward were the birth cry. And in this Brahma play he shared. Next, he felt a solar wind blow past. He snuffed its richness, tingled to its keenness, and knew the millennial subtlety of its work. Thereafter he gave himself to radio spectra, cosmic ray spectra, magnetic fields, neutrino fluxes, relativistics, which granted a stargate, and seemed to grant time travel, the curve of the continuum that is the all. At the Grand Canyon of the Colorado you may see strata going back 1 billion years, and across the view of them a gnarly juniper, and know something of Earth. Thus did Eric learn something of the depths and the order in space-time. The primordial fireball became more real to him than the violence of his own birth. The question of what had brought it about became as terrifying. With it he bought the spirals of the galaxies and the DNA molecule with energy which would never come back to him, and saw how it aged as it matured, even as you and I. The law is one. He lived the lives of stars. How manifold were the waves that formed them, how strong the binding afterward to an entire existence. Amidst the massiveness of blue giants and black holes, he found room to forge planets whereon crystals and flowers could grow. He beheld what was still unknown, the overwhelming most of it, now and forever. And how Joelle longed to go questing. Yet throughout, the observer part of him sensed that beside hers, his perception was misted, and his understanding chained. When she drew him back to the flesh, he screamed. They sat in the office. Her desk separated them. She had raised the blind on the window at her back and opened it. Shadows hastened across grass. Sunlight that followed was bright, but somehow, as if the air through which it fell had chilled it, the gusts sounded hollow that harried smells of damp soil into the room, odors of oncoming autumn. She spoke with all her gentleness. "We couldn't have talked meaningfully before you'd been there yourself, could we have, Eric?" His glance went to the empty couch. How meaningful was anything between us, even at first? She sighed. "I wanted it to be." A smile touched her. "I did enjoy." "No more than that? Enjoy, huh?" "I don't know. I do care for you and for everything you taught me about, but I've gone on to where I tried to lead you." "How far did I get?" She stared down at her hands, folded on the desk in helplessness, and murmured, "Still less than I feared. It was like showing a blind man a painting. He might get a tiny idea through his fingertips, texture, the dark areas faintly warmer than the light, but oh, how tiny. Whereas you respond to the lot, from quanta to quasars," he rasped. She raised her head, challenging their shared unhappiness. "No, I've barely begun. And of course I'll never finish. But don't you see, that's half of the wonder. Always more to find, direct experience, as direct as vision or touch or hunger or sex, experience of the real reality. The whole world humans know is just a passing accidental consequence of it. Each time I go to it, I know it better, and it makes me more its own. How could I stop?" "I don't suppose I could learn." She knew he cherished no hope. "No. A holothete has to start like me early, and do hardly anything else, especially in those formative young years." Her eyes stung. "I'm sorry, darling. You're good and kind, and how I wish you could follow along, how you deserve it." "You don't wish you could go back, though, to what you were when we met? Would you?" He could never truly summon up what had happened this day. However, "No," he said. "In fact, I dare not try again. That could be addictive." For me, nothing but an addiction, and to lunacy. For you?" He shrugged. "Do you know the Rubaiyat?" "I've heard of it," she said, "but I've had no chance to become cultured." He recited, "Why, if the soul can fling the dust aside, and naked on the air of heaven ride, were't not a shame for him in this clay carcass, crippled, to abide?" She nodded. "The old man told truth, didn't he? I did read once that Omar was a mathematician and astronomer. He must have been lonely." "Like you, Joelle?" "I have a few colleagues, remember. I'm teaching them." She broke off, leaned across the desk, and said in a renewed concern, "What about us two? We'll be collaborating. You're strong enough to carry on, discharge your duty. I'm certain you are. But our personal lives, what's best for you?" "Or for you? Let's take that up first." "Anything you want, Eric. I'll gladly be your wife, mistress, anything." He was quiet a while, seeking words, she supposed, that might not hurt her. None came. "You're telling me that you don't care which," he said. "You're willing to treat me as well as you're able because it doesn't greatly matter to you." He raised a palm to check a response. "Oh, no doubt you'd get a limited pleasure from living with me, even from my conversation. If nothing else, I'd help fill in the hours when you can't be linked, until you and those fellows of yours go so far that you'll have no time for childish things." "I love you," she protested. A pair of tears broke loose. He sighed. "I believe you. It's simply that love isn't important any more beside that grandeur. I've felt affection for dogs I've kept, but call it pride, prejudice, stubbornness, what you will, I can't play a dog's part." He rose. "We'll doubtless have an efficient partnership till I go home," he ended. "Today, though, while something remains of her, I'll tell my girl good-bye." She sought him. He held her while she wept, but when at length she kissed him, her lips were quite steady. "Go back to your link for a bit," he counseled her. "I will," she answered. "Thank you for saying it." He walked out into a wind gone cold at evening. She stood in the doorway and waved. He didn't turn around to see. Maybe he didn't want to know how soon the door closed on her.